I got the impression when I was looking through here, I was having a hard time following it. There's stormwater ponds that are there on the drawing already existing, I thought?
So there's one there kind of in the back leg of the property. And the proposed project will kind of reconfigure those to the state standard, stormwater standards. So the shape of it gets reconfigured, and basically the pond area, which now
Is that the furthest one away or the closest one? There's one that's deeper and one that's shallower.
Yep, and I believe the one that's further back, that would be the pond. And the first one's another train in the treatment. It's a 4-bay.
Yes, there was one that was a treatment and then one that was a pond.
Yeah, yeah. And what's there now is just a, well, we'll call it a pond, but it's an infiltration basin. So the idea is most of the
So it's the
flow
furthest one back.
would be the new infiltration basin, yes.
So the one that's there now is which one?
The one that's there now is gonna get reconfigured to
Right.
this new one.
That is an infiltration basin that's there now.
Okay, and that's going to turn into the treatment one.
Essentially, yeah. The
And
side
then-
yard gets reconfigured.
And then you'll have the second one, which will be the infiltration.
Yes.
And is that doing all of your, are those two ponds taking care of all of the stormwater, all the
No,
runoff? or
So
the-
there's some on site that will leave the site as it does now. So say in the back of Red Clover Commons 1, that just heads off to the drainage swale that's there now. That's being untouched. But pretty much everything in the back where there's new construction happening, that's being collected and sent to the treatment system.
Because I thought I saw in the application somewhere that you were saying that there would not be any additional infiltration into the town sewer system due to this project.
Right.
Now, I'm assuming
Yeah.
you do have, collection things on the driveway and sidewalk or whatever. But those are kind of wired into or piped into your pond.
Yep, and so, but there is one run there's a leg that comes from Canal Street that's, I'd call it municipal runoff that heads through the site, and that will be maintained. So we're not picking up anything there. It gets kind of reconfigured just to avoid new utilities, but the concept there, that anything that comes on the site from Canal Street leaves the site in the same manner that it does now and doesn't go into the treatment system.
Pass through.
Right.
Okay.
Anybody on the board want to make a motion to approve application 2019-149 with the draft proposed conditions?
Second?
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Have a nice
Thank you
night.
very much.
The next application is 2019-157 George Paradis. I think it's Paradis. We had so much rustling of paper, I didn't actually hear if I pronounced your name correctly or wrong. Incorrect.
Good enough. Paridis.
Paradis.
Yeah.
Sorry, sir. So could you tell us a little bit about your project, please?
So I'm the owner of 19 Elm Street in downtown. And at this moment, this building consists of 2 front apartments. On the first and second floor, there are 3-bedroom apartments. And in the back, there are 2 1-bedroom.
Hold on one second. Would somebody mind closing that door, please? I'm sorry. These microphones, they pick up audio for the people who watch it on TV, and I just want to make sure we have a clean... Go ahead.
So And I think I gave you, you have in front of you some of the papers that show, one of them shows first of all the whole lot and the survey that was done a few years ago. And then a simple schematic that shows how the second floor apartment is, and which indicates actually what the bedrooms are, the bathroom and the kitchen. And what we have found is we own 3 different buildings in the Brattleboro area, and we found that actually we don't find a lot of people who want the 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, and there is a demand for 1 bedroom apartments. So even this apartment right now is occupied just by a single person. So we thought that we should change actually this green highlighted area into an efficiency apartment and leave the front portion into a 2-bedroom apartment. And so finally, in the third is the schematic of how we envision this efficiency apartment. And I don't know if you have it in color or not. I hope you do. That indicates essentially the blue is the existing structure, red is what it's going to be demolished, and green is what it's going to be new. And the windows in the back, they will have actually to be raised, so of course they don't interfere with the stove, although actually the one in the new bathroom has to be moved to the left rather than be high up, so that there is enough space for everything and there is no water coming in. And we think that that will actually help the city to accommodate more people or tenants. Yeah.
You go ahead, I didn't mean to.
No, I think it's, we have a plumber for that. We have consulted a plumber. We know where, right where the toilet is, there is a chute that goes down, and the downstairs apartment has exactly the same configuration, so it's going to go through that laundry room, so there shouldn't be any problem. The electrical is already, the whole apartment, this is wired and has also a 220 in it, so that is also covered. And the new door, there is a second floor landing that goes to the back apartments, so which of course they're going to use the same staircase. And we're going to close the existing door, which is red on the right hand side where it says next to the bed. That's where the door is that communicates with the other apartment. That will be walled off.
How much room is there for parking there?
We have 5 spots right now. It's exactly, yes. It's the back of the building, and there's enough, yeah.
What's the landscaping like around the building?
It is in the original, in the survey that I showed you, it shows where there are, I don't know how easy it is to see the trees that are there or the bushes. Essentially there is there are 2 trees that belongs to our property, and there are trees that are hanging over from the center next to our property.
Mm-hmm.
Ask a question there.
Sure.
So we have a photo like this. Is this something that you got, or you can take this if you want? And we're looking there. Is that
Yeah, that's the back.
The back,
That's
yeah.
right. And you see just 2
Okay.
cars, and then
Yeah.
there's space to put 3 more cars there.
And would that correspond with this area of the property?
That's right. That corresponds to this area
Okay.
of the building. That's correct. Yes.
I can hold it up for the camera.
Yeah.
What is the outdoor lighting like at the premises?
Our own. I mean, we have motion lights for the back and the side, and the front light is permanently on. Because of other kinds of problems, we believe that it's appropriate to have lights in the area.
This is just a light over the front door?
Yes, that's right.
Is it downward facing? Does it face down?
It faces downward, but I'm afraid I have to admit that it's not covered. So it's the light bulb faces down, but yeah, if it has to be covered, I mean, that's easy that we can do. We can do it, yeah.
Okay. You're not gonna have any signs?
No.
Just go into landscaping, on
Yeah.
the,
We are not-
item from the planning department.
Yeah, my thought is that we, consistent with our ordinary practice, have him submit a plan that Brian deems appropriate.
Yeah, we don't plan to change the landscape at all. Everything is inside the building.
Can you tell us, is there anything about this project designed to make it more energy efficient?
Yes, as we take it, the whole thing apart, to bring it down to the studs, then of course we're going to bring modern insulation. I'm the one who pays the heat, so I have an incentive. I don't know how other apartments are, but all the apartments that we have in the Brattleboro area, we are the ones who pay the heat. So yes, we have reasons to make sure that it's efficiently heated. And also actually we use heat pumps for the heating of the water, etc. right now. So that's exactly what we just changed the system.
What do you do with snow in the wintertime?
We have Connor services. They are the ones that they come and they plow the building and they push actually the snow to the back, so the people have to move their cars to bring it to the garage, to the parking.
But after it's plowed, there's still room for 5 spaces?
Yeah, right, because yes, it all goes, that's correct.
Okay. Are there any, never mind, actually. I think that's all of my questions. Does anybody else have some questions?
What are the, I guess this is more directed to Brian, what are the sort of rules that govern, I believe, I'm a Brattleboro resident, but things have changed recently with inspections for rental properties. And I'm curious is if the proposed change, we're talking about just the second floor, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
If these proposed changes to the second floor look like they would conform with any,
Yeah, the fire department looks over the application and they didn't see any issues with it.
so any issues of egress or numbers of doors and access, that seems to fly in terms of the fire department?
The Division of Fire Safety is going to inspect and make sure that
Right.
the construction is.
Okay.
Actually, we contacted them already.
Okay.
I had a communication with Howard Leonard.
Okay.
And so he came in, look, because we have so close, we're just across the street essentially from the fire department. That's
Oh,
where
yeah.
Elm Street. So he looked at it and we're asking, because we had exactly the same concern, do we
Yep.
need to put a fire escape or
Yep.
not? And the way it is, he says, nope, everything is fine.
Okay.
So,
I think you need to get re-inspected every 3 years too. So even if it changes, I believe
yeah,
you still.
it's
have
every
to-
4 now.
Oh,
We
it's
had
4.
one of our buildings just got into inspection.
Okay.
This is coming in 2021.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, it's just my instinct to, as a board, we wouldn't want to approve something that wouldn't conform with.
Yep. Is there bike storage there? Oh, sorry, is that what you were gonna say?
No, there isn't. Do you want us to put one? I mean,
Yes, it's one of the requirements. We'll-
sure. Yeah. I mean, when you say bike storage, is that where they can lock them, or that it's covered?
I don't think there's any requirement that it be covered, just to have a rack, right?
Yeah,
It doesn't really define what storage is, so whatever is most convenient for your tenants.
Oh, covered will be more convenient for them.
It's beyond us to
Yes.
tell you how to make it.
That's right.
But the town ordinance does require bike.
Sure, we can do that.
I guess then, because of this bike,
Yeah.
because they brought up bikes, there's a few in the picture.
Yes,
Could you just describe the second floor landing to me a little bit? It's indicated.
Oh,
But
right.
if you
There
could
is
just describe it, perhaps.
Yes. So
And I don't know if perhaps underneath it might be a possibility for bikes or something.
No, because
Okay.
it's the other apartment
Okay.
that's coming. So as you look at it this
Yep.
way, right? Yeah, because you have it on your right across to where the new door will be is actually the door of the other apartment.
Okay.
There are about 10 feet distance. It's quite a big landing.
Okay.
And the stairs, of course, go straight out, and then the door is also straight out of the
Okay.
stairs. Yeah. No, we will have to put in the back.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see from the picture that people tie their bikes.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we let them tie them there, but we can put a rack so for them to tie them nicely. And indeed, you know, if it's covered, of course,
Yep.
makes it a little bit more useful.
Further questions? Are there any members of the public who came to speak about this application? Okay. Is anybody here prepared to make a motion to approve application 2019-157, provided include the proposed conditions set forth in the draft DRB decision, a condition for bike storage, a condition for a landscape plan to be approved by the zoning administrator. Sir.
He needs to have access to a charging station.
Is he really?
No, not a charging station, just an exterior outlet.
Oh, an exterior,
Yeah.
oh, dedicated.
You're
Yes.
familiar with this requirement, the 120 volt, 20 amp ground fault circuit interrupter outlet, or a 220 volt, 50 amp ground
Right,
fault circuit
we
interrupter
have-
protected outlet
Yeah.
on a dedicated circuit shall be provided convenient to parking and signed as an EV charge point. That's the condition that we
Yeah.
have here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And to bring outside lighting into compliance if it's not. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if it is or isn't. Brian can square you around that.
And he heard my spiel about the color temperature.
And it's in the draft conditions too.
Oh, it is, okay.
Yes. So can I get a motion on that?
And moved.
Second.
I think Mr. Ennis may have just seconded himself.
No, she so moved it, I seconded it.
Okay. So, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice night. Okay, so the next application is 2019-158. And just for I get the feeling there are a few members of the public who came to speak about this application. There are two applications with the same applicant. The first application we're hearing is the bottom application, if any of you are looking at your agenda. But these are going to kind of run together, and if you have something you want to say and you're not sure which application you want to talk about, just come up and make a public comment and we'll figure it out. So, application 2019-158, that's Barrows Coal Company. I assume someone here is from the company. If you could just come up here, sir, and tell us who you are.
My name is Michael Fifield, President and owner of Barrows and Fisher Oil Company.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Could you tell us a little bit about your project?
I am looking to get permitting to be able to replace the foundation on our largest oil tank at Barrows and Fisher located at 55 Depot Street.
And this is because of the new bridge.
Yes.
And just in case someone here hasn't seen your application, because people come to the meeting, they have access to the materials we have, but they might not actually go through them all. Can you explain the situation with the bridge for those of us who wouldn't be familiar?
With the bridge going in, I'm concerned about the structural integrity of the foundation. It does have a little bit of spalling. 2018, we had a full-blown inspection done on it. The tanks are in good condition. There was a write-up about the foundation due to spalling, and I would rather be proactive with the amount of construction going on in the location of our facility. There's a little bit of grant money out there that I'm going to try to apply for, and I would just like to be proactive in replacement of the foundation.
Now, this is, what you're referring to is not the 6 tanks that are moving?
No,
This is
no,
the
this is our
tank?
larger fuel oil tanks.
And as I read through that, that's currently not in use?
It is in use.
It is in use?
Yes.
And I, trying to pick up on this as I go along. I believe it said that that tank didn't have a center column.
It does have a center
It does.
support, yes.
Okay, see,
Yes.
I was going back. And that would be considered a good guy.
Yes,
I wanted to ask just a couple of questions. This would be what you included, this inspection report?
correct,
So you had this company, Acuren, come in,
yes.
and then my next question is, I don't know what the term spalling means. Do you mind educating me?
It's when moisture gets behind a layer of concrete and
Yep.
just pops it off.
Oh, okay.
So it's surface spalling.
Okay.
It's not structural or anything
Yeah.
such as.
Yeah.
And as I said, I just would rather be proactive with all the construction going on.
And then, you don't mind, I had Brian print out a satellite photo.
Yep.
Because I can visualize your space better. We're talking about that largest tank that you can see from the
Correct.
satellite.
This back one here,
Okay.
furthest to the south.
You want to see that on the camera?
This one, right?
Yeah, yeah. And then this particular tank will stay in its position, presumably, even after the proposed construction of this bridge.
Correct.
Okay, that helps me understand it. I appreciate you letting us change the agenda order. I kind of felt, let's deal with this thing right away first.
I'm in agreement. It kind of, like you had said, it kind of all melds together.
Yeah, yeah. But now I understand that, am I thinking that the two large circles will stay where they are
Yes,
even after the bridge?
yes.
Okay, that helps me understand it. And then reading through these reports, you essentially had one company give you the inspection,
Yes,
give you recommendations, and it looks like another company has put forward to you a proposal of how they will
Yes.
handle that.
Yes, sir.
And that's what these documents were.
yes.
So
I think that's my questions.
if you're coming from New Hampshire on the new bridge,
Mm-hmm.
this large tank will be on the left of the bridge,
Correct,
South, yeah.
the south or the left. Yes.
yes.
And
But the bridge isn't gonna go over this tank.
No, no.
You're keeping your air rights, so to speak.
We're not allowed to put a bridge structure over fuel containment.
can't imagine why.
Based on the proposals, I have a gut feeling that you've been really keeping track of what's been proposed by State of New Hampshire and V-Trans. But based on the proposals you've seen, roughly how far to the south of this new bridge would be this largest tank of your facilities?
There's a minimum of 75-foot buffer,
Okay,
or excuse me, 75 feet from the center line of the bridge,
to your fuel tank.
minimum,
Okay,
and we're actually over that.
yeah, and that's probably a federal regulation.
Correct.
Okay.
See, this, and I assume on
Yeah.
this drawing that
Wow.
Oh, yeah, I should have looked at
that line is your 75 feet?
Sorry. Correct. The two center lines are the outside of the bridge, and these two outside lines are your buffers.
And that's why this little tank is
Right
right on
on
that
it,
line.
yep.
I see, okay.
So, I understand there's a berm to keep the stormwater in, right?
It's to keep the oil in case of a spill, also to keep the river water out.
What happens to the things that are kept inside? Does it just
Goes
sit?
through an oil water separator.
Okay.
And are those berms large enough to hold the volume of the tank?
They are.
It actually does, if the tank ruptures.
They are manufactured, I think it's,
Nothing
10%
goes
oversized.
into the river.
no.
Are you, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No.
Are you using the same, is this gonna be the same as the recommendation by the inspection company to have the 16 anchors?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
it's funny, when I was reading these documents, it seemed to me on a much larger scale, parallel to a decision we made recently, where someone's residential home heating oil tank was located, I think they were actually in the floodplain,
In the floodway.
floodway, And that was recommended that they anchor their tank. And we're talking a scale probably of 1,000 times smaller or something, I don't know that.
That's Mountain Pond Park.
Yeah, but just, the parallels were such that I thought, you know, it's kind of make something less bad.
That being said, is this large tank in the floodway?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that was why, but that's part of the reason he has to come and do this, right? If his tank wasn't in the floodway, he wouldn't need to come to this board. He would just go ahead and repair his foundation.
It would be administrative permit.
Yeah, okay. But because of the situation that they're right down there in the floodway, they need to come to this board.
Yeah, that's right. Even though it's not a substantial improvement, because it's in a dangerous location, you have to see if there might be an alternative to make it a non-substantial improvement.
Okay.
And there is nowhere else you can do this?
No.
That would be out of the floodway? How's the foundation protected against scour?
Other than being 12 inches above grade, there is none.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Don't ask me what that means, because I don't know.
You mean you asked a question and you don't know what you're asking?
I asked a question that said, how is this foundation protected against scour, because it's in our...
I would just wish someone, you promised me I'd learn things if I joined this board. I
think-
don't know what scour is.
Can I explain?
If you're scouring,
I can do it, I can do it.
Okay.
It's pretty simple. It's basically when the current hits the structure and undermines it and takes out the gravel underneath of it. But that tank basically in the river, the current does not hit that spot, so it's sheltered.
I see. So scour is what happens when...
There's been bridges that have collapsed by scour underneath the abutments.
Causes undermining.
Okay.
Happens to train tracks.
And how is the fuel line protected from the same kind of event?
It's buried in gravel and it's plastic sleeved.
That's watertight, I assume.
Yes.
I hope so.
That's all my questions. Anybody else?
Am I reading the right page? Was that tank built in '66?
Correct.
There was a tank there before that too. It's like been there forever almost, hasn't it?
I think it's a smaller one was built before that in '53.
Okay. And during Irene, that tank never flooded,
Nope.
just because of proximity to the dam, basically.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, that's all mine.
Are there lights on the tank?
There are no lights on the tank.
Was Irene the closest the highest the water's been at that tank?
Yeah, it was probably within 2 feet of cresting the berm. And that was the most violent I've seen that river be in my 20 years being down there working for the company.
Sure. Anybody else on the board? Are there any members of the public who want to just speak about this application, which I assume most of you have gathered is just about the single tank so far? Okay, we're waiting for the next one, I guess. Are there, does someone have a motion to approve application 2019-158, including the draft conditions?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously, but you have to stay here. And we'll move right along to 2019-165, which is the same applicant.
I'll just move down.
More,
All right, so we knocked out one of those. What's that one? This is the big one, this one right here. Which drafts? Which drafts? Here?
Well,
this is what we just have a nice big round table
No.
in my office. and I-
This is the draft.
I have blueprint tables in my office. Remember you were asking me about the bridge? There's your bridge.
And also oil tanks.
Here, my papers over there.
See,
Oh, should we, I'm willing to take out the others that are sitting here.
I'm not gonna even dare open this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wanna put the big paper out and we can take one? Do you wanna?
Okay, let's go for
See,
it.
you got color, I don't have color.
Actually, you do the honors, 'cause I can't use mine. Thanks. And then we're gonna open it and flick it on Jim's lap.
Here, we can open ours.
I'm not opening mine. Okay. So application 2019-165, could you folks who haven't spoken yet, please identify yourselves, and then you can tell us about your project.
My name is David Frothingham, Martin. I'm the civil engineer for the project.
John Maher, Tanks Unlimited, mechanical engineering tanks.
Mike Byfield, Barrows and Fisher.
Jonathan Griffin, I'm the Agency of Transportation, and I'm the project manager for the bridge, and here in support of this effort, part of the large bridge project.
Taylor Shoga, the landscape architect with Stephen Associates.
So,
All right.
why don't you just give us the overview of the project?
Okay, so as discussed in the previous application, the New Hampshire DOT and Vermont Agency of Transportation is building a new bridge over this property, approximately in this location. Currently, 6 of Barrows and Fisher's fuel tanks are either under or within 75 feet of the center line of the proposed alignment. Therefore, we need to move those 6 tanks outside of that. Given the site constraints, the only space available was at the south end of the main building, but north of the bridge. There's a small hillside terrace up by the railroad tracks, and then slopes down into the floodplain, and there's a driveway that goes down into the lower area. So what is proposed is 6 vertical tanks placed inside of a concrete containment dike, essentially a concrete floor with concrete walls, designed to store the volume of the largest tank plus the 25-year rainstorm plus 6 inches of freeboard.
What was the last thing you said?
Plus 6 inches of freeboard.
What's that mean?
Freeboard is the space between the water surface and when it would start to overflow a dam or a wall.
Okay.
So there's basically an extra 12 inches of space in this bulk.
Understood.
Just,
Whoops factor.
just the largest one tank.
Right, the spill containment requirements assume that the largest tank rupture, is that only one of them ruptures, and then you have to account for if it happens during a rainstorm, and then extra volume, just as a precaution.
What are
You
the,
have to take out the volume of the other tanks in there when you make that calculation.
what are the requirements you're referencing?
It's the spill prevention
EPA, SPP.
control and countermeasure plan. It's a federally mandated requirement for any facility storing more than 1,360 gallons of fuel oil.
And this ultimately comes from the EPA?
Yes.
CFR 42.
Okay, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Also associated with the tanks that are being removed is a loading rack where they unload fuel from 12 pullers, move it into the tanks, and then move it back into local delivery trucks. That also has to be moved. That is proposed in that same area, kind of right off the end of the building here. That's a concrete pad with a basically steel frame structure with a large roof that covers the trucks when they're being loaded and unloaded. In order to make grades in that area, because this sits up at the higher level of this building, there's a concrete retaining wall below it, and then just below that are 2 fuel tanks that they use to fuel their vehicles, gasoline, diesel, or small 1,000-gallon tanks. These tanks currently exist in a kind of a bunker building. It is also under the bridge. Within 75 feet of the bridge, we have to move those tanks as well. So we're taking all these tanks, moving them out of this lower area and up into this area, up out of the floodplain, out of the floodway.
Could I interrupt for just a question?
Sure.
The proposed bridge there, am I thinking that beige square, that's the building that you referred to that would
Correct.
have to be replaced by the proposed?
Well, it's just it's a small building with 4 bays and concrete walls. They keep sand in one bay. They keep
Okay.
you know, that kind of
So I'm
currently there's tanks in one of those
Yeah.
bays. We have to move those out.
The tanks need to be moved.
Yeah, the building's
The building will be able
Self-stays.
to stay there under the bridge so long as it doesn't have tanks in it.
Flammable liquids.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now I understand. The
Yep.
building will stay, but any tanks in it need to
Any
be
tanks.
moved. Okay,
Basically, any tanks within 75 feet of the center line of that bridge,
Yeah.
we have to move.
okay.
The loading rack area is also equipped with a spill control system. There's 2 drains in the concrete pad which go to an oil water separator and go to a stormwater filter before discharge to the river. That oil water separator is sized to hold the largest possible spill, so basically from the 9,000 gallons?
9,500.
9,500 gallons, so one of the big transport trucks, you know, the hose would break and it would spill out. That tank can hold that entire volume before it then goes to the stormwater filter and then, that's,
This is only tangentially germane to the project, but since we have the project manager for the bridge here, I just follow along in the newspaper. Could you just give us an update on the timeline for the project and
Sure.
what's going on?
So there's still a lot of work left to do. Right now, I think it's currently set on New Hampshire DOT's advertising schedule for the end of May to put it out to bid. That's an aggressive schedule. That might slip a little bit because we still have to relocate these tanks. Although we can advertise without them being relocated yet, so long as we've got the permits and we've got a contract and we're under the way, because there's so much work to do. Starting in New Hampshire, they can construct for 2 years before they get to Vermont. We also have to acquire rights from several other property owners other than Barrows and Fisher, which we don't have yet, and we're currently working with those property owners to acquire those rights. The select board would ultimately be the condemning authority if we have to go through condemnation, which we're not at that point yet. So a general update is the final design is done. We're working on developing what we would call our pre-contract plans and special provisions. And we are working with property owners and the railroad to finalize all of the rights that we need to enter into that next phase and obligate the construction funds from Federal Highway.
You're fairly confident the width we see here is the width it's going to be?
The bridge width, so that 75 feet off center line is the buffer. The bridge width shown though, that is the final design width of the structure. I don't have a typical section with me, but there's a wide sidewalk, wide shoulders. I believe there's a turning lane. There will be a light at the intersection now of Vernon Street and 119. Vernon Street's being raised 12 feet, so that way we can get the clearance over the railroad that we need. And ultimately, the project's advancing quite well right now. The right-of-way is the most complicated part, honestly. This is probably the most complicated part. This is what we would call critical path for us. Once this is in the works and advanced, then the other pieces just start falling into place.
Could I ask a follow-up question? To just get it clear then, the relationship between the state of New Hampshire and the state of Vermont was something like this, and correct me if I'm wrong. New Hampshire says, Vermont, we need you to figure out the landing, so to speak, when we start building that bridge. You got to get us the landing spot on your side, and then that's Vermont's responsibility. You, in your capacity, has to figure out tanks need to be moved, this property needs to be purchased, et cetera, et cetera.
So once the alignment was selected, and there was a lot of public input on that with the environmental assessment, DEA, and we got NEPA, then that was the alignment for the bridge. So once that was selected, then it was our responsibility to do everything in Vermont that needs to be done, and it's New Hampshire's responsibility to do everything in New Hampshire, plus coordinate the efforts because they're the predominant owner and the contracting agency.
Okay.
So Vermont Agency of Transportation is responsible for going through our right-of-way process using the state of Vermont laws to acquire rights, as well as railroad agreements, and the New Hampshire DOT is responsible for doing the same in New Hampshire. And the ownership is actually at the low water mark of 1933. And that was when New Hampshire DOT, or New Hampshire sued the state of Vermont to own the river, and they won.
It's the best deal in the world Vermont ever got.
Right, exactly. When they complain about costs, I always remind them that they sued us and they won.
There's 2 things I need to point out, changes from the plans that were submitted. The section that shows the loading rack and the roof of the loading rack, the structure itself got narrower, therefore the eaves got bigger. So it's still the same span, just the actual dimensions of the structure change. And currently, other than a strip of pavement along the one length of this building, the rest of the site is gravel. As part of this project, their entire current gravel areas are going to be paved.
So it will be a pervious surface.
And currently gravel is an impervious surface, they're going from impervious to impervious.
Yeah, I believe in the application it said there wasn't an increase. Am I correct?
There,
I think they said there's no way to avoid it.
there's no way to avoid it. There is an increase of 0.15 acres, 0.17 acres.
But as a
Can
total
you just-
percentage, it's very small.
It's very small.
Okay.
Can you just explain why it's unavoidable?
The increase?
The increase in impervious surface.
It's actually all comes from this driveway right here. There was no way to utilize existing driveways and existing truck patterns to build this on. The site is very long and narrow, so to maintain two-way traffic, especially during bridge construction, because we have to keep access for Barrett and Fishers open at the same time that the bridge is being constructed, we needed 2 lanes of two-way traffic through that center of that site.
There's also a 2-foot sewer line that runs
It's also the main
the whole length of the property
Yep.
through the middle of it.
one of many site constraints that left us with only this spot to work in.
So let's get this clear here. Your property, the Barrows property, contains through the length of it a 2-foot sewer pipe that
Yes.
presumably is going straight down to the wastewater treatment plant.
Correct.
It is the main trunk line out of downtown to the sewer plant.
And in terms of any engineering that you folks have to propose, has to accommodate that.
We stay out of there's a right of way for that line.
Okay.
We stay outside of that.
Okay.
It's red clay probably too, right?
I don't want to come within 100 miles of it.
Questions by members of the board? Oh, we've got a point of order here.
Actually, a question.
Oh,
Does
Sorry.
your emergency operations plan contain flood events as well?
I am not sure on that. I assume so. We do have means of a 10 horsepower pump. It's float driven. Currently it is off. We hand operate everything. As I said, we inspect the boil water separator daily. The pump will do 300 gallons per minute, and that is currently what is in place for flood management.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Is that pump would handle water for you? If the water was a
Correct.
concern, you could move that water
Out of the
at
dike
300 gallons per minute?
Correct.
Okay.
Is that sewer line on these plans?
Don't think it's on there.
Yeah, it should be on the 1.2, 1.1.
It's about 1.1's behind you then.
What is it?
Sewer line.
Oh, if it's shown on this.
Right through here.
Okay,
So we're butting up against it, but.
yeah, okay.
Do you mind pointing it out on our map?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
Interesting.
I was just looking for the
And
column.
what is the right of way on that? 50?
25.
25.
Yeah.
Oh, I see, I got it, yeah.
And we have trail maps.
Oh,
And then on your map here,
ten
am I
thousand,
understanding
500.
what you've shown here is, we're sort of looking at the entirety of the Barrows property?
Correct, yeah, everything that's in color is the entirety of the Barrows properties. There's actually multiple parcels.
Yeah, and any of the beige coloring is an existing building? Is that
Over the
correct?
tanks, yep. And then this is post-development condition.
On the very bottom of the map there, no, closer to this side, that's a Barrows building as well?
That is,
I
yes.
guess I'm just not completely,
The big one.
yeah.
Yeah, it's there.
And basically, all your access is really through Bridge Street, is that correct?
100%.
Yeah. And this, Barrows has been in that location for,
1887.
I'm sorry, 1887?
1887.
Interesting.
Great grandfather.
Final line.
But the tank's from 1966.
Correct.
I just told him he aged well.
So the one that we had before this one is that the big tank over there?
Yes,
Oh,
that's
okay.
down here. Yep.
Yep.
Could I ask a question of the fellow from, you're from the state of Vermont?
Correct, yep.
Which agency again?
Agency of Transportation.
Okay. What concerns, or what, maybe concerns isn't the right thing, what sort of discussions happen with the footing of the bridge and planning for what happens in terms of floods? There was a mention in terms of the concern of scouring, and bridge has been affected by that. So I'm just curious if you wanted to talk a little bit about,
Sure.
presumably Barrow's property, they're gonna have to give up certain rights of way so that certain bridge footings can go in?
We're acquiring a significant amount of right-of-way from
Okay.
Barrows.
Okay.
I think the last count was like 12 different easements, which range from temporary construction easements to permanent crossing easements to access easements, to the Highway P essentially, which is a permanent highway easement for the foundation. So we're acquiring a tremendous amount of easements and encumbering their site quite a bit actually with the construction of this bridge. As far as the foundation goes, all foundations designed by AOT, the Agency of Transportation. We typically do deep foundations, which are designed to withstand scour events. This pier, we're a little bit less concerned because it's protected. It's got quite a distance and offset from the shoreline. But all of the piers that go out through the river are all going to be on piles. We are doing an enhanced kind of soil column for the abutment on the Vermont side. And then we are entering into discussions about changing the foundation type to mitigate impacts like driving piles is, you literally have a diesel hammer and you're hammering them in. Creates vibration. If we're concerned about vibrations or foundations of the local buildings, there's other things that we can do. We can do a deep spread footing where we would excavate even lower with a cofferdam and install it at a lower elevation below the calculated scour. So there's a lot of alternatives that we can do to install these piers, and we basically account for what we call an extreme event, which would be the 100-year flood, and we calculate a scour for that event.
Now, somewhere along the line, I swear I read that this new bridge would actually raise the water level behind it. Was that true?
So theoretically, yes, right? Because now you've added, I think we have 7 piers. So you're adding volume into the Connecticut River, which effectively displaces what space that water can take. So you do have an increase in surface water elevation, but through all the analysis that we've done, it's almost negligible. The engineering assumptions could provide a greater error than the calculated difference. So, but the theory is there's less space for water because you put concrete there.
So in theory, your floodplain above the bridge is going to get bigger.
So we had to do a CLOMAR for it.
What was that term?
CLOMAR, I forget the acronym right now.
Okay.
David, I don't know if you know it offhand. It's basically a hydraulic, an in-depth hydraulic study.
LOMAR is a letter of map revision.
Yes.
I don't know what the C stands for.
CLOMAR is something, I can't remember either. Our hydraulics folks know that stuff a lot better than me. Basically, if you do have changes in surface water elevations within mapped floodways, there are federal regulations you have to follow in order to do that.
So when we got the elevation report, that showed that this new construction was gonna be, I can't find it right now, 1 foot above the
Base flood level.
the base flood level. That won't change.
Correct.
Okay.
It's, I mean, I don't remember offhand, so I don't want to say a number, but if I recall correctly, it was less than an inch, which was the calculated
I
elevation
think I
change.
heard something
Might have
like
been
three-tenths of an inch or
It was
something
very,
like that.
very small. I don't remember what it is, so I don't want to commit to a number, you know.
Or 3 inches.
But it was a very small amount. The area, the waterway area is so wide.
Quite large.
It can't be
Yeah.
3 inches.
No, I wouldn't think so. That's why I was wondering.
I mean, the waterway opening is so
Okay, for
large
you.
through here. I think that the dam control basically is what is controlling all the surface water elevations.
Yeah.
Does anyone know how much control, like if the dam was opened as much as it could, how much that would affect water level?
Look at Irene.
I
I mean, it's amazing. I mean, CBS News was broadcasting down by the old Irving paper, and the water was still like 3 feet below the road there, and it was just amazing. I mean,
You're talking south of the dam.
Yeah, it's just south of the railroad bridge, and, I mean, the dam literally does control.
Yeah.
And they had it wide open,
Okay.
so it was pretty amazing. I can't give you numbers or anything,
Yeah.
but I was amazed.
Further questions for the applicant? All right, members of the public, I know somebody's here to speak to this. Nobody usually sits here for this long.
Because they're with
Do
them.
nothing. I mean, you don't have to, that's okay too. Sir, if you could just go up to the microphone, it's not gonna amplify your voice, but it's so the people at home can hear you.
Did you swear
No, I
in?
didn't.
I'll swear you in right now.
Oh, there's a microphone right directly
Right
behind you. Yeah.
Right behind you.
And that way the television can pick up sound.
It's like doing karaoke. Do you hereby swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the cause under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Can you just say who you are?
Okay. My name is Michael Abbott, and I'm a member of the New Hampshire House of Representatives. I represent Cheshire District 1, which is the towns of Chesterfield, Hinsdale, Walpole, and Westmoreland. And I also sit on the Public Works and Highways Committee of the House of Representatives. And I would be happy to answer any questions you might have relative to the bridge.
Oh, great opportunity here, don't we?
Get her done.
Absolutely.
That's what he keeps telling me, right?
All right, well, if there's no further questions.
I have one question,
Sure.
if he's right
Fire
here.
away.
From what I understand, New Hampshire supports a fishing access on the island currently, between the two bridges, between the two existing bridges. Is that going to, as I understand it, vehicular traffic is going to go away on those bridges? Does that mean that fishing access will disappear as well?
Well, it actually, the boat ramp that is there is basically non-existent.
Well, yeah.
It's not used.
Okay.
And what they are gonna do is improve the boat ramp on a setback on the New Hampshire side on Route 119.
So that you'll actually have a boat ramp, but a state of New Hampshire boat ramp on 119 on the, kind of like between the two bridges, so to speak.
Well, no, not really. It's further down than that. It's down by where the
setback.
Yeah, the setback.
By Robust.
Yeah, by Robust.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that where the old railroad bridge is? Is that where you're
Yes.
talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah.
Okay.
I have one question. What's the height from the river to the deck, bottom of the deck?
43 feet.
I'm sorry?
43 feet.
Plenty for me, I'm happy.
Your sailboat?
What's that?
It's shallow, it's a shallow draft through there.
You can build that now.
Well, the stack on my boat's kind of high. I have the steamboat, so.
No problem.
So there
Bridge in for you.
won't be a boat access in this area?
No.
No?
Can I ask a question about the access
Yes.
to the tanks? And right now you use Depot Street, right?
Yeah, and we'll continue, so it's the only access to the site.
Okay, so you'll go down, that road will be closed to vehicular traffic down to the Whetstone.
No.
Past
down
the
to
Whetstone.
bar.
No, that'll still be open.
The
Well, I
road,
mean, the road will stay open, but you won't be able to go over the bridge.
No.
Correct.
Correct.
Is that's, okay.
So obviously, if you had to deliver to a customer in New Hampshire, I don't know if you service customers, you gotta go like this, up, round, over the new bridge.
Correct.
Okay.
like everything
No, but not everyone starts from there.
All right, so I think we got no further questions. I would like to know if somebody'd like to make a motion to approve application 2019-165.
So moved.
With all the proposed conditions
yes.
in the draft decision, excuse me.
Second?
Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you for entertaining our questions about the bridge, which really were not relevant, but
Thank you very much.
curious.
Thank you for
Thank you.
coming as well.
And have a nice night.
We still have to. I was out on the river once and Marine Patrol came up wanting to know about my boat. And I had to explain, Marine Patrol guy, how on the river, where and what decisions and ports and stuff. Yeah, that's something. I gotta go through some of my old
I was sitting there thinking we didn't do that.
Folks, I forgot to do the minutes from our last meeting. I forgot to.
Did we not vote on
You're fired now.
I skipped it now.
I know, that's it, Janice, I don't know, you're fired now.
I know. So could I just, before we close up,
Them taking the conversation outside.
Excuse me.
folks, we're still on the record. We just have one more matter we have to deal with administratively. If you could either be quiet or talk out in the hall, please.
Do you mind just doing
go
the
out
conversation in the
We're
hall?
quite done. Sorry, we got a bunch of live mics. Okay, minutes of September 18th, 2019. Do I have a motion to approve? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Move.
Second.
Oh, wait, I said the wrong date.
Yeah.
October
I
16th,
take it back.
2019. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Second?
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank
Any
you.
further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
I'm
opposed?
abstaining.
I haven't gotten there yet. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes 601. Any more motions?
Adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
And just before we push it, we confirm that our next meeting is scheduled for December 18th. Is that correct? Did I get the date right?
Yes.
That's what it,
That's what it says.
Third.
Continue with December 18th.
Yeah, look at the calendar up there.
Yeah, it's on the one that was continued.
Okay, I'm
Wednesday.
just confirming now so I can put it on my calendar and
Confirmed.
not worry about it. Thank you.
Confirmed.
All right, but if you don't show up, you know you're in trouble.
I will let you know if I don't show
Okay.
up ahead of time.
We got a motion to adjourn. We got a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Meeting adjourned.
Got a lot of work done, folks.
I always return your steel.
What did we do that in?
So when are you leaving for Pennsylvania?
That's not bad.
Not bad.
That's not bad.
Next is Commissioner Grisham, and this is fiscal updates. Questions? And Matt, you will have to excuse me, I have new glasses and I cannot read. I'm going back to my third try. Our chair can't read. If I sit and hold them against my eyes, I can see. No, it's I'm not sure what the problem is, but
Madam Chair, next time I will use large type.
this is large.
It's going to be 14 font.
Okay.
So, anyway, good morning. I have the feeling in the air that the legislative session is fast approaching. It is. The familiar cycle. And here's where we're going to meet. So you have asked us to address a couple of things, the budget adjustment pressures. If it's okay with the chair, we can start with those. So I think in many ways, those of you who sat through last year's budget adjustment will see some familiarity in this year's. We have some of the same pressures. The committee will recall that at the e-board meeting in July, there was I think it netted out to about an $18.5–19 million revenue upgrade. And add to that a couple of increases in direct applications and a little bit of revenue here and there. And we have a little over $20 million available for the budget adjustment. I suspect that will be there will be funding requests that are broadly in line with that. For example, we anticipate asking the legislature to use some of that money to pre-fund some of our obligations that we know are coming up in fiscal 21, notably the 27 pay period, and a couple of payments we need for EROF, the emergency relief fund that we have. We also anticipate a little under $1 million from the request from the judiciary.
I'm sorry. There's a weird noise.
Yeah, and it's in my ear.
Judiciary again? I'm sorry.
A little under $1 million, I think they've pointed out to us. There's some requests from public safety for overtime, which you'll remember from before. We also have the Secretary of State's request for during an election year for funding. They usually get a one-time request for I think it was $450,000 to run the election. And then within Human Services, I think some of these requests will be familiar. The Brattleboro Retreat, we've been in dialogue with them. I think the folks in Human Services can give you more details on that, but we anticipate a request for the Brattleboro Retreat. Within Corrections, there was an unanticipated increase in out-of-state beds. I think our view, which you may hear later on, is we're somewhere at the point where we've topped out in that, but the out-of-state bed request has gone up. There's also some additional requests within general assistance and the like. So in total, I think we'll be in and around what we have available. We're still dialing in various details and the like, which we will let you know when we have a final number.
Yes, I couldn't hear the beginning. You think it's about 11 million?
No, we think it'll be about roughly equal to the available funds, which is in and around 20.
Okay. Did
Again,
you say something about 11, or I'm just making that up?
No.
Okay.
I think I said.
It's
possible to hear back here.
Yeah.
There's something.
I'll make it. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe I should sit behind you so I
I wonder how they conducted board meetings in here.
Well, they probably didn't have somebody drilling.
I think it's a leaf blower
Oh, that might be what.
out there. Yeah, they're cleaning up the streets.
So, but we think, I mean, my general point was we think the available funds and the available requests will be in and around the same. And we're still working on the details of that, obviously, but we wanted to leave the committee with the impression that, you know, the availability will match the demand in and around, we believe. With the budget development process, we, you know, there again, I think there'll be some familiarity with the prior year. We have similar pressures. We've got some, you know, pressures in human services and caseloads, and, you know, we got the usual pay act. We've got some maintenance requests and the like. We're actively working on the budget. We are, as we speak, you know, during 2 weeks prior and over the next 2 weeks, we'll be meeting with departments. We're actively going through our budget requests and trying to figure out what we need to do and what we can do. But I think the budget will be a similar story as we had in prior years. We've had a good amount of additional revenue. We have a comparable, in fact, a larger amount of additional expenditures. And we're trying to make choices that will make those two equal each other.
Questions? Okay, caseload reserve, is that?
Matt Ribbon, Deputy Finance Commissioner. I guess I would say that the state of Vermont's reserves is strong. The Human Services caseload reserve in particular is a little bit under $100 million. When you combine that with our other general fund reserves, we are at approximately $226 million of general fund reserves, which is as high or higher than it's ever been. It equates the combination of the four reserves equates to a little under 14% of the general fund appropriations. And I think that some of the recent national stress testing that's talked about the impact of a potential economic downturn or substantial reduction in federal funds had us in sort of that sort of range in terms of the impact on Vermont. So that's good news, and we will certainly be thinking about the ways that our reserves should be structured in a way that present themselves in the best foot forward with the rating agencies to demonstrate the fact that they are substantially higher than they've been in the past.
We actually did some structural changes last year. Are we to infer from your comment that you're going to be proposing some other structural changes to reserves?
No, I'm not saying that would be above my pay grade, but I would say that we certainly want to, at a minimum, make sure that the rating agencies understand the reserves that we do have, and that we have, for instance, we have some concerns that maybe with the 2753 reserve that they may or may not be counting that. So we want to make sure that they understand the reserves that we do have.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions?
So the 226 million general fund reserve, are you including the 27 payroll?
Yes.
Okay, that includes it.
Yes.
And how much is that?
That is about 16 million. And the budget stabilization reserve, which is the primary reserve, is at 80 million, and our rainy day fund or balance reserve is at 32 million.
Okay. Tax computer system modernization.
So that is a mouthful. It's known within our shop as CMF.
CMF.
And the committee will remember this was created actually over a decade ago, I believe. And there was a fund set up that was to pay for the new V-tax system, among other things, and also to allow it to be upgraded and new modules purchased as necessary. The committee will recall that going into last year, 80% of the additional revenues that were taken in due to the new V-tax system were directed towards the Department of Taxes to pay for the system, which is now paid for, and also to maintain it. The governor had recommended reducing that because the system was paid for from 80% of additional funds going to tax to 40%. The legislature saw our 40% and raised us to 30%, or I forget the terminology, but anyway, the 40% went to 30%, where it now sits. And we may have other on what to do with that. But you have a memo, I think, as part of your packet that describes in much larger detail what that money amounts to and the use of the money. And I would welcome a few questions, and I thought that our tax commissioner, actually, or interim commissioner, was going to be here. He may have been thrown off by the earlier time, but he is available if the committee would like.
Okay. Questions?
Can you give us a hint of what's likely to come?
We may look at the percentage that it is at now, 30%, and look at further changing that.
Reduction.
That would be the most likely. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I think they've been talking about that.
I just want to be sure, I mean, I think we were pretty confident that the 30 was a good number. And you're not saying it was too low? Okay,
I am not saying that.
You're not saying that tax didn't get enough?
I think the direction would likely be lower, but I don't want to get ahead of tax, and they have.
That's fine.
They've thought about that.
That's fine.
Question came up earlier. Who is our tax commissioner at the moment?
We have interim tax commissioner Craig Bolio, and we are Bolio, B-O-L-I-O.
I got that first name.
Thank you.
Is he?
I don't believe, but
Yeah, that's what the.
I think the earlier time, I'm probably at fault for that. This was originally. As you know, Madam former Commissioner.
Which may be why they're late. Yeah.
Would the committee like to hear from him? I'm happy to find him.
I don't, does the committee want to hear? No.
Okay.
Okay. It was just a question that had come up in the people in the room earlier while we were getting set. That was the tax commission.
Yeah, and it says a further reduction.
Yeah. So, there it is. Okay. So that is it. Any other questions for Commissioner Grisham? All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we are on to environmental contingency fund expenditures for Elmwood Avenue and Patricia Coppolino. No?
We're running early.
We're early?
Yeah.
We're too efficient. Well,
we can do the grant.
which,
Yeah, when I see funds during fiscal B, there was a request, I think Senator Kissel made, that maybe one of the grants that was submitted to us would be taken up by the committee, and I don't think we invited anybody from that grant, but maybe we could have a, if you want to just explain what your thinking is.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I thought in light of the fact that we actually were meeting, that we could take official action on the grant request. Oftentimes, the meeting and the need to make a decision don't coincide. So I thought that the grant to the Department of Health was one that we could vote on and just get it acted on officially today, since we're meeting. So I'm willing to move approval of grant. It's on the 11:55 time for the agenda. That we accept that grant of $440,955 to do this analysis.
Second. Okay, is there further discussion? I thought I saw some concerns floating around.
No,
Okay.
Representative Fagan said he wasn't going to be here, but he was fine with the grant.
Senator Ash.
Senator Ash had a conversation and got clarification in terms of what the work would be.
That was the one I saw.
We were concerned about the suicide prevention aspects of it, whether it would suggest we should wait for 3 years before we do anything.
But his conversation had to do with consistency and accuracy of coding, and was much more technical and in its its focus. So that question or concern got addressed, and he's indicated that he was fine with acceptance.
Okay, he's not here, so
No, he's in New York.
could be quiet. All right, so it's been moved and seconded that we approve the grant number 2979, $440,955, right? Who, Jen, from the U.S. Center of Disease Control to the Department of Health. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Okay, that carries. And we're back. And this is fund expenditure for Elmwood Avenue. You, okay, Patricia Copolino.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome.
Thanks. So we're looking to have permission to expend over the $100,000 cap in 2 categories in the Environmental Contingency Fund. There are 2 things that we're working on related to release of chlorinated solvents on Elmwood Ave in Burlington, Vermont. They're specific to assessment of a release of chlorinated solvents to the sewer line that's in Elmwood Ave, and it's causing impacts to indoor air in homes where work needs to be done to take care of those indoor air impacts. And then there's a portion of the expenses that we're looking for related to assessing the degree and extent of that chlorinated solvent release from the sewer line. And the second piece is related to, the second request for expenditures is related to actually taking care of that release, so the cleanup portion of it. The way the ECF is set up, there's different categories that you can spend up to $100,000 within each category, and we're looking to bump up against those limits pretty soon.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah, are you intending to go after the city of Burlington?
No.
And, no, why not?
The Gadgets Dry Cleaning is the responsible party.
Well, maybe we should go after Gadgets Dry Cleaning.
We are. They're currently not.
But it says here that the city of Burlington discharged wastewater sewer line. Industrial discharge is released from the city of Burlington waste sewer line, water sewer line.
So their wastewater sewer line is cracked in several locations that are down gradient from where releases from the dry cleaning facility discharge chlorinated solvents.
Sounds like we fined the town of Bennington for putting a salt shed in our wetlands. I don't know why we can't go after the city of Burlington. Why are they different from the town of Bennington?
So the direction from the attorneys within A&R, both A&R General Counsel and DEC General Counsel, have stated that going after a municipality for failure with their infrastructure wastewater line is not something that the agency is proposing to do.
I
Instead,
believe we fined the town of Bennington on its wastewater system recently.
well, I think there may be differences between, and I'm not in the wastewater. So
There's the system, the facility, and then there's all the old water and sewer pipes.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the state should be. I mean, what's good for one is good for another, isn't it?
The state is actually working with Gadus to try and get them to do the work in their insurance companies and the dry cleaner before Gadus. There's
Okay.
been a dry cleaner at this facility since the 1940s.
So you're going to,
Seek cost
you're doing the work, but at the same time, you're working with the insurance company for the cleaner that actually produced and released the solvent. Once it got into the city's pipes, there were cracks, and the solvent got in to the ground.
Correct.
All right, so now we've got to clean that up. City of Burlington going to play any role in cleaning that up, like digging it up, supplying the equipment, personnel?
We haven't gotten that far into that process yet. So we're in the process of identifying that there are 8+ homes that have impacted indoor air right now. We've directed Gadus and their insurance company to address those impacts, and they've declined. So that's the first priority, is to make sure that the people living in these homes have clean air to breathe.
Okay.
That's one of our requests, so that we can install these systems. The second issue is that there is a release from the sewer line and a release underneath Gadus' dry cleaning building that need to be addressed. The state is actively trying to determine the degree and extent from the sewer line and directing Gadus to do both of those things. Gadus has declined to do anything related to the sewer line. They're slowly moving forward with addressing the impacts underneath their dry cleaner.
Okay, so this isn't a new solvent that they are not supposed to put into the sewer line but did, which is one thing. They're doing something that is presently illegal. Or is there a residue somewhere under their building that, what happened, or do we know?
So there's a dry cleaner there that operated from at least the 1940s. Gadus purchased that dry cleaner, and then they subsequently stopped dry cleaning in the facility around 1993 or 1994. During that time frame that dry cleaning was operating, they were discharging waste through their wastewater line into the city of Burlington's sewer. Gadus owns the building right now. They're not dry cleaning in there. They're doing some sort of furniture recovery process for property that was damaged during fire. So they own a property that has a release under it, and they are liable for that release. We've also determined that they are responsible for the release and the impact related to where the cracks are in the sewer line. So the Agency of Natural Resources has directed Gadus to address all of that. The release under the dry cleaner, the release related to the impacts from where the sewer line is, and the release to all of the indoor air impacts in the homes that are there. Gadus has declined to do anything related to the sewer line or the impacted indoor air, the residents.
So it's going to court?
Yes.
All right. Other questions?
I just find that I'm troubled. I don't want the residents of Elmwood Avenue to suffer with air that they can't or shouldn't be in. At the same time, I feel like I hear from so many constituents about fines that are levied by the agency, and then they say that we're not even going after the city of Burlington for their responsibility for their own sewer line, when I have to explain to my town manager why they have to pay fines for various things that go wrong in their systems. So it seems I'd like some kind of report, whether from the Attorney General or from the agency, about why we're not going after the city of Burlington. Before again, I'll support raising the cap only because I don't want to see the residents impacted, but I feel like we have a different standard when it comes to some places, mainly Burlington.
I'm wondering if you have any insight into the extent or the possible extent of the contamination. I hear you saying that's part of what these additional funds will help you understand, but what are the concerns? How broad of a sweep is this?
We asked the EPA removals program to come up and help us last summer, and they did an extensive survey of the general area around Elmwood Avenue, doing soil gas sampling and indoor air sampling for us. We've narrowed down the impacted area fairly well so that we have a very good idea of the impacted homes so that we can address those. We've done a lot of indoor air sampling on our own with consultants that we've hired, which is part of the money that we've spent along with the work the EPA did. The degree and extent that we're trying to understand, since most of the contamination appears to be around the sewer line, it's really hard for us to get samples next to the sewer line without causing an impact to the sewer line. So some of the work that we're trying to do is to come up with what the best remedial option will be. So whether or not excavation and disposal, or there's some other remedy that can happen, we don't know how deep it is. Luckily, groundwater is pretty deep in this specific part of Burlington. So we're trying to understand how much mass is there to understand the degree and extent so that we can figure out the best path forward for a remedy with that specific source area.
Are you feeling confident that the individuals, the homes that are impacted, you've covered that? Or are there likely to be more homes that are affected?
I think we've done a really good job identifying the impacted homes and working with them to try and address how to take care of their homes. We have done a really good job with outreach to the residents. I think we sent close to 40 letters to everyone. We knocked on doors just to make sure that we could sample either their homes or their soil gas so that we could get some good data to figure out who was impacted and who wasn't impacted.
And do you have a sense of what the potential cost at the end is to the state? I'm just thinking about the capacity of the fund to cover this.
Yeah, so we're estimating it's going to be around $150,000 to address some of the indoor air impacts and then do the additional degree and extent of characterization. The cleanup costs are going to vary based on what we find when we get closer to the sewer line, and that could be upwards of $300,000.
That will be initially borne by the state and then recouped from whatever parties are found responsible?
Correct. So we will do cost recovery through court actions.
Okay. So that could drain the fund. That will come close to draining the fund. If I'm remembering what.
The fund has about $4 million.
Oh, million.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Fortunately.
And to Senator Sears's concerns, I would just say that I hope that we approach or spread as large as we can the ability to recoup the costs of doing this. I don't know if it's the city of Burlington, but whatever parties that are out there, that we should be looking at them to pay for the cost of the damage they caused.
It's always our intent to try and recover those costs.
To me, it's not just the city of Burlington. You know, as large as we can, we can cast, that would be good. Thank you.
Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Senator Kitchell has moved that we approve. I need a second. Senator Westman has seconded. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Woody has been very quiet. Okay, Sarah and Candace, if you want to. It might be the only way to hear. I'll tell everybody the acoustics in this room are terrible. Maybe they're good up there, but we need everybody to talk up. And if anyone in the back is really struggling,
Yeah, why don't we do that?
let us know. But the acoustics are bad. We have your three handouts.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. It's been 14 years since I had this position, but a lot of things haven't changed, as I'm starting to realize as we move on. I'd like to, if it's at all possible, because I want to wait for Secretary Quinn to be here as well, to sort of move the IE&E portion of this until the end and start writing with the strategic plan update, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Yep, that's fine.
So let's start with this. Last week, this has been, I've been on the job for 1 full week. So last week I had the opportunity to review the progress of the agency's strategic plan. I would describe the progress to date as a culmination of a plan in developing a strategic plan, and the progress to date, as you can see, some of the things that we have done so far on the slide deck is the fact that we have developed an agency-wide project team and development plan. We've onboarded a consultant to support data analysis. We've compiled evidence and trend analysis from state, national, and international sources and submitted legislative reports. We've conducted cross-agency focus groups. We've facilitated dialogues with department management teams, 2 rounds of that, and organized an integrated district and department feedback. We identified and prioritized several challenging trends and themes, which I'll just go in a minute. I did ask the team last week, after I had the opportunity to review this, to do a couple of things, and I hope I want to get your feedback. I asked them to focus on the 5 years instead of the 10 years, and the reason I asked them that is oftentimes 10-year plans become less focused, and 5-year plans are more focused than 10-year plans. I also asked them to look at how this plan fits into the larger state strategic plan, because a strategic plan that doesn't fit into another larger strategic plan really doesn't have a chance of moving forward. And I said, look at this as an ongoing process that needs to be refined and implemented. If we look at this as just a report, it's going to be just a report. So if we are really serious about a strategic plan, then it's an evolving document that continues over time as we move forward. So the update is we've done some work to date. We have more to do as we move forward. Quite a bit to do as we move forward. Some of the things that we've noticed so far, and one of the things that won't surprise any of you in this room, is the fact that the aging population in Vermont is going to have a major impact on us. And how we sort of move to address those impacts is something that is going to be within the strategic plan as we move forward. So that's an update of where we are on the strategic plan. Again, more to come, but a lot has been done, but a lot more needs to be done as we move forward. The next item, Sarah, I'm going to need you up here. I think it's fiscal pressures as we move forward. The way that we're on this slide deck, Agency of Human Services fiscal pressures. I've divided sort of the workload here because I have to get up to speed on the federal CHIP program as opposed to when I was knowing it before, and also some of the caseload items that I'll ask Sarah to address. The first one is an update on the Brattleboro retreat. I am fairly familiar with this. I've been briefed quite a bit on the Brattleboro retreat, the status of the 12 level 1 beds at the Brattleboro retreat. Construction is on time and scheduled to be completed in the spring. These are 12 level 1 beds completed in the spring of 2020. That's May. We do have the operating funds once those beds come online in our FY20 budget, and it's about $1.1 million gross. And annualized, the cost of an additional $4.4 million gross will be included in the FY21 budget. So the total annualized operating cost of those additional beds will be about $5.5 million. An update on the capital funds. Estimated cost of construction has increased about $1.7 million. A couple of reasons for that. The original $5.5 million was an estimate that they have. These are old buildings, and some of the costs have escalated. We have mentioned to the retreat that we will support an additional $250,000
in capital appropriations to the $5.5 million. That would be reappropriated from existing human services projects and approved by the legislature. This has to be approved by the legislature. But that all cost overrun above and beyond the 5.5 million plus the 250 that we said we would support will be their cost. So approximately 1.450 will have to be assumed by the Brattleboro retreat.
Say that again.
About one.
The 4.4 to 5.5, you mean they're gonna have to eat the 1.4?
Yeah.
So they're only gonna get 4, I shouldn't say only, they'll get 4.4.
No, they've got the 5.5.
Okay.
We are only going to support 250,000 of the 1.7 over, so they eat 1.4.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll probably ask that again.
That's fine, no, it's fine. But we also mentioned that this needs legislative approval.
So while we're on this one, where are you reappropriating it from, the 2.5?
The 250,000.
250, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's to be determined where it is, but it looks like we're not going to be spending all the money in the Middlesex aspect of the capital bill, and maybe looking at 250,000, shifting 250,000 from there.
So we won't be spending Middlesex, but that would be, I'm assuming that we'll have that need in the future?
Probably in the future.
Yeah, okay. And for you said that you've got the operational cost in FY20 covered in I assume in the DNH budget.
In the base budget.
And so where is that coming from? Their budget was always tight, and so something's not going to be done as a result, or the last quarter?
It's in the base budget.
Yes, there's roughly.
Had we allocated that?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I'd forgotten. I thought we didn't put anything.
No, partial year. It was a partial year.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could.
It'll have to be annualized, but.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
Beg
sorry
your
if I
pardon.
misunderstood.
Well, no, I actually misunderstood what we had done. Forgotten.
Okay.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yes.
Vicki?
We had the beds at the retreat, and then in this year's budget, we added 12 more beds to go out more into the community. And they were described as more serving the CRT or providing a greater capacity for step down and therefore getting people out of emergency rooms. I'm just wondering if you could comment on those beds in terms of when they are coming online. You're looking for Commissioner Squirrel, she's there.
Would you comment on that, please?
Sure.
And it's kind of confusing because we have 12 beds and then we have 12 beds.
Yeah.
So for the record, Sarah Squirrel, Commissioner of the Department of Mental Health. So in terms of levels of care, we have hospital level of care and then we have residential level of care. So hospital level of care is the 12 new level 1 beds. Residential level of care is actually once someone is in an inpatient bed, we need a step-down residential placement for them. The funding that you provided is for the most clinically acute CRT clients so that we can move them into a step-down residential program in the community. And those plans are well underway.
Are any beds actually online yet?
Yes, so some of those beds went towards expansion of MyPad as well as expanding community-based programs at existing facilities.
So out of the 12, what is that? Are we almost there?
I think we're almost there. One of the challenges, particularly with the MyPad model, if folks remember, this is a program in the Howard Center where it pairs independent housing with treatment supports on site. One of the designated agencies that we're working with on this has been working to actually secure the physical building in order to provide the programming. So that is one of the barriers that we're experiencing right now, but trying to work that through with our community partners, because this is all done in partnership with our designated community mental health agencies.
So they're coming on faster than the retreat event, which will be later in this
Right.
fiscal year.
That's absolutely right. And just for the committee's background, I've asked Sarah to start looking strategically at where are we going with the whole system in the future. And we'll be developing that together as we move forward.
Great. We can move on to slide 4 in this package, which is about the Federal Children's Health Insurance Match phase down, otherwise known as CHIP dip. I don't know if Stephanie Barrett coined that or if that's actually something they call it at the federal level, but it's taken on a life of its own. So for the record, I'm Sarah Clark. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Agency of Human Services. As you may be aware, CHIP funding has a special provision called the qualifying state option, which has allowed Vermont to draw down an enhanced FMAP for children between 133 and 237% of the federal poverty level. So we were essentially able to leverage roughly a 90% federal share. The current amount that's built into our state fiscal year 20 base budget is roughly $15 million. When Congress reauthorized CHIP funding in federal fiscal year 18, they also included a phase down to this enhanced FMAP. We in Vermont are going to start experiencing this phase down of enhanced match in the state fiscal year 21 budget. We'll be phasing down from roughly the 90% to 70.95%. This is going to have an impact on our general fund of roughly $4.8 million. That's for state fiscal year 21. We will see the second year of the phase down of this enhanced match in state fiscal year 22 to the tune of roughly $5 million of pressure on the general fund. After state fiscal year 22, we will be phased down on this enhanced match rate for CHIP to a kind of relatively stable match for CHIP kids of 67.7%. That's the CHIP dip.
And nobody told me this before I took the job.
I'm not sure it's a dip.
Chip clip. Chip clip.
Okay. No other questions from the appropriations people? All right.
Great. So for the other fiscal pressures, we are trying to highlight for you some of the things that are standing out to us at this point in time. I think ideally you will be familiar with several of these items. I believe I was in here in July testifying on the AHS kind of overall closeout picture. And so the first two bullets under FY19 closeout items, I think, should not be a surprise to you in that similar to how we closed out state fiscal year 19, we are seeing pressures in budget adjustment and beyond within the Department of Children and Families in two primary areas: family services caseload, foster care specifically, as well as within the general assistance emergency housing program. We are seeing pressure in both the 20 budget adjustment and the 21 build. And so we anticipate accommodating for these funding challenges when we submit budget adjustment and the 21 budget build to you.
Questions?
Can I just I want to comment on the emergency housing and working with some constituent groups in Bennington County. When you get told by an agency of human services employee that if this individual were in Burlington, we'd have a different outcome, it's really frustrating. I don't want to pick on Burlington today, but I guess I will. But it's very frustrating. These folks work very hard to try to get outcomes for many homeless people. This guy's, will end up probably in jail because that's the only place that'll take him now. But in Bennington County, we're told by an agency of human services employee that if he were in Chittenden County, he'd get served.
The rules are the rules.
Huh? I'm sorry.
The rules are the rules, but how they're applied can be.
Well, evidently the housing available in one part of the state versus the housing available for someone who's an alcoholic, who is living under bridges in the wintertime and suffering from extreme, may have to have his leg amputated. It's a different outcome according to the people trying to work with this individual.
Let me look into that.
I sent something to someone.
Okay.
No, it's a crisis. I had a mother with 2 children that fortunately had enough gas to get to White River to find a motel so that they were not out living in their car last winter. And she's still maybe out of temporary apartments because they can't get the vouchers to work.
I have a question about the emergency housing. My understanding is when you closed out, spending in that particular area was high.
Yes.
Higher than anticipated or estimated in the budget. What did that look like? How much was that over estimate? Because there's been a lot of emphasis. We've tried to get, particularly in wintertime, we did get the Central Vermont Emergency Shelter up. The one in Rutland, to my knowledge, still is never materialized.
Sure.
So how did we end the year? And how much do we have? So probably we're going to have a repeat at the end of this year.
Sure. So emergency housing program ended state fiscal year 19 with a roughly $2.7 million shortfall that was backstopped at the agency. Part of that 2.7 million, let's say roughly 700,000 of it, was actually liabilities from the previous year that had rolled into 19. The reason I point that out to you is because that's one time in nature, and so we're kind of really looking at a structural challenge of around $2 million in the emergency housing program. Out of a total of, out of a total, I don't want to give you the wrong number, so let me get back to you with that number.
Okay, if we had $2 million, could we
We'll get it shortly.
find housing? I mean, is the housing there and the money the problem, or is the housing just not there or priced out of? Because we're talking a broad range. We're talking people with alcohol issues, and I'm talking a family without alcohol and drug issues, all not being able to find housing.
Well, you may recollect in this budget, for the first time, I think since the mid-90s, we did an increase in the TANF assistance. And the maximum benefit for a family of 3, a mother and 2 children, was what, $640 a month. And that's for everything, housing, shelter, clothing, etc. So you cannot find housing for the amount of money. And we did, for the first time ever, do, relatively speaking, it was a decent increase, but still far short of what our housing costs are today. And those are families just driven by lack of money, not other complications like substance abuse or domestic violence or whatever.
If I may, the strategic planning process that we asked you to go through, I think this is a topical area that we hoped would be part of that. I can't think of any agency program that I've worked with that hasn't said, oh, housing. And so I hope that you'll give us some good thoughts on that, along with transportation. That seems to be a good thing.
You'll definitely be part of it now.
According to Stephanie, the total GA budget's around $7 million. So you can see.
So that's a
substantial.
large percentage.
It's a very large percentage.
Is that the total for GA?
Yeah.
The
total grant line for GA in the budget document.
Yes, there's other components in the GA budget, but emergency housing is certainly the largest.
Yeah, this is the total.
component.
This is the total?
I thought it was more like 11, but.
Okay.
Okay. Some of the other, there were 2 things three things that I wanted to point out, because one we'll be exploring later this afternoon with another committee, but 211 contract is not one of them. I wanted to put that on the table. Last week I asked the agency to explore a more robust response to the current situation with the 211 contract while trying to avoid spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it. I will report back to JFC in the very near future on this exploration. It's a matter of days, not weeks, when I will report back to this. But like I said, I've asked the agency to give me some more robust alternatives in this area.
So the short answer is, you understand that it's a critical problem and you're working on it.
I understand it. When I saw that this was on my agenda for my second week, I said, we better put 211 on here and talk about it. So,
so what does that mean? I mean, will the contract continue? Are you looking for a way to support it?
I'm looking for a way to support it at 24/7. What components are in and what components are out, I don't know yet. And frankly, I didn't get to this till Thursday, so I'd like just a little bit more time to figure out what's the best avenue that at the same time doesn't cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Well, originally 211 did not do the after-hour emergency.
Right.
It was more the information referral and a partnership with United Way. And I think somebody said we were spending about $500,000 to support that information referral system. And then a few years ago, DCF expanded to use it in this way. So is there money already in the base that is available? If we're not purchasing it from Indiana or whatever state it was, is there money that is available to support this alternative yet to be developed?
We are looking at those questions right now. I don't know if there's money in the base at the current time for this.
Or does 211 need everything that's there in order to?
Wasn't that a private contract? In-state private contract.
There are two contracts that are getting confused here. There's the contract that we have with 211. 211 had a contract with Indiana, and that was the snowball effect that sort of happened. That canceled, and now we're in the situation we're in. But we need to take this seriously as we move forward.
Well, we had snow in Danville yesterday in the air, so
Yeah, we had it
about
yeah.
cold weather is not far away.
That's right.
You and the banana belt probably passed.
We had beautiful. Perfect.
Just so you know, I was late this morning because Smuggler's Notch was closed.
Yeah, there was 7 cars I heard stuck in there yesterday.
Behind the
Can I go
truck.
back to 211 for a second? So you're going to be giving us within a week or so? Is that what
Within
we're
days,
saying?
yeah.
Within days, and that'll come to the committee?
It will
Okay.
come to the committee.
I just want to be clear what we're looking for.
Okay.
Okay, Sarah with DSRs?
So delivery system reform investments, we just wanted to bring this issue to your attention. I think some of you are probably aware of it because of recent events. But we are, as we develop our budget adjustment for fiscal year 20, we are taking into consideration these requests from the ACO. As I said, it is still under development, so we don't have any final numbers yet, but it is part of consideration.
Madam Chair, can I lie heat? Friday I went to bed really worried about LIHEAP and the LIHEAP block grant. We had not received the funding. There was no clear indication from the federal government of when we were going to receive the funding for LIHEAP. This morning I woke up and found out that the money came in over the weekend at 90% of last year's amount. We'll be getting that money out. I plan to spend more time on this, on sort of contingency plans and everything that we had developed. But we plan to get the money out on November 12th, which was the original date that we had planned to get the money out. We'll be finalizing all the IT things that we have to do on November 7th, but the funding has come in at 90% of the last year's level.
And so that's, we're getting 90%, we're not gonna get another 10 later on.
Yeah, I'm not certain on that, but I was worried we were getting zero.
Right, no, 90's better than zero. I was just,
I don't know what will happen. There still isn't a continuing resolution on any of this. So how the federal government is giving us the money, as long as we got it, I'm not
Just
asking.
gonna cash the check and spend it really
That's right.
and what is 90, or what's the difference? And
I think it's around $10 million. I haven't really.
So the 90% award is roughly 18.5 million.
I'm sorry.
So I think it would be in the 20 million range to get 100% of the award.
Okay.
100% of where we work.
Right.
Nothing 100% about this program.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions?
Global commitment.
Global commitment.
This is an area that I'm generally well versed in, as you realize, as you probably all know, that I was intimately involved in the original 1115 global commitment waiver. But I've noticed things have changed since then, to some extent not for the better, with constraints in the amounts and how we sort of use the Medicaid monies that we can spend. I am becoming familiar with the new variation of the 1115 waiver, but I thought, so I wouldn't stick my foot into my mouth, is to turn this section over to Sarah to give a clearer and more concise update, so I don't say 10 million as opposed to 19 million as we move forward. Sarah?
Okay. So go to page 2 of the 1115, or the Global Commitment Waiver presentation. For your awareness, the state has submitted an amendment request to CMS for a serious mental illness, SMI, waiver to our 1115 waiver, which is our Medicaid program. We submitted that on September 9th. This waiver would allow us to draw down federal participation for services in psychiatric institutes for mental disease, IMDs, where the statewide average length of stay is less than or equal to 30 days, and the maximum is less than 60 days. So from a fiscal perspective, this will essentially allow us to shift about $12 million in expenditure from investments to our regular program Medicaid. This is critical, and we'll talk about it on the last slide. This is critical as we assess our ability to make delivery system reform investments underneath our investment cap. We anticipate that this waiver amendment will be effective for January 1st of 2020, and we are in the beginning negotiation stages with CMS. I want to make clear, though this is shifting $12 million from investment to program, it's not actually new federal dollars. I want to make clear that for the forensic patients, they will, long term, we have to phase down those folks as part of our IMD phase down, but we still have the authority to leverage federal dollars for the forensic patients as part of our investment authority under our existing waiver now.
So the 12 million is net of the forensic?
It is, the 12 million total will be shifting.
But I thought you said some would still remain in investments for the forensic.
Correct, so it's net then, correct.
Oh.
Okay, the next slide, just in general, as we talked a bit about during the session, we are in our preparation phase for renewal of our next 1115 waiver. Our current waiver expires on December 31st of 2021, which is really not that far away. We are currently in the planning phases, and we'll be requesting legislative authority from you in the FY21 big bill to pursue this waiver renewal. We anticipate that negotiations with CMS will begin in January of 2021. And the new waiver would be in effect on January 1st of 2022. So some of the big considerations, going to slide 4 for our next waiver renewal, we talked quite a bit about this during the last session, is our budget neutrality cap, which is essentially what we have to spend overall in our Medicaid program. Longstanding CMS policy requires that 1115 waivers have to be budget neutral to the federal government. So that means anything that we spend with our waiver has to be less than what we would have spent without a waiver. So in Vermont, what our waiver has allowed us to spend Medicaid funds are investments. That's one of the key areas. In the calendar year that we're in now, that's $138.5 million that we would not be able to spend if we did not have our current 1115 waiver. One of the things that the federal government has signaled to Vermont and to all states is that they're going to continue rebasing budget neutrality, which essentially means they're going to continue to tighten down on that overall Medicaid cap, how much we are allowed to spend. And so as we prepare for negotiations, this is one of the key areas that we are focusing on. In addition, next November is an election year, and so with the change in federal administration can come new areas of focus. I think it is important to remember that when we negotiated our last waiver, which is where we really started to see the kind of tightening down of flexibilities that Vermont has enjoyed for years, that was under the Obama administration. And so the Trump administration is really kind of still continuing on what had been a tightening that started with the prior administration.
Can you tell me what WOW is without waiver?
Yes, WOW is without waiver. WW is with waiver.
Wow.
Wow, that's right. Slide 5 just it gives you its thermometers kind of at a glimpse. Prior to the last waiver negotiation, our overall Medicaid spending cap was cumulative over 5 years, and at such a large amount that we would never have the state funds to even come close to getting close to that cap of spending. But as you can see from these thermometers, with the new definitions of budget neutrality, we've gotten closer than we ever would have previously. So the middle thermometer is for calendar year 19. We are predicting to be within 8% of our cap, roughly $114 million. For calendar year 20, we are showing a slight increase to 11% of our overall cap, just to kind of give you a flavor of where we are now and where we think we're going to be. The last slide talks about our investments. So underneath our overall Medicaid budget neutrality cap, we have a subcap for investments. The small table with the numbers shows you over the calendar years what our annual investment limit was. So the middle column of $138.5 million, that's for the calendar year that we're in right now. So even though we are still a quarter from this year ending roughly, we are predicting to be roughly on budget when you see a balance of $304,000. You'll see that prior to calendar years, we were basically on budget in both of those years. As we look to the future, you do notice that there is more room in the futures, but that's because we are assuming in most cases level fund budgets. And so we know that over time, spending will change and that we will likely continue to push up under this investment cap. So the analysis that my team has put together does allow for the rettable rate increases that we both did last year, as well as for the 12 new beds coming online. That's a significant pressure on our investment cap. In addition, in this scenario, we are assuming that we are making some delivery system reform investments, and so we have to make sure we have the cap authority underneath our investment cap. We also assumed that the SMIs serious mental illness waiver that we talked about, my first slide, that we get that authority in January. We need that authority so that we can make the delivery system reform investments as we move forward. And so I think the bottom line, space underneath our investment cap is tight.
Questions? All right, thank you. And that's
So let's, Secretary Quinn.
Okay, yeah, we're going to put Dan Smith on.
He's a consultant, is traveling, but he is going to listen in and be prepared, because he provided recommendations.
Okay, great.
So we thought, have you seen the recommendation?
I have. I've read it last week.
Morning, Dan Smith.
Hi, Dan. It's Teresa. You're on speakerphone with the committee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're off.
Okay, this is a joint presentation between the Agency of Human Services and the Agency of Digital Services. We've submitted the required report on the Integrated Eligibility and Enrollment Project as a prerequisite for releasing the third installment of the monies, $750,000 appropriated through the FY 2021 capital bill. The update gave the status of various projects as of October 22nd and reported that 3 out of the 4 projects that were anticipated to be delivered in 2019 were either done or on schedule. The 4th product, the business intelligence, has encountered delays and is now scheduled for delivery at the earliest of February, at the latest of April, as opposed to the original date in July. In 2020, 3 additional projects are scheduled, in addition to the CMS mitigation commitments for the aged, blind, and disabled so far. The premium processing and the online application deliveries are on track. The master data management project has been put on hold because of the number of projects that are in flight. These presentations have been made to other committees, and we would request the third installment of the $715,000 to be released. John, I don't know how these usually work, so take it away from whatever
I
you
don't
want.
think there's any set program.
I would just say, John Quinn, for the record, Agency of Digital Services. Last time we were here, Deputy DEVA Commissioner Cass Madison was sitting where Secretary Smith is sitting. And to just talk about that transition for a quick moment, the AHS leadership has put new people in charge of the project. And we're doing a retrospective right now on the roadmap that we've taken and the work that we've done to look at the overall project technical roadmap and how it aligns with MMIS to make sure that we're utilizing our money and our resources as effectively as possible across not only human services but across the enterprise. The new leadership in place comes from the MMIS side of the DEVA house, so to speak, and we have a very good working relationship with them. I feel very confident in the communication going on with them, and under Mike's leadership now I feel very confident that going forward we'll see project success with this.
Questions?
Is there, we took testimony on this at our Joint Information Technology Oversight, and is there a memo from the chair and co-chair of that committee?
If I might, this is Catherine Benham from the Joint Fiscal Office. There's not an official memo at this time, but there were 6 legislators who were supposed to provide a recommendation, and they emailed the chair and vice chair, which I talk, emailed and said yes, they approved this, but they're concerned about some of the projects, and they're going to keep an eye on this project, and will continue through the rest until the legislative session starts talking and hearing more about this. So of the 6 chairs that had to provide a recommendation, I heard from 5, and they all supported approving this funding, but along with Dan Smith's recommendation, keeping an eye on how it's moving forward. And I think there were some other questions, but I'll let you all
The other question was, you're able to keep in budget because some things are delayed in terms of when they're coming on or the expenditures. And so there was concern overall, are we going to be within the estimated costs? And we were assured, and I think this is the purpose of this financial sheet on the back, that yes, there's variability when bills come in and so forth, and some things may be coming in higher, some a bit lower. We weren't seeing as many of the lower ones, but the estimate was that it's still within that estimate that was provided to institutions when they were developing the capital bill request. So that was, am I the only one on joint information technology here? Okay. So I'm just letting you know what our discussion was. And then the other was the consolidation, recognizing that the Medicaid management information, that's what the MMIS is. It's a claims. It pays the bills. It pays providers. So the MMIS, which has been headed up by Lori Collins, it was viewed that because sort of the functional interplay between these two IT systems, that it would be good to consolidate the project director. What do you call it? I love all this new jargon. In flight. Does in flight mean you're started and your plane has left the airport, but it hasn't landed yet?
Yes.
I mean, you know.
From the time it leaves the gate, right? Whether you're taxiing on the runway or you're in the air.
So
we could have just
we're
be
moving.
sitting in line at the end of the
Well,
runway.
no, I take it as in moving, right? So the project, the contracts have been executed. There's people on the ground, and we're starting to plan.
So that was what we had for testimony at the time that has led to this. There was concern about, obviously, when you have a change in leadership, but Lori has been with DEVA. She has been there so long. She started in social welfare, so it's like 40 years experience in working with this. And so the money was the other, and the concern also was around what's in the red box, and that was, you know, the delay of that. So that's sort of the discussion from your, what are we, JITOC? Oh, all right. Is that? So,
JITOC. Yep,
does
yeah,
that,
that's correct.
Pretty much capture our
And I believe Cassandra Madison walked through the ups and downs with Senator Brock after the last meeting to show where the low points were and where the high points were to you know, further explain in more detail than the report had.
I'm glad somebody knows what's going on, because I'm feeling totally lost at this point. Mary?
Thank you. So what does doing a retrospective mean?
We're looking back at what we've done so far on all of the projects that we've undertaken as part of the IE portfolio. What's worked, what hasn't. We've been moving so fast for the past couple of years on making sure we're hitting timelines and building new capabilities for Vermonters that we thought with the leadership change, getting everyone up to speed, looking back and doing lessons learned. What have we learned so far across these projects? What have we learned about our timelines? What have we learned about budgeting for these type of development projects? What have we learned about our resourcing? You know, in the beginning, I remember we were trying to do all of this in-house or a large part of it, and we've been unable to find the right skill sets to come and work for the state of Vermont. There's a workforce shortage that we experience just like everyone else, and that's been challenging for us to be able to get some of this work done. So to look back and say, you know, that hasn't been working for us, what's our strategy going forward to make sure that we can meet the timelines that we need to meet?
I should say to the committee, I have a number of questions that came from Representative Fagan and Representative Toll, so I'm trying to kind of, plus throwing in my own questions as we go along. One of the concerns that I think Dan Smith raised and Representative Fagan did was the issue of leadership and having one individual responsible for this. And did I understand that we now have somebody appointed who can be held accountable? It's the individual Senator
Lori
Kitchell.
Collins.
Yeah. So that is the person in charge.
Right, so the way I would address this, because I think this is really important, is...
No, it's always Mike's heads
Yes.
on the line.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I was going to say, let me look
Yeah.
into this a little bit more, but yeah.
I mean, one of the things we've heard clearly from our consultant is that there should be one person responsible for managing this. And obviously the secretary is or both secretaries are at the end of the day on the line for this, but we want one person accountable.
So there is a program person responsible, and that at this time is Lori Collins, who's doing a great job. At the end of the day, the governor's responsible, right? And holding Secretary Smith and I accountable to make sure that this gets done. But with these types of projects, there's program pieces and then there's technology pieces. So for, the way I look at it, this has to be a 50-50 partnership under this new model of ADS and the consolidated model of IT resources. You can't hold Mike completely accountable for something that may be technology related that is solely, on the Agency of Digital Services and vice versa, right? So in my eyes, this has to be a shared accountability between Mike and I. I understand what you're saying about one person, but in this model, the way these technology projects work, there has to be shared accountability. I'm 100% at the table sharing that responsibility to make sure that we get this done.
Making me a little nervous. I understand what you're saying. I understand our government model, but again, we need one person who can call and make the phone call, whose only attention is on this, not on the vast array of obligations you all have.
Right.
Under you.
Yeah.
Where does that little triangle go next?
So I'll speak if you don't mind.
Go right ahead.
In my eyes, in our organizational structure that we've recently redone, it's Lori Collins. It's at the top of that.
So if we want to say, how come this doesn't happen in the way it's supposed to happen? Lori is the person we want to have up here explaining to us what went wrong, what went right.
Okay. I would think the same way Cass Madison
Right.
has been the lead individual for...
I haven't had an opportunity to really delve into that model yet, but I understand what you're saying, and the way that I understand that Cass Madison had sort of, you could call her. I want to try to replicate that as much as possible. I had one meeting on this already. I just need to sort of filter through this.
And then, as I'm sure we all were, a deep concern about the Business Intelligence Project and getting it going. So we've discussed that, but I just feel obligated on behalf of my two colleagues who aren't here to say that there's a real concern about that, as well as with the Master Data Management Project. I know that's on your radar. I personally wonder if at what point do we have the courage to say it's not working, we're done trying to do it this way. And I would hope that that you all look at that instead of, it just seems that with a lot of IT projects, we just keep trying to make it work. And we find ourselves 4, 5, 6 years later continuing to try rather than succeeding. And I think we're all deeply concerned about that and knowing when to fish or cut bait. To that point, Representative Fagan's original thought, his original reaction was, we should not be continuing with this funding. We need to be, holding, understanding this better. Subsequently, having spoken with everybody and understanding the consequences of not going forward, he's cautiously supportive of doing that, which again, that's where I am and Representative Toll were in our conversations about that. But we just wanted to be clear about the degree of concern that we have with this. And that, again, at some point we need to say this isn't working if it's not working, and we're looking obviously to our legislative committees, but also to you all for assuring us that we've got it.
Representative Hooper, let me just assure you, and I have a reputation, I'm not afraid to pull the plug if things aren't working. As you know, I'm pretty results driven, and so if the results aren't there, then why pour more money into it?
Thank you.
I think the other thing that we need, and it comes back and it's referenced all the time, and that was the system that we set up at the time with the ACA. And that's in essence being replaced, which is, so as painful as this might be, and this one area of delay, if we were to decide not to move forward with all the green, which is some indication of success, then we would be with what we have, which is enormously expensive and still requiring, last I knew, 50 employee workarounds. So I think we are cautious. If this had more red, I think we would certainly be more concerned. But in making any decision, I think we've got to also weigh out what does it mean to stay where we are or to pull the plug. And if you should recommend that, then we would have to understand what are all those implications.
I would assume if the plug were pulled, that there would be a plan for, how we're managing this.
Right.
I'm not saying just stop, but when do you know to go on a different path?
And now I wish I wouldn't have said pull the plug.
Because it's not quite that simple.
It's not.
Take a different form.
So I think it's important to mention that we triggered a contingency. So we have two paths going in parallel right now. The path that we were on to do things in our environment that we already pay for in the state. And then the second path is to add the Oracle Business Intelligence Enterprise environment to the Optum FISMA environment. There's all these acronyms. I'm trying to make sure I spell them all out here. In parallel, we need one of those things in order to meet our federal requirements and compliance. So we're looking at making sure that we have multiple paths. So if we fail over here or if it's not working, we're able to offer that other option as I think is what you're saying.
The importance of technology came home to us. As many of you know, we're going through Justice Reinvestment 2, and Mike was, I can't remember if you were Secretary of Administration or
I can't remember.
Human Services at the time we did Justice Reinvestment 1, but one of the challenges we're having in trying to move forward is the lack of data that they're able to get from both DCF as well as the Department of Corrections, Department of Public Safety, and all the different agencies. So if you try to make data-driven decisions and none of the systems talk to each other, it creates problems. And I asked the Commissioner of DCF, well, what's the recidivism rate among juveniles who end up in the adult system? Well, if we even tried to find out, we couldn't do it under our present system. So I think it's, before you decide to pull the plug, it's tremendously important to have that information.
I've got to be more careful with that.
I think that we've always seen that as part of the value in doing this in our environment that we're already paying for, is being able to use that data across not only human services, but across the enterprise where appropriate. And by having systems siloed all over the place, it becomes very hard to create those data-driven decisions.
So I think it's an example of why.
Okay. Other questions?
So you need a motion to authorize the release of, what's it, 750?
It does? Yes, it does. Yes, I do. Yep.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, Senator Kitchell made the motion to release the next set of funding. Senator Westman seconded. Further discussion? If not, further discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. That motion has carried. Okay. That's,
So we have about 15 minutes.
Dan, we're gonna let you go now.
Secretary's out in the hall.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Secretary of Transportation's in the hall.
Oh, great.
okay. Some of us may get longer than a 20-minute lunch before our next meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's great to be
Welcome
back.
So you're gonna do two strategic plans at the same time?
Well, what's the second one?
VSAC.
Oh, yes.
That's gonna look like a piece of cake.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
Good to see you again.
Or she's out, I don't know.
Oh, she's out of style. She's dressed like a princess. You're left alone, so.
Okay, we're ahead, we're now back.
Oh.
Back to being serious, okay. Secretary Flynn, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much. We're here at your request as a follow-up, I believe, to the first meeting. Some questions were posed regarding the condition of the bridges that we were just advising some of you of at that point. We followed up with the committee, and I think perhaps there's some more questions for us. So we're prepared to discuss what we've been able to release for the public records request at this point. Obviously, this is still an ongoing investigation being worked with the Attorney General's office, so we will talk about what we have released, and we'll try to answer whatever questions that you have, bearing in mind we have to maneuver the investigation carefully.
Okay, and I think also, how do we prevent this from
Correct.
happening in the future?
Correct. And with me, I think you all know Chief Engineer, sorry about that, Chief Engineer Wayne Simmons. Wayne spent the bulk of his career also running our structures division, which is bridges, so he's eminently qualified, and we will discuss how we provide oversight to our field staff, which we tried to outline in this letter dated on October 3rd, but it's easier to do it in person. So I think I would turn that piece over to Wayne, because construction and managed materials is under the highway division, and we can start there.
Can I just ask one question? And that was in the minutes as well. And that is there kind of any action underway in terms of compensation? Because at least from what we read in the paper,
right,
the life span of these structures is less than would have been
right.
the case. And so at the same time, AOT is looking at these oversight practices. Is the Attorney General or any legal action being taken in terms of compensation to the state for the reduced utilization?
Currently, no action has been taken. The Attorney General's office has filed a notice of false claims and potential breach of contract, but no actions beyond that have occurred. We are tracking all of our expenses related to this project. Our engineering time, the testing, the materials testing, the contractor that's doing the testing, and what Wayne can talk about is what we see as the mitigating fix, if you will, which will deal with the shortened lifespan. So those are all costs that we will attempt certainly to recover through the process, but that process hasn't ensued yet.
But the plan is to...
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I did have a conversation with Assistant Attorney General Diamond, and he offered to come before the committee, but said he'd have to do it in executive session. But that they are pursuing what to do about the lost. I guess I characterize it as the lost years off the project. I guess it was supposed to be 100 year and down to 25 or something. So yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, I don't even know how long, since the bridges are, one of the bridges I use almost daily, I wonder.
I think it'll be good as long as you...
I suppose they'll probably take my license away before the bridge crumbles, but I'm just concerned that, do we wait until it crumbles, or do we replace it sooner than we expected? How do you deal with this?
So if I may, I can start there if you would like. So for the record, my name is Wayne Simmons. I'm the Chief Engineer for the Highway Division for the Agency of Transportation. So the design life of a bridge is not an exact science. We are designing bridges every day and putting in certain practices that we believe that will get us to a 100-year life on a bridge. As you may know, we're replacing bridges that are nearly 100 years old now, but what we forget is that for the first 50 years of their life, they weren't subjected to road salt. So the first 50 years were relatively easy on those bridges, which is why our interstate system, we're replacing bridges that are 50 years old because they pretty much have had salt attacking them for their entire life. So what do we do to extend the life of bridges? It is in the types of materials that we choose. We design them with reserve capacity, so they're not designed right to exactly what we need. So, and they also are designed in a way that reduces the ability for salt to attack them. So I believe it's my quotes in the newspapers that have talked about we may have lost up to 20 years, 25 years of life on these bridges. And what may not have been quoted very accurately in the paper is that I qualified that by saying that I do not have an equation that says here is how much life, but based on my experience and what I know of the situation, we may have lost up to 25 years of life on some of these bridges. And where I get that from is the fact that, as I talked about it, Mother Nature and salt attack our bridges, and if we have construction practices that eat into that reserve capacity that I talked about, we won't have that reserve capacity at the end of the life of a bridge to have that stay open and be safe. So it is somewhat of a guesstimate. And if I may, I have some things to hand out, and I'll get back to what we're looking at in terms of repairs that we're considering. So I'll just pass this out so I can set the stage for what we're talking about. So last June 2018, we were asked to meet with the Federal Highway Administration, our local partners here, and they made us aware for the first time of allegations of improper construction practices on 4 bridges that were constructed by J. McDonald. And at the time, you can see in the handout that the first sheet of the handout is a redacted version of what we were shared that first day. It talked about 2 bridges on or over Route 279 in Bennington, and 2 bridges on I-91 in Guilford. And the allegations had to do with anchor bolts and reinforcement in bridges. So just to kind of set the stage, and I apologize, I am a little bit of a bridge geek, so sometimes I will say things like I know what people are talking about, but I just want to get some language out. So if we go to this picture of Guilford Bridge 3 on I-91, looks like this. So what you see here is a picture of one of the bridges in the allegations. There's the superstructure part on top that carries the traffic. And then there are these intermediate supports. Those are called, I'm going to call those bridge piers. Okay? On this bridge, there's 2 piers. And then at the ends of the bridge, there are these components that I will call abutments. Okay? That's where the bridge ends and goes into the roadway portion. So when we got the allegations, it was vague in terms of how much might have been cut, where it was cut, whether it was in the abutments or the piers. So we immediately took a look at the designs, and we started to consider the risk associated with those allegations. We reviewed all of our bridge inspection reports. what we had on the project to see if we had any idea if we could narrow down what exactly was meant by potentially cutting anchor bolts or cutting reinforcing steel. And what I will say is that from a risk standpoint and the way that the bridges are designed, we were much more concerned about any of those actions happening on the piers as opposed to the abutments. There's a bunch of structural reasons for that, but the short story is that if reinforcement was cut in the abutments, it likely was not going to be a safety concern, because right now we weren't talking about life, we were talking about, all right, immediate safety concerns, what do we know, and how does this affect the safety of the traveling public. So we did some work, some initial work, and in September of 2018, we went out with a substantial effort hiring a specialized consultant to do what we'll just consider, or I'll describe as non-destructive testing on the bridge piers. That non-destructive testing is using radar and other high-tech methods to look inside of the concrete, to look for instances where it was likely that reinforcement and anchor bolts had conflicts, which could tell us whether or not there could be issues there, and to try to figure out what the extent of that risk is. So we got some preliminary results, and in January, when the final report came in, we were certain that there was a number of conflicts that made us concerned that these allegations, there was something to really look at. We immediately initiated some engineering expertise from a consultant to look at the way the piers were designed and to make some conservative assumptions on how many reinforcing pieces might be cut in any of these bridges, and to tell us if the worst case came through, do we have a safety concern? Again, not knowing how much or the extent, we just knew that there was likely an issue. The results of that analysis told us that to varying degrees, we had used the reserve capacity with these assumptions in all of the 4 bridges, but that even with those worst case scenarios, that today there was no safety concern immediate because the bridges were still relatively new and it was safe. But we still wanted to make sure that we knew the extent of it. And I'm sorry.
Was the survey done just on these 4 bridges that you're indicating, or was it, because I'm trying to, is this confined only to 2011 bridges?
So that non-destructive testing was confined to the 4 bridges in the allegation. In the spring of this year, as soon as the weather permitted, we did order our bridge inspection teams out in the field, and they inspected special inspection, hands-on, to look at all of the bridges that J.A. McDonald had constructed between 2002 and the present. You have a list of those bridges that we inspected in your package. Not all of them had piers, but the ones that did have piers, I ordered the bridge inspectors to actually have full access so they could get up there and see them firsthand to see if there was any reason to believe that any of the bridges weren't performing the way that they were supposed to. Yes?
I have a question. This company got sold sometime between the period of time you're referencing. So
Yes.
are the allegations both under the prior ownership or isolated with the subsequent to the sale? Or you don't know yet?
So the allegations and the construction of these bridges preceded the sale of the company.
And they were all in a set period of time.
They were all, at least for these allegations, narrowly confined, but you may be aware that previous to these allegations, J.A. McDonald also was subject to an investigation again, from a whistleblower about improper construction in a Bristol bridge in which the Federal Highway Administration and the federal government settled a monetary, and they had to go in and do repairs on the bridge after it was constructed to restore that. So once we had the engineering review of these bridges done, I prioritized the next steps based on how much of the reserve capacity was used. Because again, to me, I care about the long term, but immediately it was about safety and making sure that we knew what was going on. And because of the design and the types of the bridges, the East Road Bridge over 279 was our highest priority to get to the end of the investigation and to take a deeper look. So in July of this year, using the results that we had from the non-destructive testing, we started destructive investigation, not something that we take very lightly. It's never good to break into new concrete to see what's under the surface, but it was necessary here to confirm what we believed to be the case. So in July, we began testing destructively on the East Road Bridge, and we have received confirmation based on that testing that some of the allegations were true. The good news is that we did not discover anything outside of our initial assumptions that we made in terms of the safe aspect of the bridge. So based on that, we are moving ahead, and we have actually started a project to repair and restore the reserve capacity that we originally had in this bridge, and that construction will happen most likely in the spring of 2021.
And this is the bridge that takes you to the Mount Anthony Middle School.
Yes.
So it becomes, and school buses going over this bridge daily, dozens, and kids from all over the supervisory union go to the middle school. So it's, I go under the bridge, not over.
So all trolls go under the bridge.
So,
right.
and again, I mean.
But I have to be under it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, all trolls go under it.
Nearly every bridge has school buses that go over it. My family uses,
I'm just pointing out that it
bridges
is right next to the middle school, so you're using this.
And I guess, if at any time I thought that this bridge wasn't safe for all of the loads, including school buses, we would have done something. I would have had the bridge inspectors down there that day with parking their truck across that to stop it. Or one of the things we could have done would be to make it one way to again reduce the loads. But from a certainty standpoint, after the destructive testing, as an engineer, I know pretty certain what I'm analyzing there. So, I think that we are in good shape until 2021. We'll do some repairs to restore that reserve capacity so that we'll get to the useful life of the bridge as it was intended. So that was what I was prepared to sort of tell the story of where we've been and where we are with those bridges. I'm happy to take questions on that.
Guilford, right? Sweet.
Yes.
How do I know that on the way up here, I used a temporary bridge in Pittsford, and I think I emailed you about that. The bridge is temporary, but it was built with 2 lanes so that traffic could go both ways and you wouldn't hold up Route 100. But something happened, and so somebody didn't build it wide enough or decided it wasn't wide enough. So you put in a traffic light to stop traffic both ways, which is probably for safety. But who's responsible for that particular decision to put up the traffic light? Actually, when I went across it this morning, there was a fuel truck and a dump truck coming the other way. I don't know how the dump truck, we had the green light, but the dump truck was there, and both passed fine. So how does that, I mean, you obviously paid to have it a 2-lane temporary bridge, and then while you're building the new bridge, how would you know that that new bridge is being built to the specifications that you're paying for? And who's responsible for deciding the temporary bridge wasn't wide enough? Those are, and
two questions.
who gets charged, right? Who gets the bill for not doing it right?
Okay, so,
Those are two questions.
all right, so let me take the responsible
And I hate to
piece.
use that bridge, but it just,
So in terms of who's responsible for the decisions about bridge safety, whether it's that bridge or any bridge, okay? We have a 4 teams of bridge inspectors that are out there daily inspecting bridges. And we also get information from the field if it's a construction that gets pushed up through that group. They are doing that analysis, and essentially the bridge maintenance engineer, okay, that's in charge of the bridge inspection group is the first one that says we either have a problem or this is good. If there is a problem, ultimately that gets brought to me, and I'm the one that makes the decision about whether or not something should be posted or restricted in the guise of safety. So it's not a contractor that gets to make that decision. It's not field staff out in the district that get to make that decision. Ultimately, that decision comes up through very qualified people, and they make a recommendation to myself.
who pays for the failure? I mean, it's
our bridge, anyway.
So,
I know, but who, does the contractor who didn't put it in properly, or is it an engineer who didn't plan it properly, or
So-
how does this happen? I hate to use.
So on that particular project, the one-way versus the two-way is not really a capacity issue. It's more of a geometric issue and a safety issue during the construction phase. So, we often design and specify, because in that case we designed we designed where the temporary bridge would go. We designed the curves. But sometimes we can't always predict exactly how traffic is going to go through there, and we can't always get that right. And so sometimes we do need to make an audible where we say, you know what, this two-way bridge isn't working. So
But clearly in this case, what was done was the bridge was designed a certain way, and they didn't complete the design in a certain way. During the construction process, we have periodic reviews and inspections by our people of the work that's being done. So someplace in that inspection process, something wasn't done for them to put the materials that were designed in the place. What I don't see in any of this this outlay is, what are we doing to make sure that that inspection process, as these projects are going forward? I think the agency in all of this had the right design, they had the right pieces. The company didn't do what they said they were going to do when they let the bid.
Right.
So how are we making sure that in that inspection process during the building, that we're changing that to make sure that we don't have this happen?
Before Wayne gets into the details, Senator, I would say this. We cannot fully address that in an open forum, which is what I believe the Deputy Attorney General is referring to. Okay? Wayne can with detail, talk about the job of our resident engineers who are on our projects, if not daily, nearly daily. At times, we also have consultant inspectors. We have a combination. It requires communication from a contractor to the state and from the state to the contractor.
Yeah.
So I think that's the limit on specificity regarding these bridges that I really am comfortable giving at this point. We can talk about our ongoing process. I think the point I'd like to make though is we're not changing something. We believe the system we have is a decent system, but it requires partnerships. And so I just wanted to make that
I don't want to compromise any of our case, but what for me is most important is that going forward, not looking back or anything, that our inspection process during the construction period is up to snuff so we catch these things before it happens to us again. You know, it kind of seems like bridges built in 2011 and I'm in 19 and this is just coming out. It's the luck of the draw that we caught this now. And I want to make sure that the companies that get the contracts build to our designs.
Right, we do.
And I know you do. But I mean, what that would require, though, is some review of the process of inspection during the time of construction. And I don't have to have an answer today, and I don't want to compromise any case, because I think that if all of this is true, in my view, McDonald's should pay. But I want to make sure going forward that we get what we ask for.
So we would agree with that.
So let me talk about a little bit about what we've done since this has come to light. We do have a rigorous safety program. The safety program, frankly, starts in design, because again, you know, the design does recognize that not always are things built perfectly. There's some tolerance, so we have to accommodate that as part of the design. But what this has highlighted yet again is that there are certain means and methods that a contractor might choose to install anchor bolts on a bridge that are more risky than others. So we have put out guidance to all of our designers and to those that write our specifications that we will no longer allow any anchor bolts to be installed after the concrete has been placed. Essentially, the operation that caused some of this conflict. That's taking a little bit of the creativity out of the contractor's hands, but I think that it makes sense because it does lessen the risk that this is going to happen again. We've also put out specialized training this spring to all of our field staff, including the consultants, about what the importance of inspection of this particular type of work is, how to make sure that we get what we're paying for and that it's installed correctly. But at the end of the day, we do have a safety program, and actually, let me pass this out. You can have some of these. This was a memo that we put together for Secretary Flynn to Commissioner Gresham as a result of the last meeting, knowing that there were some questions. On all of our projects, we do have a resident engineer and we have field staff assigned to each of them to inspect the construction activities that go on. There's a lot that goes into what our quality assurance plan is and how we carry that out. But the takeaway I'd like to leave with all of you is that is risk-based. We do not have the staff or the budget to watch every single thing 100% of the time because it's just not possible. But we are looking to make sure that these activities that are higher risk do have that inspection and they do have the oversight in the field. And that said, when the contractor is scheduled to be on the project and scheduled to do work, we schedule the field inspection to be there to match that. And I think that as more comes out about this, you'll see how this dovetails with preventing what happened on, or is alleged to have happened on these bridges.
I guess I can't recognize myself, but I'm finding it concerning. If this were just one bridge, I'd say we made a mistake. But this is a whole lot of bridges that were done. And fortunately, it sounds like there's no immediate safety concern. And I understand that we're working it through and we're doing some more training. But obviously, somewhere in our safety inspection program or something, there's a problem. And I understand that there's lawsuits and I'm sure it's who said what to whom when gets in there. But as we go forward, I hope before, when this is finished, that we hear what happened in a lot more lot more detail. And if you have, if you need more personnel, if you need better equipment, I've heard a rumor you don't always have the most up-to-date tech equipment. That we get to hear that. I mean, I'm sitting and looking at all these nice new shiny bridges, but you guys drive to Moortown lately? And then there was East Montpelier. That bridge, I didn't drive over it for a few years. I got to go under some of the bridges in Montpelier and see where they were before we closed 3 of them. We need to make sure that something of this scale doesn't happen again.
We would certainly agree with you, and I wish that we could sit here and tell you things that I think would speak to your concerns, but it's some of those things that, in deference to the investigation that the Attorney General's office is running, we're really not at liberty to speak about at this point. I think it's important, I hope you believe me, I think I can talk about this because it's a matter of public record. If you go back to the Bristol Bridge project and the settlement between J.E. McDonald and the United States government, there was nothing in that process that suggested the Agency of Transportation was at fault for not finding something or not seeing something done. What occurred there was the contractor was charged with putting anchor bolts in the bridge, which were deliberately shortened because of the conflicts that Wayne talked about. It clearly wasn't done while a V-Trans inspector was there.
Once it's in the concrete, you can't see it.
Well, bolts are, yes, that's true. The bolts were shortened. So the point I'm trying to make carefully, and again, that's a matter of public record, and I'm comfortable talking about it. The point I'm trying to make is, a moment ago I talked about there needs to be communication back and forth. There has to be a partnership with the agency. As Wayne said, it doesn't matter how many employees you have or how many pieces of equipment you have. This summer we have about 58 active construction projects simultaneously around the state of Vermont, some obviously coming to conclusion now with the weather. It isn't possible to have eyes on every single muscle movement every day on every project. But as Wayne said, when these critical portions of these projects occur, we always are. But this all assumes the partnership. This all assumes that everyone on that project is working in the same direction. And again, it's hard for us to not be able to share things with you, and I can only imagine how frustrating it is want information to either determine whether you think we need to increase our oversight or just to understand this situation. And I certainly empathize with that.
So I think that only question, or not the only question, but the question I've got is, and maybe it's a timing question, given the fact that there was this issue around the Bristol Bridge, shouldn't that have heightened our concern? And I know, putting aside these 4 bridges, which were done in 2011, but we have contracts currently with this company in Waterbury and another,
Just Waterbury.
I can't remember which one.
So let me.
Thank you.
Bristol, in the chronological order of construction, Bristol was the last one constructed. So it's not as though Bristol had occurred. We found out, the government came in, there was a settlement, and then the bridges we're talking about down in Bennington and Guilford were constructed. Those were constructed before Bristol. So my point is, whatever had occurred on those bridges in southern Vermont had already occurred by the time of the Bristol project.
I assumed that was right, but we entered into 2 other contracts.
We did.
And
We did. We entered into
at least 2. I mean, the
Cabot
two that are
Route
in
2.
here.
So the settlement on Bristol and the investigation done by the Federal Highway Administration and the federal government settled on the fact that this was an isolated incident perpetrated by, the report says, 2 rogue employees that decided to do this on behalf of their employer. And when we reviewed the evidence and the settlement, we didn't have any other information to believe that that wasn't true.
Correct.
So that resulted in financial penalty for J.A. McDonald and substantial cost for them to fix the Bristol Bridge to get the capacity back to where it was supposed to be. But it also resulted in 2 J.A. McDonald employees being disbarred for life on working on federal projects. So taking that at face value, we were progressing, and J.A. McDonald was in good standing in terms of being pre-qualified to do other work. Now that doesn't mean that we weren't still looking at their work closely. They did construct 2 bridges following Bristol on the Cabot-Danville project most recently. Very small bridges that did not involve piers and were subcontracted. So again, and we've looked at that pretty closely. So your point is taken. I think our approach was, okay, here's the settlement, but we were in a mode where we were verifying that they were doing the work. And the Waterbury project that's currently under construction does not involve bridges and is a very sort of different utility and drainage type project instead of a bridge project.
And in Waterbury's case, when we signed that contract, we did not have evidence. We had allegations, but we did not have evidence. I had seen paperwork when I became secretary going back 25 years on Main Street, Waterbury, and I had to sign off on the last piece of that and made the decision that the right thing to do for the taxpayers, the right thing to do for the residents of Waterbury was to go forward with that, because as Wayne says, it's a completely different type of project. It's a road project. The company had a history of success and capability on those types of projects, and we are working very closely. We are watching that project very closely, but for a whole series of reasons, to have attempted to have broken that contract, the state itself probably would have been held liable, and it could have taken a year or 2 or more to re-engage at a higher price with a different contractor. Meanwhile, Waterbury continues to wait. That was the reason why that decision was made.
So
We're now over time, so I'm gonna have to start moving this.
My only comment is we have a JTOC committee, and I didn't know whether there was any discussion, but transportation oversight, of which some of us are members as well. Right. So I didn't know whether, you probably had discussions with the chairs of the two policy committees.
I would think that the Transportation Committee should take it up. Where my specific concern is, not after the fact inspections on the bridges that we have out there, but when you identify high-risk items and you made changes in both specification and employee training, I think at some point you owe it to the legislature to say, here's the changes we made to address those specific things. Because if the materials that they're using are not what were specified ahead of time, and we're caught flat-footed after the fact, that I don't care which company it is, we should catch that before the project gets finished.
Yep. And you're right, I would agree with that. It's not about substandard materials, though. And again, it's just hard to not tell you what I'd like to tell you.
Okay, we will.
I would say the Judiciary Committee will also follow up on because it's we wrote the False Claims Act. We are responsible for that.
I mean, an analogy.
We'd like to follow up if it has to be an executive session. We can do that.
You know, this might be a bad analogy, but to the point about we changed inspection practices as a result of this, or we gave different information to our field staff to look for different things. I think some of the analogy I might offer is 50 years ago, if you look at how police departments policed, they policed, I think, maybe based on the body of knowledge that they had regarding the activities that they oversaw in a society. As a whole myriad of activities changed in 50 years, we have a whole different way of how we police to meet those needs. So the analogy I'm trying to draw is it isn't so much about policing was not sufficient back then or it's not sufficient today, but circumstances change.
I think in this case we understand it. We understand that the vehicles that travel are heavier. We understand that more salt is being used. We understand those have all changed. This is really a case of, are we getting what we asked for in the specifics of the contracts that we signed? And apparently you've changed some functions that you've done. And for a comfort level, I think the committees of jurisdiction, which would include judiciary and transportation, ought to be apprised of what you've changed.
Talk to Senator Massey.
I'm going to have to wrap this up because we've got at least one more issue we need to cover.
That's fine. Thank you for taking it up, Madam Chair. We all use bridges.
Some of us have a long history with bridges.
Some drive in under
and
them,
Jay
they
and
don't
Doug, so when they were the choice company. Yes, they did.
You know, after Bristol, I wrote letters to the delegation and I wrote letters to the Federal Highway Administration, which are on open record, you know, in support of the company. Because as Wayne said, everything at that point that we knew indicated that it was, in the words of the settlement. Right.
Okay, I'm Steve Klein from Joint Fiscal Office, and we're going to start off by just going through quickly the grant approval process, which the committee needs back on. Basically, just as background, we changed the grant approval process a little bit, and Becky will go over that. And so that in the law last year, and so what we need to do is make some changes to our policy.
Sure. So Rebecca Wasserman, Legislative Counsel. So last year in the budget bill, there were some changes to clarify the grant approval process in Title 32. A lot of that was separating out the executive branch approval process from the legislative and judicial branch process, so that the legislative and judicial branches don't have to go through the same process where they're sending the grants to the governor's office for approval. There were also some clarifications, such as adding some definitions to clarify know exactly what a grant is, what state agencies that have to go through the process. There was also some reference to what a small grant means, whether or not a grant with a certain monetary amount has to go through the process. And then the last sort of big change was that the Joint Fiscal Committee was given authority to implement policies to implement the statute. Before this, the only policies that were in place referenced the expedited approval process that was done off session. And so as a result of the statutory change, we drafted some policies that speak to more parts of the process than just that expedited review. Did you want me to go on?
Well, no,
Okay.
I don't know whether you want to go through all of it, or do you want to just highlight things from it, or what would be useful?
What do we need to do today?
We actually have to approve it, policy, and
So maybe you better tell us what it is.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Sure. So as I mentioned, the only thing that was in the policy before was what the process was for expedited review. So this is much more substantive and detailed than that.
This is it.
That's it. Those are the policies. So the first sort of big change it does is add in some definitions, and these are coming from what is in statute. So there's a definition for grant, for loan, and small grants and state agency. And this is just trying to clarify what we're talking about in the policy. The other sort of change or thing that is highlighted in the policy is that in the statutory section it says that when you receive materials from the governor's office, it goes to the Joint Fiscal Office, who then sends it to this committee. But there's no timeline to that, so what's added in Section 3 is that the Joint Fiscal Office staff will send copies of those materials once they are completed to this committee as soon as practicable. And I think that's trying to give Dan or whoever's working on it a little flexibility of if grant materials are received and the package isn't complete, then he can have a back and forth with them.
Maybe everyone know what this is? I found it. Okay.
Okay, so there's just giving some flexibility to sending over the materials as soon as grant materials are completed. Although the hope is to get them to you all as soon as possible. The statute was also changed to say that the legislative and judicial branches had a separate approval process. So in Section 4 of the grant policies, there's some language added about what actually has to be submitted. So the Joint Fiscal Committee is requiring approval from the legislative and judicial branches of grants that are valued at more than $15,000, and those materials would be sent directly to the Joint Fiscal Office. Section 5 under expedited grant review. So this was in the previous version of the grant policies. The change here is that the process for expedited review requires that a majority of the committee vote to approve expedited review. There was a little bit of a conflict in the language before. At one point it said a majority of the committee, and then at another point it said 7 members of the committee. So it was changed to 6 members to not require more than a majority. I don't know the historical reason for that, but that was just more of a cleanup change.
This is just to do the expedited review. Any one member can still.
That wasn't going to be.
Yeah, anyone. Right.
Is that clear that hasn't changed, or I didn't find it, that any one member can place something on the agenda?
Yeah, and at 5.4,
That's in here
shall not be
somewhere.
waived in the event of an ejection by any member.
Okay. Got it. Okay, just going to find it.
The statutory changes also try to clarify that, you know, that the approval process doesn't apply to grants that are under $1,500, so some nominal gift doesn't have to go through the whole committee process. But it does require grants over $15,000, so there's sort of an in-between amount between $1,500 and $15,000. And it does say in statute that notification has to be made to the Joint Fiscal Committee of those grants between those amounts of money. And so the policy in section 6, the small grant notification, is asking that that notification is made on a quarterly basis. So a list of all the grants would be sent over that are valued in between $1,500 and $15,000. And then the final change in statute that had to deal with the approval of limited service positions. So the statute was changed to essentially say that to give authority to the Joint Fiscal Committee to approve a limited service position in conjunction with a grant, because the language was, that was what was being done, but the language was a little vague that the committee had that authority. And this is actually a point that is in the other part of my memo. So the language was changed to say that if the position is explicitly stated for a specific purpose in the grant, that position is accepted pursuant to the same approval process that the grant goes through. So if there's a limited service position request for an executive branch grant, it has to go through that same approval process.
Can you just approve a longer than that today?
I think we have a 5-year one.
We had a 5-year one today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a subject I would love to revisit, but not this moment. But it's just the way we use that term is getting broader and broader.
Well, you're correct. Some of these limited services that go on, I know you have any Attorney General.
Well, it's a way of saying to the public that we have this many state employees.
Right. Big issue.
It's a much bigger issue than we can do.
Right, and there's no statutory definition of limited service position, so we put in the definition from the Department of Human Resources personnel policies. You know, that's, I guess, a guide, but it is a question of whether there should be a statutory definition.
Since they're not following their guidelines.
Well, we're not following.
Or we're not.
Either.
Well, they're giving it to us to
Right.
approve. Yeah, and then we're
And then I guess the second part of the memo, the proposed revision to
I have a question. Are you going to be communicating with GovOps, or in other words, we're saying we really need to deal with this language around limited service. I'm just sort of like, well, now we have it. How are we going to?
We can give them permission.
Are we going to introduce it?
But we're the ones who end up approving them.
Let's look at the issue first, and we'll get back to you on it.
I think we just don't want to, we need to make sure it
Yep.
ends up on an action list so that we
talk to people and go off. I'm sorry. About this. Yeah.
At the very least, we should have, if it goes beyond these guidelines, it should be approved by the full committee. Something of that nature. Rather than coming, through the email system where 6 of us say yes.
I always raise a question about it, so doesn't make any difference.
Well, we don't have the authority to create permanent positions.
I know.
We can look at that issue.
Well, this is the much larger issue of how we go through the process.
Many people 5 years is a permanent position.
Yes.
Yep.
For many people, if you take
so
away something that's been there
that
2 years, you're a bad
just a
person.
summary of what the policy is. I do have another issue that I raised in the memo that has to do with limited service positions, but I don't know if you want to deal with.
Let's hold with
the
just
policy.
on the policy, and then there's extra stuff we can
It
raise.
sounds like the rest of it needs more time, and we're close enough now to do legislative involvement.
On the policy, I had a question about 2.2 on the loan. I don't know if you saw my
Yes,
email
I
on
did,
that.
I did.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Sorry.
Okay, so this is good language. I just was wondering.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the definition of loan in the policy and in statute is referencing specifically loans that are considered a gift to the state, where they're getting something for free, so something that is interest-free or below market value. So a loan that has an interest rate or is above market value or at market value,
it's not relevant.
It wouldn't need to go through the grant process, because there wouldn't be
granting them.
Yeah, you're not getting anything, a gift or anything for free.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So what we need is a motion to approve this document. Representative Ansel has moved. I need a second. Okay. Good. All right. Senator Westman has seconded approval of the Joint Fiscal Committee grant acceptance policies, dated, I think we'll put in today's date. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. It carries unanimously.
And just before we go on this, I just want to flag, there is one issue going to come up in the statutory in the session.
So this also has to do with limited service positions, not the duration question, but this came up, I believe, it was this fall or summer, late summer, where the judiciary had a request for a limited service position, and we realized when looking at the language from last year that it says that the limited service position approval would go through the same process as the grant, but the cross-reference is just to the executive branch approval process. So the statute actually doesn't really contemplate an approval process that is separate for judicial and legislative limited service positions. So what that would mean in practice is that a judicial limited service position would have to go through a more cumbersome process than would be required for the actual underlying grant. So I came up with some proposed language just to separate out those processes.
But I think we'll do is put this in a memo about limited service position issues and submit it to GovOps and both committees.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Okay.
Thank you both.
I think, Steve, you have...
Okay, I just wanted to flag the 3 things, and then we'll break, hopefully not too late. One is on, one thing that's in my report is on the Ed Finance, the December 1 letter. It is going to be a little unusual this year because the arbitrator on the health care determination is not going to rule until December 15th, and that could have a $25 million, give or take, impact on the Ed fund, depending on which way they go. It's last best offer. So when the letter comes out, one of the things... Yeah, it has to be one or the other. So we need to just think about, maybe work with the administration about how they present that letter, because that's 3 cents on the tax rate, and it can be, and it's just or more. So we just need to, as that letter comes out, make sure that that's handled in a way that's appropriate. Second thing, it was mentioned in the fiscal officer's report. We did finish negotiation a 4-year contract with Tom Kvet, who was an economist. It is a part of what makes us renegotiate rather than going to bid is the price of his contract, even though it seems a lot, $170,000 a year, is probably about half or less than anything that could come close. And I talked to some other states in this area, and their numbers were way even higher than that. And Tom actually did sign a contract which has cost of living increases for the 4 years. He did mention that compared to other work he does, including for New Hampshire, we're less than half of any other billable rate. So right. So I just want to. So it is done, and it is. And at some point, 4 years from now, maybe who knows what his life. One of the things we'll think about in the next 4 years is this process of an external consultant make sense? But that's it. Final thing I want to flag that wasn't in our report.
there, and actually Representative Ansel and Senator Kitchell know way more about this, and they can talk to you if you like, or with you on this more. But there's the Joint Labor Management Committee Legislative Management Committee. Oh boy, okay, Legislative Management Committee. Actually, Catherine is involved with it too, staffing. I'm the least involved. But they are looking at the issues coming out of the NCSL report. And two of the things they're doing are, or have done, I think, is separating out the IT component. And that means we'll probably move in the budget process a separate line item for IT as opposed to having it under Ledge Council. And so the second thing that they're doing is moving forward in some way with human resources capacity, which is a big issue in the sense of just maybe unified classification systems, pay systems, things like that. And then the other issue, which is just coming up increasingly, is just sort of hidden bias questions and just how do we really recruit our staff and make sure we do it in a way that's better. And the details on that are not with me. And the only other thing I wanted to flag is there's been a lot of discussion about changing the structure. Joint Fiscal Office currently, I'm appointed, I was hired by you all, and my predecessors were hired by you all, and we do a lot of work with the committee, and one of the things that's come up is an issue of whether to let the Joint Legislative Management Committee do all the hiring of all, the staff heads. And and it's just me taking the position. I think it probably should stay with the Joint Fiscal Committee, the hiring of the fiscal officer, partially because of the unique role that we actually do. Your committee does a lot of work in the summer where you have to make decisions and delegated things like the rescission process. And I think you have, in the past, it seems to have worked very well. But you actually have an interest in who that person is and what it does. Right now we have a dream team Joint Legislative Management Committee, and we have 2 money chairs on it, and the Speaker and Senate President both have been money chairs. So there's tremendous involvement, but that's not a guarantee. And so it's just, that is an issue. I don't know if you all want to comment on it because you're much more tired.
I asked Steve if he would at least brief the committee because there's been quite a lot of discussion about, what would happen to the Legislative Council Committee, what would happen to the Joint
there are
Technology
three IT
Committee, and then what would happen to the Joint Fiscal Committee. And the Joint Legislative Management Committee has not made a final decision. I made the pitch, I guess, to leave Joint Fiscal as it is, but I realized that we had not had any discussion in here, and certainly this committee's view of that matters. So to leave Joint Fiscal as it is, certainly in terms of its statutory functions, but also in terms of its staff supervision and the hiring of the fiscal officer. So that came up last week, I think, last Monday in the meeting. And it just seemed like since we're here, we should be briefed on it.
That came out is some members of the committee really aren't that familiar with the functions and responsibilities on the joint fiscal. And I thought Tim was not there, but the speaker was there and really talked about the fiduciary obligations and that decisions have to be made when we're not in session, and that the nature and the creation of this committee is somewhat distinct.
I'd just say there's been conflict between the leadership of all the different players involved, and I don't think joint fiscal is the center of where that conflict is coming from.
No, but there is a proposal to establish an executive director, which would sort of have be the.
I understand.
Which I think the committee is not likely to do, but it's possible.
I understand that, but I'm just saying from my vantage point, part of all of this has come because of the conflict in other places, and I don't think that conflict has been from the leadership of joint fiscal.
David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So we had a super busy day yesterday. The last 3 of the roughly, 14 hours or so of content that we did yesterday, in addition to the impeachment hearings, was Democratic presidential debate number 5. This one was on MSNBC. They no longer even pretended to really even try to hear from every candidate on the stage equally. I believe Tom Steyer spoke 2 to 3 times, Andrew Yang maybe 3 or 4. I think Tulsi Gabbard about the same amount of time. And I understand it. I mean, the stage at this point is filled with people who have no chance of being the nominee. And it's important to hear from the people who we might actually vote for, who might actually have a shot of winning. But I still think that the solution then is make the debate requirements tougher to meet. Don't keep putting 10 people on the stage when half have no shot, at least half have no shot, and mostly ignore them other than going to them every once in a while. But nonetheless, yesterday's debate featured a whole bunch of missteps. It had some funny moments, but basically, I don't think it will make a difference to anyone's polling in any serious way. It might hurt Biden a tiny bit, might help Buttigieg a tiny bit, but otherwise, it's basically what was expected. And as I've said before, the further into the primary we get, the less each debate will have the possibility of significantly moving the polls. Now, on foreign policy, and I tweeted about this, it was really a fiasco. Back when Andrew Yang still paid attention to me before he started ignoring our show, I had discussed with him foreign policy is what separates the knowledgeable from the clueless in debates of length, because it's much easier on domestic policy to have more than just a bullet point or two without really knowing anything, whereas on foreign policy, it becomes much more obvious you don't know anything. And if in a debate, they ask a specific pointed foreign policy question, as they did yesterday, there were some wacky questions, like asking Bernie if he supports or denounces what random people at some of his rallies chanted. Other than some weird things like that, it was actually a pretty well-run debate. Skipping introductory statements was smart. And they asked some of these pointed foreign policy questions, and it became very clear that a lot of the people on the stage either don't have a clue or don't want to say what their positions are, and they reflexively go into just attacking Donald Trump, which happened last night a lot. And I hate to say this because I'm not supporting them, and I don't think that they are progressives. The people who actually answered the foreign policy questions yesterday without just going into bullet points or attacking Trump were Joe Biden and Amy Klobuchar. Amy has no shot. Biden has a shot, but he's very centrist, not a progressive. But they actually answered the foreign policy questions. In addition to skipping opening statements, the moderators did a pretty good job of exposing that a lot of the candidates lacked deep knowledge on a variety of issues. That includes foreign policy. And I have said it before, at this point in the game, there's a ton of anti-Trump stuff in the impeachment hearings. The debates can't be about here's why Trump is bad. One strange moment was when Elizabeth Warren was asked if we should have a bigger military, and she said yes. I think she was sort of confused almost by the question, but here's how she answered.
Only about 1% of Americans serve in the United States military right now. Should that number be higher? Yes, I think it should be.
So this was weird because we already have by far the biggest military, way bigger than we would ever need. And Warren is saying she wants more people in the military. Now, later she went on to talk about, I think, realizing that her answer wasn't the best, and her campaign clarified, well, she's talking about the Peace Corps and volunteer opportunities and that type of thing. Still a very strange way to answer the question if that's what you mean. Yes, we need more people in the military. Funniest moment was Cory Booker telling Joe Biden that his position on cannabis as a gateway drug was so weird that Booker thought Joe Biden must have been high when he said it.
I have a lot of respect for the vice president. He has sworn me into my office as a hero. This week, I hear him literally say that I don't think we should legalize marijuana. I thought you might have been high when you said it. and let me tell you, because marijuana in our country is already legal for privileged people.
That's actually a funny line. And Booker had an okay night, other than having no chance whatsoever. And his politics being what they are, on the optics, which is what matters, Booker actually did okay. one of the strangest moments for Joe Biden was I misheard what he said as Joe Biden saying he was the first black woman in the Senate, which of course was not what he said. But what he actually said was that he had the support of the first black woman in the Senate, which created a weird dynamic with Kamala Harris on the stage, who said something like, I'm the other one and I'm here. It got weird. Take a look.
It's for me because they know me. They know who I am. 3 former chairs of the Black Caucus. The only African-American woman that ever been elected to the United States Senate. A whole range of people.
No,
my point is...
that's not true. The other one is here.
I said the first. I said the first African-American elected. Come on. First African-American. So my point is that one of the reasons I was picked to be vice president was because of my relationship, long-standing relationship with the black community. I was part of that coalition.
Yeah, so that was interesting. A very strong moment for Andrew Yang was saying we need to designate white supremacist violence as domestic terrorism. He got a good reaction to that. Understandably, he should.
Mr. Yang, what would you do about the issue of white supremacist violence?
Well, first we have to designate white supremacist terrorism as domestic terrorism so that the Department of Justice can properly measure it. I talked to an anti-hate activist named Christian Picciolini who told me about how he was radicalized over a 10-year period.
And he's right, and he mentions Christian Picciolini, who's been a guest on the show, actually, and who I know he was recently in Boston. Good moment for Yang, one of the few that he got. He did not get a lot of chance to speak yesterday. One of the bigger moments of conflict was Kamala Harris going after Tulsi Gabbard. Big time. Take a look.
Senator Harris, any response?
Oh, sure. I think that it's unfortunate that we have someone on the stage who is attempting to be the Democratic nominee for President of the United States, who during the Obama administration spent 4 years full-time on Fox News criticizing President Obama, who has spent full-time criticizing people on this stage as affiliated with the Democratic Party. When Donald Trump was elected, not even sworn in, buddied up to Steve Bannon to get a meeting with Donald Trump in the Trump Tower, fails to call a war criminal by what he is as a war criminal, and then spends full time during the course of this campaign, again, criticizing the Democratic Party.
It was an attack, but it fell sort of flat, but maybe that's because, I mean, listen, when I want to hear about the specifics of how Warren and Bernie will implement and pay for their health care plans, and then I see someone polling 4.3% attacking someone polling 2%, it's hard for me to really care that much about that. And then you wonder, why aren't people with a shot at winning actually talking policy here? It's hard to get super excited about these attacks. I know a lot of people loved Tulsi on it, and then a lot of people said, look at Kamala smacking down. I was like, why aren't we hearing from people with a shot? One other funny moment, Andrew Yang was asked, what would you say to Putin on your first call as president of the U.S.? And here's what he had to say.
Mr. Yang, if you win the 2020 election, what would you say in your first call with Russian President Vladimir Putin?
That's a fun moment. Well, first I'd say, I'm sorry I beat your guy. Or not sorry.
Not sorry.
Okay, so listen, this debate was competitive in that many people did well enough. I don't believe anybody was hugely damaged. I don't think anybody made any big progress. There were no real kill shots, as I call them. The one thing I can sort of think of was Cory Booker saying, I thought Joe Biden was high when he said marijuana is a gateway drug. It was funny, but it's widely inconsequential. Biden's position is just wrong, and Booker has no shot. Now, one thing that is really insane and infuriating is that Tom Steyer was on the stage. A lot of people forgot because by the end of the debate, he wasn't talking. It seemed like he was, at that point, trying to get his parking validated and get on out of there. But Tom Steyer has spent $50 million of his own money to poll 1% and get himself on the debate stage. He has no shot. He never did. But think about what he could have done with that $50 million. If Tom Steyer said, I'm not going to run, but I'm willing to put $50 million into the 2020 election, He could have put $50 million into the 5 key Senate races that Democrats need to take over control in 2020 of the Senate. He could have fixed the water problem in Flint, Michigan, which is still a problem. He could have put $50 million into voter registration drives to increase turnout and fight voter suppression in 2020, which could help get rid of Donald Trump. My point is, almost any other use of Tom Steyer's $50 million would have left Democrats better off than simply having another guy polling 1% on the debate stage. Let me know if you believe this debate will move the needle for anyone. Again, the longer this goes, the less any one debate will move the needle unless somebody really gaffes. We need fewer people on the stage. The next debate, number 6, is on December 19th. It's the day before we start our winter break, so we will be around for that debate and streaming live. So far, 6 candidates have qualified for that one: Biden, Sanders, Warren, Buttigieg, Harris, Klobuchar. You've got Tom Steyer and Andrew Yang pending. Nobody else has met any of the requirements. So hopefully we will be down to 6 or at the most maybe 7 by the next debate. Let me know, winners, losers, what did you think? I'm on Twitter at @DPacman. The show is on Twitter at David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media. Whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex or French press, or a David Pakman Show t-shirt, it's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. Don't miss the bumper stickers too. davidpakman.com/gear.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I will say only the briefest thank you to 2 new members today, Kyle Hammer and Joe Kleinwalterink, because we do have so much to talk about. I also want to say thanks to Ian St. Onge, who has now graduated. I remember the days when Ian was just new member of the day. Today, Ian is longtime sustaining member of the day with almost 5 years in. Join these great people at joinpakman.com. The best place to discuss politics and the news with other David Pakman Show viewers and listeners is the David Pakman Show subreddit at davidpakman.com/reddit. Just shy of 16,000 of our viewers and listeners regularly discussing politics there. A few interesting posts I noticed this morning. One says, can we stop saying Trumpists or Trump supporters? This is the Republican Party carrying on from 10 years ago. Yeah, this is a really important thing. I do believe there is relevance to talking about a Trumpist in that it is someone who actively supports Trump, because there are conservatives, libertarians, evangelical right-wingers who don't support Trump. It's not most of them, though. So I do think there is relevance to talking about Trumpists. But, and the point here is that the Tea Party was a sort of precursor to Trumpists, I think that we've made very clear over the last several weeks and months that getting rid of Trump doesn't fix the Republican Party, because the Republican Party being broken is what allowed Trump to win a primary to begin with and ultimately to win, losing, of course, in the popular vote by a record million number of votes, but winning the Electoral College. That was all enabled by the Republican Party. And even after Trump is gone, that is still something they're going to have to contend with. Another post from the subreddit, David's stance on Buttigieg. Hey, everyone. I took a break from Pakman's show a while back because at the time the news cycle, as well as what David was reporting, was kind of the same old, same old. I've been a Buttigieg supporter since the start, and I was wondering, why does it appear David doesn't report on Buttigieg much? Yeah, Lean, listen, we talk about Buttigieg. We talk about him in proportion to how much he warrants or deserves being talked about. I find him on a personal level to feel a little bit phony and extraordinarily scripted. So that's my personal take on his PR appearance. He really had no shot for a while. He now has picked up to 8% support. And importantly, he's doing very well in the two first primaries, Iowa and New Hampshire. So we talked about Buttigieg more during the debate live stream this week. We're talking about Buttigieg more in the context of those early primaries. I'm doing my best to talk about candidates in proportion to how important I believe their presence is within the primary and whether I have anything to say about them. And that's basically it. A lot of people shocked about my coming clean about my health insurance plan earlier this week, and a lot of shocked posts about it, including this one from Blackreen, who says, "Is David Pakman's health insurance common? I've been in the military 15 years, but before that, under my parents' insurance. For me, my wife and daughter, healthcare is almost free." Anyways, David's situation common, $400 a month in premiums, a $2,000 deductible, and copays. That's just a straight up scam. Sadly, in the private market, it is. Some people have plans that terrible through employers. I am lucky enough to have that plan merely by paying for it myself since I am self-employed. Yes, the system is broken. Join the discussion at davidpakman.com/Reddit. So let's get to yesterday's testimony. Do not allow yourselves to be tricked by Donald Trump writing in huge Sharpie, no quid pro quo. We'll get to that Sharpie later. Yesterday's testimony from Gordon Sondland confirmed the quid pro quo bribery, extortion, Ukraine deal, working through Rudy Giuliani on the behalf of Donald Trump. When asked, EU Ambassador Gordon Sondland said in the most explosive testimony thus far, yes, there was a quid pro quo involving politically motivated smear investigations into Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. Getting Ukraine a meeting with Trump was part of it. Military aid was thrown in there. But even more importantly, maybe, Sondland has thrown everyone under the bus, saying Mike Pompeo knew what was going on. Rudy Giuliani was central to what was going on. Sondland said everyone was in the loop. Mike Pence knew. Mick Mulvaney knew. Sondland said they were all in on it. Let's look at two key clips, starting with this one.
I don't intend to repeat my prior opening statement or attempt to summarize 10 hours of previous deposition testimony. However, a few critical points have been obscured by noise over the last few days and weeks, and I'm worried that the bigger picture is being ignored. So let me make a few key points. First, Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and I worked with Mr. Rudy Giuliani on Ukraine matters at the express direction of the President of the United States. We did not want to work with Mr. Giuliani. Simply put, we were playing the hand we were dealt. We all understood that if we refused to work with Mr. Giuliani, we would lose a very important opportunity to cement relations between the United States and Ukraine. So we followed the president's orders.
Rudy Giuliani was imposed on them by Donald Trump. And the key line, of course, the quid pro quo.
I know that members of this committee frequently frame these complicated issues in the form of a simple question. Was there a quid pro quo? As I testified previously, with regard to the requested White House call and the White House meeting, the answer is yes. Mr. Giuliani conveyed to Secretary Perry, Ambassador Volker, and others that President Trump wanted a public statement from President Zelensky committing to investigations of Burisma and the 2016 election.
Sondland admits he worked on this for Trump. Rudy told him, let's pressure Ukraine to announce these investigations. Remember that Donald Trump first called Sondland a really good man when it looked like Sondland was going to be useful to Trump. But now Trump is distancing, saying this is not a man I know well. It's funny. I tweeted Let me see if I can even pull it up, because I had a moment where I sort of summed it up in a way I thought was interesting. Sondland was hired by Trump, who hires the best people, which is why Trump said we could believe Sondland at first. But then when it became clear Sondland was saying things damaging to Trump, this is why we elected Trump, to get people like Sondland out of government who Trump barely knows. How quickly the story changes, as we have all very, very quickly learned with Donald Trump. Now, another general area of concern here, which hasn't been discussed much since the Sondland testimony yesterday, is that the degree to which Rudy Giuliani, as an unelected private person, is doing the bidding of the president internationally, including even directing American ambassadors about what to do, is truly disgusting and concerning in and of itself. Rudy is representing Trump's wants and desires and needs around the world, and he's no one. I mean, in the end, he's Trump's TV lawyer. He is a lawyer in the sense that many people with law degrees in the U.S. become effectively lobbyists and peddlers of political influence. And Rudy is traveling around the world telling ambassadors what to do, which country to pressure, who to lean on, what the deliverables are that are expected. And it is, of course, something that Republicans will do everything possible not to discuss, instead focusing on attacking Gordon Sondland's credibility. And whether they succeed at doing that depends on what you are open to believing. Now, hilariously, at one point, Scott Perry, who's a Republican, criticized Sondland for listening to what Rudy said over what Donald Trump said, which is hilarious because Rudy was there for Donald Trump. The Republicans, some realizing, this unelected guy, Rudy Giuliani, traveling around, having meetings with people. He's not Senate confirmed. He's really directing people at a very high level to do this, that, or the other thing for Donald Trump. That doesn't look good. They realize that it doesn't look good. And Perry said, well, you're in the wrong, Gordon Sondland, because you were listening to Rudy instead of the president. Well, the whole point is Rudy was there to communicate the desires of the president in a way that at least put half a layer of separation, even though it's obvious why Rudy was there. It was one of the most flaccid and transparent attempts to try to criticize Sondland when really here's the real question about Sondland, okay? The question about Sondland is he a witness here or is he a co-conspirator? Like in listening to the testimony yesterday, the biggest question mark is not, did Trump do it? Did Trump and Giuliani and all of them know about it? The real question is, should we be seeing Sondland as someone who is merely reporting what he saw, or is he actually a co-conspirator because he admits, oh no, I did the stuff Rudy told me to do. I did the stuff that Trump's White House had people all over the world disseminating as what it was that needs to happen. So that's really the question I came away with. Sondland as a witness or Sondland as a co-conspirator? Let me know what you think. Republicans, of course, wanted to act like Sondland's testimony wasn't damaging, but at one point it was amazing. The camera flashed to Devin Nunes, the ranking member on the House Intel Committee. He looked white. He looked sick to his stomach. He looked like he had had some bad clams and was about to have to excuse himself as Gordon Sondland's testimony wrapped up. Find that moment. We will take a quick break. Much more to discuss. Remember that on Black Friday, we will be emailing everybody on our mailing list with a just extraordinary membership special. If you've been thinking about becoming a supporter of the David Pakman Show, which I would encourage you to do, quite frankly. I'm biased, but I would encourage you to do it. Get on our mailing list at davidpakman.com, and then on Black Friday, you will get an email with a super secret one-day use code to sign up for membership at an obscenely discounted price. Let me just put it that way. Quick break, back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman. Find our videos online at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit at steemit.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome to the program today Nir Eyal, who is the best-selling author of Hooked, How to Build Habit-Forming Products, and Indistractable, How to Control Your Attention and Choose Your Life. It's so great to have you on. I appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
So one of the things I find really interesting about your take on addictive technology, social media, distraction, low attention span culture is that on a lot of the basis of what is causing this, you seem to agree with lots of the other people that write on this. But where you seem to push back is the idea that the human mind is sort of defenseless, that we are sort of more victims than, we are less victims than maybe some others believe when it comes to this addiction and distractibility. Give us maybe to start just like a general sense of your approach to the technologies that are very often called the culprits right now and how we should sort of relate to them or think about them.
Yeah, I think it's a really convenient excuse. I think we love to blame others and say, oh, I can't do anything about it, right? What am I going to do? So I think what we see today is that we have a big camp of people who are what we call the blamers. The blamers when it comes to distraction. They say, you see, Facebook is doing it to me. My iPhone is doing it to me. Somebody else is doing it to me. And then you have the shamers. The shamers, this is what I used to do. They shame themselves. They say, oh, I must be deficient. Maybe I'm lazy. Maybe I am not cut out for this job. You see, maybe I have a short attention span. They shame themselves, which of course makes the problem even worse because when you feel bad, you look for a distraction to take your mind off of why you feel bad. So the right way to be is not to be a blamer or a shamer. I think the right approach is to be what we call a claimer. A claimer acknowledges that this isn't your fault, right? You didn't invent the iPhone. You didn't invent email. You didn't invent Facebook. It's not your fault. But guess what? It's your responsibility. And by claiming responsibility, we fend off what's called learned helplessness. So a lot of tech critics say, your brain is being hijacked. It's addicting you. It's doing it to you. And by believing that rubbish, not only is it not scientifically true, but it actually leads to people believing it is true so that they don't do anything about the problem, ironically, making the problem even worse.
So let's break down a few of the things you said there. One is the questioning the notion that it's objectively true. I mean, I want to dig into that a little bit because I'm guessing you would grant that the sort of variable rewards system of something like scrolling Facebook does something different in the brain than like having a novel sitting near your desk when you're working. Like that, there is something different about that. Would you concede at least that much?
Is it different? Of course. But that doesn't mean that just because something is a variable reward that it's hijacking your brain or addicting
no, fair
you.
Enough, fair
Remember,
enough.
By the way, people said the exact same things verbatim to what they're saying today about the mind-melting power of technology about the novel. They talked about how novels were going to enfeeble men's minds and women should never be exposed to novels because they thought they would become, lascivious and all this terrible things would happen. Same exact thing. What happened? We adapted. That's what happened.
So that's the question, I guess, which I want to get to, which is you've pointed out that oftentimes like distraction at work is less about Facebook is sitting there on your desk, but maybe more about the company culture, the job that you're in, that there are other things that need to be considered. Right. What about in the personal life? Would you make the same analogy there?
Sure. That, in fact, what I found in my 5 years of research is that the reason we get distracted is not just because of the external triggers. Of course, the pings and dings and rings play a role. But in fact, if you look at where we are most likely to get distracted, the root cause of distraction is not the external triggers, it's the internal triggers. It's feeling this uncomfortable emotional state that we want to escape from. When we're feeling lonely, we check Facebook. When we're uncertain, we Google. When we're bored, we check ESPN, we check the news, we check Pinterest, Reddit. All of these products and services cater to these uncomfortable emotional triggers. So that is the Achilles heel. I'm telling you, as an industry insider, that these techniques are good. They're not that good, right? They're not mind controlling. They're not hijacking your brain. That's rubbish. If you understand why you get triggered, why you are turning to distraction, you can do something about it.
So the techniques like hide the distracting apps 5 pages deep in your phone, for example, or put an app on your phone that only gives you 15 minutes on Instagram a day or something like that. Is that just too piecemeal and it doesn't really get at the root of the problem?
Right, exactly. You go grayscaling your phone or putting the, hiding the triggers. It's nice. It's not the root cause of the problem. If you don't understand why you're getting distracted, why are you turning to these things to take your mind off of an uncomfortable emotional state, and if you don't recognize that you need to either fix the source of the problem or learn tactics to cope with discomfort in a healthier manner, you will always be distracted by something. Remember, Plato talked about distraction 2,500 years before the iPhone. This is not a new problem. And if you think, honestly, if Facebook suddenly shut down and Zuckerberg said, I have enough money, I'm done, do you think tomorrow people would start reading Shakespeare and Chaucer in their spare time? Of course not. We would
they
get
wouldn't.
distracted by other stuff. And so if we don't understand the root cause of the problem and address it and learn how to deal with it in a healthier manner, we will always find distraction somewhere.
So in the book Indistractable, you have sort of top level, but also quite nitty gritty ideas and techniques for people depending on the situation they're in. Obviously, the nitty gritty sort of exceeds the scope of this conversation, but can you tell us a little bit about what the general approach is that you recommend?
Yeah, so it's basically 4 steps to becoming indistractable. The first step is to master those internal triggers that we've been talking about. The second step is to make time for traction. So many people, myself included, we moan and complain about how distracted we are, and we blame the tech companies, but we don't actually ask ourselves, wait, what did I want to do with my time? Did you know that 2/3 of Americans don't keep any sort of a calendar? We have security systems on our homes, and we have alarms on our cars, and we have our money in banks where it's safeguarded in a vault. But when it comes to our time, sure, come on over, steal as much of it as you want. So if you don't plan your day, somebody's going to plan it for you. So the second step is to make sure that we understand what is traction and what is distraction in our life. And you cannot call something a distraction unless you know what it distracted you from. So you have to plan your time. The third step is to hack back the external triggers. Turns out that there are so many technologies and tools out there, most of them absolutely free, that you can use to screw Facebook, to mess with YouTube, to hack back these products in a way that serves you. And guess what? There's nothing they can do about it. You can use Chrome extensions like Facebook Newsfeed Eradicator, like YouTube DF, that will scrub all the distractions out of those products and make sure that they serve you as opposed to you serving them. The fourth step is to prevent distraction with pacts. And this is about making a contract, some kind of pre-commitment that helps us stay on track and helps us form a new identity. So this is where I really am passionate about helping people have a moniker, a name that they can call themselves, to proudly declare, I am indistractable. I'm not the kind of person who responds to every message within 30 seconds. I don't let my attention and my life and my time be controlled by others. I decide that for myself. I am indistractable.
One of the things that I've found useful, some of the tips have come from your work, is the idea of grouping your day, as sort of batch processing and separating the day into sort of sections. So you mentioned the responding to emails. I've talked about, I put emails I need to respond to that day in a today folder and that week in a this week folder. I think I got that from you, although maybe not. I did get it. Okay, good.
That's great.
And the great thing about it is I'm taking it out of my head so it doesn't occupy space as I have to remember this thing. There's a system where I'm processing the inputs and I'm establishing how and when I will follow up. The problem that I see with it, and I'm curious what you think about this, is that it works really well with things like work email, and it works quite well with when in the day am I researching for my show and preparing for interviews versus doing more technical stuff or business stuff. But I don't have kids. If I had kids, I don't know that the entire system doesn't get blown up. If I was attending to a different type of job, for example, where people show up in my office and I can't control that, I think that I feel like a lot of these systems might fall apart, but I want to hear from you whether they still work.
Well, I'm super glad to hear that it works for you, save this hypothetical of if you have kids.
Yes.
Let's be happy that it works for you, that
Yes,
you found
okay.
a system.
Fair.
So this email system that I talked about can help people save up to 90%, people have told me.
Yeah.
90% of the time they spend on email
It does.
vanishes through this amazing practice of deciding when something needs a reply and then limiting how many times you touch each email to only twice. A lot more details in the book we don't have time to cover right now. Life-changing practice. Believe me, it absolutely saves me countless hours of time spent on email. And it turns out that this practice of time boxing, I do have kids. I have a little girl who's 11 years old, and these same exact practices can be adapted for anyone in any situation. I've talked to people who have many kids who use this practice, all sorts of different jobs. The idea here is to help you do whatever it is you think is important. I want to help you live out your values, not to tell you what your values should be. So if physical fitness is important to you, is that on your calendar? If spending time with your kids is important to you, have you made time for it? If being an available friend is important, that should hold time on your calendar as well. What I think most people do, myself included, I used to only make time for the work stuff, and everybody else would get the scraps, right? Including myself. Time for working out, time for sleep, time for taking care of myself, whatever was left over is what I would get. And so every day felt like a hurried mess, and I could never accomplish everything I wanted to accomplish. As opposed to when you become indistractable, you can have this amazing feeling of finishing your day and saying, wow, I did exactly what I said I would do, and nothing more and nothing less.
One of the things that I think is important also is it being okay to schedule in time for nothing, in the sense that
Yes.
there's a lot of social, cultural cues that busyness is is deified in some way. And I mean, all this stuff, and I think people in my audience do too. And it might be training people to believe that unscheduled time is a problem, or time where you're just kind of doing whatever is a problem. But in fact, it's part of what you're talking about.
Absolutely. So the time you plan to waste is not wasted time. I don't say that you should only plan productive stuff or work stuff. I want you to plan time for meditation if it's important to you, or prayer if it's important to you, or painting, or taking a walk, or staring at the cracks in the ceiling. I don't really care. What I want you to do is to do whatever you yourself want to do, which includes time for social media. Time for video games, time to watch Netflix. There's nothing wrong with that stuff. And don't let any of those stupid tech critics tell you that it's melting your brain. That's rubbish. If you plan time for it, enjoy it. But don't use it on the app maker's schedule. Don't use it when Facebook wants you to use it. Use it when you plan to use it.
So one of the things I wanted to get your thoughts on is, I'm sure you've seen these articles that float around, 20 things you should do before 6 a.m. to own the day, or this type of thing. Is there anything you've come across that really suggests starting the day super early is objectively an advantage to everyone, or does it really just depend on one sort of rhythm flow and when they work best?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Everything in my book, I come from an academic background. I taught at Stanford for many years. I taught at the Hasso-Plattner Institute of Design at Stanford. So when I write a book, it's not only that it has to work. It has to work for me personally, right? I write books that I myself need. I was patient zero here. I was the most distracted person you'd ever meet. And so it was very important for me that these techniques work, but that's not good enough. Many of the self-help books out there, they tell you, wake up at 4 a.m. and take a shower in freezing water. Why? Because it worked for me. That's not good enough. Everything in my book is backed by peer-reviewed studies. You'll see a 30-page appendix full of peer-reviewed journals that these techniques have been verified and validated by academic research.
And when it comes to the waking up stuff, I mean, people can be distracted or not distracted, productive or unproductive at any time of day.
That's right. It's not about if you like waking up early and that suits you, great, do it. If you like to meditate, great, do it. But my idea here is not to tell you that you should do those things. What I want to help you do is do what, let's face it, you already know what to do. right? We all know, right? We need to stop this obsession of, oh, if I only knew the secret, if I only knew the magic answer. You know already. You want to get into shape? You know how to get into shape. You want to have better relationship with your friends and family? Be fully present. You want to do better at your job? Do the damn work, especially the hard stuff that other people don't want to do. The problem isn't that we don't know what to do. The problem is that we don't know how to stop getting distracted from doing the things we know we want to do.
The book is called Indistractable: How to Control Your Attention and Choose Your Life. We've been speaking with the book's author, Nir Eyal. Thank you so much for spending some time with me today and telling us about the book.
My pleasure, David. Thank you.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram at David Pakman Show. You can check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, shots of the studio, shots of what Pat does all day. Very, very concerning to a lot of people. All of that and more on the David Pakman Show Instagram account at David Pakman Show. Find our videos online at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show and on Steemit at steemit.com/@DavidPakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I dare to take a break from the stunning revelations from yesterday's impeachment hearing because we have yet another important, shocking, but not altogether surprising data point in the possible cognitive decline being experienced by the president. And, you know, every week it seems more and more clear that something is very, very wrong. Early last week, I told you about this book called A Warning, which is written by a senior Trump staffer. And many of you speculated that the staffer might be Kellyanne Conway. We don't know. I don't have any news about that as far as it goes. But we heard through a Washington Post preview last week about some of the concerning cognitive decline-related allegations that were being made about Donald Trump, regularly slurring and stumbling around at the White House, and other allegations. We now have more detail out of the book, and it is even worse than we imagined or have been told up until now. So to catch you up, we already knew that this book, A Warning, says, quote, he stumbles, slurs, gets confused, is easily irritated, and has trouble synthesizing information, not occasionally, but with regularity. But another element to this is Donald Trump's memory, and these allegations actually mirror some public-facing events that we saw. I'll explain what I mean. Staffers who deal with Trump regularly are saying that they noticed that the president, quote, also can't remember what he's said or been told. Americans are used to him denying words that have come out of his mouth, according to this senior official. Sometimes this is to avoid responsibility, but it often appears Trump genuinely doesn't remember important facts. So when we see Trump lie in public, we assume it is merely a deliberate lie. This book portion at least suggests that Trump might genuinely not remember saying the things that he says and then denies. Now, I do have a word of caution here, because on the one hand, this would explain a lot. But on the other hand, I'm hearing from more and more of you who believe that the unplanned hospital visit, the stuff about cognitive decline in this book, that it may all be building a setup for Trump to gracefully exit the presidency, avoid losing re-election, avoid impeachment. So the idea is start a pretext of some kind of cognitive or physical decline, which would allow Trump to simply not run for re-election and maybe better position Mike Pence for the presidency in 2020. I have no idea, truly, what's going on other than the obvious, which is something is very much wrong with the man. There's an example which you might remember. Remember this. There was a time a few months ago where we had a hurricane. Hurricane was headed our way. It was a Category 5 hurricane. And I reported to you at the time that Donald Trump said this really bizarre thing. He hasn't even heard of a Category 5 hurricane. Who's even heard of that? That's crazy. And we thought it was weird because it's not just that most adults have heard of Category 5 hurricanes. Trump, as president, presided over numerous Category 5 hurricanes. The author of A Warning argues that Trump genuinely had no recollection of that. He had no memory of the multiple Category 5 hurricanes during his presidency. And when he was told this is a Category 5 hurricane a few months ago, it sounded new to him. That is not good, okay? If that is the explanation, something is very, very wrong. And, we started to see strange things before the election. Clearly, it's gotten worse and worse since. And these things can ramp up pretty quickly. It's not funny. It's not sad, but it poses a national security threat. And of course, if there is a cover-up of this going on, that is also extraordinarily problematic and disturbing. More and more, the question is, if the decline continues, how will Trump be doing by the time of the debates with the eventual Democratic presidential nominee? Will he hold it together? Will it be evident that something is very wrong on a national stage? Will they try to limit the duration or number of the debates? We don't know yet. We don't know the trajectory. We don't know the specifics of what's going on, but people around Donald Trump are noticing. We're hearing this from a whole bunch of different sources. And at this point, it's difficult to deny that something is going on. And, it's not, any of this stuff is not anything to make fun of. If it's a drug problem, that's an illness. That's not something to make fun of. If it's cognitive decline, that's not something to make fun of. If there's some kind of physical health issue that warranted that visit to the hospital, none of this stuff is to make fun of anyone. It's, as voters, we deserve to know what is going on. And if there is a proactive effort made to obfuscate, then that is something that must be stopped immediately. We will see what we learn in the next week, 2 weeks, next month, who knows. A very disturbing image of some notes that Donald Trump wrote for himself before speaking to the press yesterday has been leaked. And it's bizarre and strange in all of the most unusual ways. This was Trump. These were Trump's notes before briefly speaking to reporters before heading out to Texas yesterday. This was one of those black Sharpie notes that Donald Trump does, seemingly moving to a very, very large Sharpie at this point. And it really signals something very off with his ability to think. Let's take a look at the picture. It reads, I want nothing twice. I want no quid pro quo. Tell Zelensky, and it's the president's last name Zelensky is totally misspelled. Trump has no idea how to spell it. Tell Zelensky to do the right thing. This is how you know it's really Trump's notes because he misspelled Zelensky's name. This is the final word from the president of the U.S. I actually don't know what's weirder, that Trump thought this was a solid way to push back against the impeachment hearing claims made yesterday by Gordon Sondland, or that Trump needed notes to remember this. The fact that a president would need these notes to say basically, I didn't do anything wrong, is weird. I could understand if Donald Trump had very specific details or facts, times, dates, places, people's names who are difficult to pronounce. Something written down would make sense for that. But this is just, I didn't do anything wrong. This is extraordinarily childish, but it also, again, corroborates the idea that Trump can barely remember anything. It corroborates the allegations we've been hearing about Trump's memory. He can't remember saying things. He can't remember being told things. Here now is how it all shook out in video form. Once again, totally unhinged, last-second press conference with the chopper going in the background. Here's how Donald Trump used those notes.
What do you want from Ukraine? I keep hearing all these different ideas and theories. What do you want? What do you want? It was a very short and abrupt conversation that he had with me. They said he was not in a good mood. I'm always in a good mood. I don't know what that is. He just said, now he's talking about what my response. So he's going, what do you want? What do you want? I hear all these theories. What do you want, right? And now, here's my response that he just gave. Ready? You have the cameras rolling? I want nothing. That's what I want from Ukraine. That's what I said. I want nothing. I said it twice. So he goes, he asked me the question, what do you want? I keep hearing all these things. What do you want? He finally gets me. I don't know him very well. I have not spoken to him much. This is not a man I know well. Seems like a nice guy, though. But I don't know him well. He was with other candidates. He actually supported other candidates. Not me. Came in late. But here's my response. Now, if you weren't fake news, you'd cover it properly. I say to the ambassador in response, I want nothing. I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. Tell Zelensky, President Zelensky, to do the right thing. So here's my answer. I want nothing. I want nothing.
Even if you don't think this guy needs to be removed immediately, how could tens of millions of people think that this is an even remotely well-suited person for the presidency? Like, when we get used to it because we have scandal fatigue and insanity fatigue and delusional fatigue, we have all the fatigue from everything that's going on. But how is it possible that tens of millions of people thought voting for this guy was a good idea? So listen, if Trump literally said, here's why this doesn't make any sense. If Trump got on the phone with Sondland and said, listen, I want no quid pro quo, why is he even talking about a quid pro quo? Why is that term being used? It's like calling your wife and saying, hey, listen, could you grab some chicken thighs and Greek yogurt, bananas, Granny Smith apple, the only apple worth anything, by the way, ice cream, and listen, I don't want any shoplifting of these items from the grocery store, okay? No stealing of this stuff at all. Just buy the stuff, pay for it, okay? It would be very weird to bring that up unprovoked. And of course, the answer is Trump didn't bring it up unprovoked because the day that this conversation happened, news had broken and Donald Trump had reason to get on the record with Sondland, at least in some way, that he doesn't want to do anything. No quid pro quo, none of this stuff. If it wasn't tied to that, it would be very weird to bring up that you don't want a quid pro quo. The fact that he brought it up at all makes us question the timing. And the timing, of course, tells us exactly why it is that Donald Trump brought it up. Trump is actually citing it as a defense. It's more incriminating that Donald Trump felt the need to get on the phone and say these things. I think Nancy Pelosi had it right when she said, Trump is simply in way over his head here. And notice that every supposedly exculpatory data point or document that is released by the Trump administration is actually more incriminating. The Zelensky July 25 phone call. Trump says, you know what, let's release a truncated transcript of a part of it. It's released and it's more incriminating despite Donald Trump citing it as exonerating. He says, Gordon Sondland recalled that on this particular phone call, I said no quid pro quo, despite testifying that it was a quid pro quo. Let me just go out there and repeat that, hey, I got right on the phone with this guy and told him I don't want a quid pro quo. Why would anyone talk about a quid pro quo if there was no quid pro quo going on? They don't realize it is all further incriminating. And whether there will be any consequences is a different question, which I'll address at the top of tomorrow's show on the Friday show. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. Here's something really funny. There's a really funny question in this voicemail where the answer might actually surprise you.
Hey, David. This is Dave from California. I have a question for you. Do you think Stephen Miller will get fired on his very white nationalist views? Because how can he coexist with a very religious Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump? How could those two coexist?
Well, they do. And no, I would be shocked. So what the call is referring to is that a whole bunch of thinly veiled and more overt white nationalist emails and sensibilities were revealed on the behalf of Trump advisor Stephen Miller, who does Trump policy advising. I think maybe he does some speech writing as well. Who knows what he's doing at this point? And the question is, well, hold on a second. white nationalism is not compatible, for example, with Judaism. Jared Kushner is Jewish. Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, converted to Judaism. Stephen Miller himself is Jewish. Put all of that aside because that doesn't matter. You don't get fired in the Trump administration for having white nationalist leanings. If anything, you get promoted. So no, I don't believe at all that Stephen Miller is going to be fired for the fact that these emails have been leaked. And in fact, the defense from anybody who's commented about it has been, listen, these emails are years and years old. I believe to some degree they were known about, although not to the full scope that they exist. So no, I don't believe there will be any repercussions for Stephen Miller for being so tied in with white nationalist ideas. I believe that he will persist and he is going to do just fine. We have a fantastic bonus show for you today. We will talk about something good is happening in California. They're cracking down on fracking. And I'm going to tell you how, and I'm going to tell you whether this is happening in other states and what the path forward maybe could be when it comes to fracking. We will talk about a very bizarre case of a husband and wife who were both topless in their own homes, but the wife was charged with lewdness. It is another one of these very weird stories, but it does have a sort of important underlying legal question associated with it. We also will talk about a staffing change that is absolutely freaking out homeless advocates. And it relates to the Trump administration policy towards the homeless. It is something we've talked about on the program many times before. And we will deal with all of that on today's bonus show. 2 ways to access the bonus show. Become a member at joinpacman.com or become a patron at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. If you are waiting around for a membership special, get on our newsletter at davidpakman.com because on Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving next week, everybody on our newsletter will get an email about a crazy, crazy, obscene membership discount. It is so low, low, low. I am not even allowed to tell you what it is. That's a joke. I'm just not going to, but it's really good. Speak to you on the bonus show. Get on that newsletter.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Okay, I would like to call this meeting to order. Newfane Select Board, November 18th, 2019, 6 o'clock. Any additions or amendments to the agenda this evening? Hearing none, we'll go on. There's no executive session as far as I know.
Correct.
We'll go on. Approval of the minutes of November 4 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion on the table to approve.
We're approving the amended version, we should state.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's with the change of the board approved that the contact be made with a responsible person to make restitution for damages to the guardrails on Depot Road.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, essentially, we took care of that by approving the road foreman's report that night, but thank you.
Okay.
Road business, road foreman's report.
We need to vote first.
Oh, I am sorry. You know, I don't know what I'm gonna do with you. Don't punch me on the.
I'm just scared.
We have a motion on the table to approve the minutes of the November 4th regular meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Any abstaining? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Road foreman, road commissioners report, please.
The state came and inspected the fuel tanks and the weekly records that we keep at the town garage. He found a fitting in the bottom of the fuel line that he thought we should fix, so I had Beardsley come and make the repairs. While they were there, they ended up replacing a hose and a nozzle that they saw was defective too. So other than that, everything looked good and they were happy. So we got the plows and plow frames ready for winter, and the winter tires are on the trucks. The town of Dummerston is in town with their tractor doing leaf blowing from the ditches where they're not frozen down. We finished the grading and seeding around the Hunter Brook Bridge. And on Friday, the 22nd, this Friday, Dover Road near Merrill Mundell Road will be down to one lane for tree removal. So,
That's just for the day?
yeah, 5 or 6 hours.
Okay, who's doing the work actually?
Arbor Klein.
Okay. Good, good. Any questions for the road foreman?
Make a motion to accept his report.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the report of road commissioner, road foreman, road commissioner. Does road commissioner have anything to add?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Very good.
Any further comment? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the road business report, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Any abstentions? Administrative assistance report.
On November 15th, the property manager representative for 542 Vermont Route 30 called in response to the select board's letter. They were looking to address the concerns and conditions of the property. They have put up yellow caution tape around the building and at the entrances. They were advised that this would only be a temporary fix, that there was still concerns with the New England weather and weight of the snow. It was still possible that more damage could occur. They indicated they would make recommendations to the mortgage company to include removal of the fallen down section of the porch. I have completed registration for the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. They developed a new database to go nationwide on January 6th with improvements that will help us help the designated employer representative meet the federal requirements, as well as identify prospective CDL drivers and track drug and alcohol violations. I attended a Blue Cross Blue Shield webinar. This information was on the changes that are taking place for 2020. I will type up my notes for the next budget meeting on Monday the 25th so that the board will be more informed. I would like to ask permission to change my hours for the winter time.
I propose working a half-day Wednesday and a full day on Friday.
I don't see any reason not to comply with that.
No problem.
I think, just to keep things straight, I'd like a motion on that particular action.
I make a motion that Juanetta can change her work days for a half a day on Wednesday and a full day on Friday for the winter months.
Seconded by Michael. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I make a motion to accept Juanetta's report.
Second.
Is there a discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, all in favor of accept the administrative assistant's report, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? You got here just in time. You're on.
Great. First of all, I'd like to introduce Sam Farwell, who's a member of the board. He's actually our secretary of the Green Mountain Conservancy. And
we're here to tell you about a project, a land conservation project that involves land in Newfane. I'll give you as much information as you know about it, and also to ask if you're interested for a letter of support to help us with a grant. So that is our purpose for being here tonight. And if you have no objection, I can kind of start in on our description of the project.
Thank you, Deb.
These are also just written descriptions.
I think they have that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So actually, Mary Ellen signed the purchase and sales.
That's right. So you have the map in front of you. The back side shows sort of the general area and where the location is. The front side shows a close-up ortho photo. I don't think I'll use this large one. I think you can probably see better detail with the map in front of you. But we've been working on this for about a year. It started in Dummerston with a 287 acre parcel that's right in the northwest corner up against Brookline and Newfane. We knew that was going on the market, and an ad hoc group of neighbors essentially who knew the value of the land decided that we would rather purchase it and conserve it rather than take our chances on it going onto the open market. So the landowner was very sympathetic with that purpose. The land had been conserved just by the owners, various owners, since about 1930. Nothing had happened there. So we proceeded with that, but at the same time we were aware of the transition in the Mercedes family and all their land holdings, and so we reached out to them, and that was the son, Frank, was very interested, and because they have 626 acres that abut the Dummerston parcel, both in Brookline and Newfane, about 241 acres in Newfane there. When you put it all together, it was almost 1,000, all contiguous land, all with 2.5 miles of West River frontage right up to the top of Putney Mountain and over the other side. So we felt that was kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we just jumped on it. And the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board, which has a fund for this purpose to fund land conservation, it's funded by the real estate transfer tax. We applied to them and went before the board in March, and they gave us $150,000 for the Dummerston parcel, which was 3/4 of the agreed sale price. So we will be closing in a matter of weeks. We've managed to raise the rest of the funds through private smaller private foundations, including the Wyndham Foundation, small grants, and local fundraising. So that's been kind of successful beyond our wildest dreams. And meanwhile, we just signed today a purchase and sale with the Mercedes family. And again, in the same, both of these parcels were appraised independently, and in both cases we agreed with the seller on a price that was 10% off the appraised value. So they're essentially donating, that's their donation to the project. And the Mercedes family has been wonderful to work with, very, very supportive of seeing this happen. As we've met and talked with them, they feel that that's the best thing they can do with that part of their land holdings, which has no road access and very steep slopes, and land conservation really seems like the most appropriate use for it. So we have already again applied to the state. We will sometime this winter go before the board again for that same funding for this purchase. And that's where the municipal support would be valuable. The state looks to see that these projects have the support of the towns, and so letters of support from the select board of each involved town is asked for by the for the grant application. So that we are formally asking if you're interested in giving us your support for that. But back to the project, we will go before the board sometime this winter, and the purchase and sale contract that we have with the Mercedes family gives us until the next fiscal year, which is when the funds will be released, so end of July 2020. So that is the time frame we're working in. It will probably be a steep climb as far as fundraising, but we're hoping that it's as successful as the previous year.
That's a good place for me to come in.
Jump in.
Because I found out about this project December 4th of last year, 2018, when the Dummerston town, or I guess the Green Mountain Conservancy, had an open informational meeting. And I'm particularly interested in this land because I've been hunting on it for the last 3 years, and all day today. And I think all the deer have left. but it's really beautiful land. And so on December 4th, I met Sam, Mary Ellen Copeland from Dummerston Conservation Commission, who's involved in this. They had the ornithologist who found 70 different species, including many that are endangered. There are 2 power lines that run across the land, and it turns out that the land underneath, the habitat underneath the power lines, is what used to be all over Vermont when Vermont was open, and so it's tremendous for rare and endangered species there. There was a naturalist from Bonnievale who spoke about all the different animals that are living there, and some of the flora. There's also endangered species of those. The land, as I've read the Newfane town plan, the land conforms to the town plan, and it is really not great for development. It's too steep, and it's also this unusual large forest plot. But I'm getting ahead of myself. At the time of December 4th last year, it seemed like a really heavy lift to raise the money to buy phase 1. And Sam talked about the possibility of the Mercedes parcel possibly going onto the market, and that seemed like pie in the sky. But we've raised the money for the first parcel lickety-split, and Frank Mercedes has been incredibly generous with offloading land he can't otherwise use or sell, truly. And it's contiguous. You know, it's a huge parcel of land inhabited by everything but deer, it seems.
They come back in the winter.
It's a deer wintering night for sure. Yeah. Probably on December 2nd they'll be back.
Right.
And with the landowner's permission of Parcel 1, Roger Haydock, who's also on our board, has built a 2.2 mile hiking trail that goes up to a stone monument at the peak, and it never goes beyond a 9% grade, so it's very walkable. And we're hoping to extend it on the new parcel when we close on that. And so the land will be open to the public. It will be open for non-motorized vehicle or non-motorized recreation and hunting, because we're taking public funds. It will be open to hunting. And on December 6th last year, December 4th this year, we are having a very similar meeting to last year's, but it's about phase 2, and it will be in Williamsville Hall. And some of the same cast of characters will be there. We think that Marie Caduto will be there from the Agency of Natural Resources. Protecting 2.5 miles of river frontage has gotten a lot of people's attention. And this is a big piece of the West River watershed that we will be conserving in perpetuity with the Vermont Land Trust. And Joan Weir has been working with us for that. So we are hoping that this is going to be as successful as the first one. It is the viewscape you see going up Route 30 after the covered bridge is the first parcel. The second parcel is right across the street from beyond it's east of the school, behind the elementary school, and the entire east side of the West River off River Road. Right. And there's a ford is the only way to get to the property. So all access will be through Camp Arden Road. There will be a parking lot there. It's a small one that's not quite finished yet, is there now. And although we've also been to the Newfane Conservation Commission and the Newfane Planning Board and the Brookline Planning Board, and on Wednesday we'll talk to the Brookline Select Board. So we were asking for support, if you can give support in terms of a letter from each of these organizations. And Tom Kavik of Brookline suggested that we put in a mooring for kayaks to access the west side of the land off the river. We're open to all sorts of suggestions, and we're really glad to answer any questions you might have.
I know that usually the first question is what's going to happen to the taxes, and we will be putting the land in current use, which lowers our tax bill, but theoretically should be keeping the tax revenue the same. That would be our intention, is to Mercedes never put the land in current use, and we will.
That land was not in current use?
It was not.
That surprises me, but okay.
He didn't want the state to overrun him on things.
Yeah.
Because he looked into it, because I worked on all that land for a good many years, including it when he first bought it and all that. I mean, there is some beautiful spots all the way down through there. There's trails all over it. We built all kinds of trails, I mean, for the horses. I mean, he used to drive over it with his Mercedes and stuff. But it is a beautiful piece of land. I mean, I guess one thing is I'm glad the public is going to use it, but I know they do. When you said no motorized vehicles, I know Vass or snowmobiles used to use that a lot too. And I would like it, if nothing else, I would still like to be able to keep it that if Vass wanted to have a trail through there, they could come through there.
We're open to talking to an organization. If somebody comes to us,
well, I know like I said, I know they snowmobile over there for years and stuff.
So Mike, it's an issue. We know that there are people who go up from Brookline under the power line on snowmobiles. We have pretty much no interest or capacity to enforce that. we would enforce ATV use because it's much more degrading to the ground.
Yeah.
And if that's even possible.
So there's a sugar operation too that goes on there. Will that continue too? Or?
Yep. We want that to continue.
Yeah.
And the fields are hay too. We want that to continue. We want to keep the fields open. So as long as they can continue to do it and keep it profitable for them, that's good for us. The state likes to see that. You know, they like to see that they're protecting.
There's a 100-acre field there.
Is that leased land then to people?
I think Nick Mercedes and then Frank Mercedes have had different arrangements. So
most of it went for farm, the hay.
Oh. Yeah, a lot of it went to the stables.
Right.
But recently there's been more hay than horses. You know, so and now the stables are closed.
Right.
And so I should also tell you that the easement says no motorized vehicles, unauthorized motorized vehicles, so that Velco, GMP, the sugar maker, and the hayer have permission. And if we do any, we have no intention of logging. Certainly, the Mercedes property can't be logged for another lifetime. But even on the first parcel, phase 1, which has just incredibly magnificent trees like you've not seen, they're huge. There are no plans. It's under a conservation current use, so there are no plans to do any timber cutting. They'll be cutting as needed for invasive species or blowdowns, maintenance, and of course the right-of-way. The power companies do that.
Well, with current use, you'd have to have a program set up anyways for harvesting.
Right.
Which you should be doing anyways. They should be harvesting timber off lands it does, because if not, you won't have your deer and all that stuff. Because that's the problem. A lot of these government things, when they get stuff, they don't manage it the way they should manage it and keep them logged off, because that's what brings you undergrowth for all your wildlife.
Well, one of the nice things about the parcel is the openings created by the power lines, and those are there's a lot of wildlife that are attracted to that. And almost all the poles, the wooden poles anyway, in there have bear scratches. So that's an interesting feature of the site. Like Deb said, a lot of the Mercedes parcel probably. There's not much left to harvest for quite a while, so
it's been pretty well logged in.
So it's kind of in recovery. But as far as the use of the land and the snowmobiles, for example, the Vermont Land Trust has when they put a conservation easement on, they have various restrictions, and one of those is motorized vehicles, but specifically snowmobiles are left to the landowner's decision. So we do have some wiggle room there. And we would obviously prefer to deal with a well-run organization like VAST, so that they would be maintaining trails if they will.
So I'm sure it sounds like you've checked what we require for land use or whatever for the resource district within our town policy.
We did review the town plan.
Yeah.
And actually, Deb could send you. She did quite a.
I think she's got a copy of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, you checked it all out to make sure
conformed
and all that kind of stuff.
To the best of my ability. Prior to this, I had never read a town report. It's on me. It's on me, but it's a good one.
You said you have talked to both the Planning Commission and the Conservation Commission. Did you get letters from them?
The Conservation Commission has sent a letter, and the Planning Commission said they would send a letter.
Okay. We just met with them
and I haven't written a thank you to them either.
What kind of a schedule have you assigned to getting letters? Any deadline?
The deadline
let me
was
explain mine.
November 8th, and which is the day we got our, we submitted our application to the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board, and they understand that everything, this comes in an appendix, the copies of letters of support from municipalities, and they understand that they'll be coming in or not as time goes on. You're probably about to come into budget making, so maybe this would be a good thing to get out of the way before that. Unless
we'll see sometime after town meeting.
No.
Okay.
End of the year. End of the year. We need it before we meet with the board, and that will be sometime this winter, after the New Year.
My question was based on, I'd love to have a copy of the letter from the Planning Commission and the Conservation Commission to help guide and back us up.
Okay. I have a copy of Greg's letter here, but I mean, I have the original because I made it. I'll send you the digital copy.
Yeah.
That's what I can do. And I don't have, and I don't know who you want. Do I send it to Juanetta? Okay, I'll send it to someone who'll keep track of it.
I know I'm being pushy. I don't want to be pushy, but I think it would just be helpful for our package.
Yeah, that's
sure.
a good idea.
Yeah.
Then
Sure.
they looked it all over.
Yeah.
There's time. I mean,
Yeah.
for the planning commission to write one, and then we can send it to you. There's
Right.
time for that.
And but that would be very helpful. Again, if you've got questions, Chris, did I see that you had a question?
It's been answered.
Okay. Angela, any questions?
I had one more. I was wondering if you could give me a little more information on associated phase 1 conservation parcels to the south.
Yeah. So when we did that,
I know it's none of our business, I'm just curious.
well, what it does is it sort of increases the total amount of acreage that's being conserved as part of this project. Those landowners, actually I'm one of them, we don't have buyers for that land, but we're putting a conservation easement on that acreage. And it helps us go to the state and say, you know, not only are we conserving this parcel that we're buying, but you know, neighboring landowners are also doing it, and that makes it a more compelling grant. And I mean, it is. Those adjoining parcels essentially connect the phase 1 parcel to the West River, and the land that is being conserved is the drainage. All of the water that drains off that 287 acres comes down into a major, feeds into a brook that runs through a ravine and into the river on those conserved lands. So it's kind of nice to think of that entire watershed being conserved.
Mm-hmm.
So that.
And I believe that we are in discussion with the people who own the land along the river. There's about a half mile that we don't have, and that it's all owned by relatives. Descendants of the people who bought the land a couple of generations ago, and so it's been fragmented but not built on except for 1 or 2 houses. And so we will, when we have a chance to catch our breath, we will be approaching them and seeing if they are interested in either conserving their land or selling it, and for conservation.
Then we'd have that.
And then we have
entire
the whole
stretch of the
3 miles of river.
That's great.
So everything like within this red is all gonna be part of it then?
Yeah.
So that's all gonna be open to the public for hunting and whatever else?
Yes.
Spending the
The
day
associated
outside.
parcels are
Yeah.
will still be privately owned.
All this too?
Everything in red, in the dark red outline, is what we are going to close on within the next 2 weeks. That's the first 287 acres. These 2 parcels are privately owned parcels that will get conservation easements. Again, when dust settles, we are kind of working.
Overtime.
It's incredible how much work is involved in doing this. And this is the Mercedes piece that we are just signed to buy, and now we have to raise the money.
So these right here, this is gonna be the right way into it.
No, the right of way into it is a Camp Arden Road. This is where the parking lot is right off Camp Arden Road.
Where the house is at the end of it, right?
No, the house is over here.
If you
And
see
so this is this is where the trail starts. The parking lot and the trail start here, and it goes across this private property, and then it crosses the power line. That's the GMP power line, and it goes up. Then it crosses the Velco. And it goes up to the edge of land. I was up there today, and it crosses again from here. You can look back on the covered bridge and see all the way down the West River Valley. It's a phenomenal view, and actually from here you can hear the kids playing in the schoolyard, Newbrook School, and I walked. I did this entire quadrant today, and there was no deer there. And I did this yesterday. I did the whole top.
So if you follow the yellow line, the trail, down to where it starts at Camp Arden Road, that's where we have a parking area.
That's going to be the public entrance.
Not yet,
to
because
the
we don't own the
entire
land.
piece.
But we'll be closing very soon.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
when the ground thaws in the spring, we'll be getting a little gravel in there and putting up a sign. Yeah, absolutely.
So it does change the land use from a regular real estate property taxed parcel to a current use. So there is a discounted tax rate. Is
For the owner, correct.
For the owner, but the town won't suffer.
The
Let's put it
state
that way,
reimburses the town for
to
the-
use the word, tough word.
The town won't suffer. In fact, the town might see more tourism, and conserved land tends to increase property values. Okay. Local people might get more exercise.
Might get more deer.
We can only hope.
One of the things I was like over on this side too, about that's why they say some of the snowmobiles, motorized rigs, is, I mean, anybody into cross-country skiing, there's a lot of trails on Mercedes property already that if they were roomed up a little bit for cross-country skiing, would be a pretty good thing, you know.
Yeah.
So I mean, really, the only road frontage that you have right now, once you buy his, would be for the forges. Because that goes right to River Road. There's a deeded right-of-way right through there.
That's right. Yeah.
There's actually
We should
two of
have
them.
hired you instead of the lawyer.
The lawyer had a hard time sorting out the rights of ways and the deed.
There's two. There's one up here and there's one down here at the Lawrence Farm too. It's right there, right by Houston's.
Yeah.
They really only use one currently. I don't know.
We never finished putting the road all the way to the brook by Houston.
We had one person.
But we had it so you could drive across both forges at one time.
One person told us that Nick wanted to build a bridge there.
Yeah, he was gonna. Yeah. Like
So-
I said, we had someone come look at this at one time, and we was gonna put a golf course on there.
On the fields?
My friend of mine that owns the Brentwood Golf Course, his son designs them, and this one up here with a 100-acre field, he said he could build the best golf course in New England the way that land laid in there. So that's what he was talking about, putting like a covered bridge across up there.
It didn't go through.
No, he didn't. He did it.
The horse trails, unfortunately, have a lot of them have grown in. They haven't been maintained for, I don't know,
No.
it's been a while. You still see the signs naming the trails in the woods, but sometimes it's hard to even tell where it was. A few of them are more maintained than others, but so it's kind of if they're going to be brought back, it needs to be done soon.
They had a mill down in there years ago too.
On
They
the-
sawed lumber and stuff on
On the other side
there.
of
On
the
the
river,
road, Mercedes.
across from River Road.
Yeah, over on this piece here.
Yeah.
The road that came in from Brookline, over by Zekilos.
Yeah.
There was down in there, they had a portable mill set up down in there selling lumber and stuff. Years and years ago, I think it was part of the Coleman family.
So before Mercedes time.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
How do you access all that?
I mean, you can
Yes.
if you have permission from the neighbors, you can come in from Putney Mountain.
Yeah, it's not
And there
across
is
the river right there.
Oh, you have to literally go across the river.
Yeah, it goes right into Ezekiel's, right, it's the road that goes right out through there.
What's Eagles?
You're talking about it was between the Mercedes parcel and Putney Mountain Road.
Yeah.
There is a pretty well-established logging or woods road coming in from Putney Mountain Road there, in Brookline. But the ford is, you know, at the right time of year, it's only 6 inches you're driving through water. So it's,
You take off your shoes and walk.
But so we don't have any concrete plans for how that might be you know, what kind of public access that might be, you know, what.
Well, if nothing else, it gives you a place for your kayaks.
Yeah.
To enter the river.
Yeah.
And we love great ideas, and we're also looking for more board members.
Yeah.
Currently, I'm the only board member from Newfane, and we don't have any from Brookline. It's mostly a Dummerston-heavy group. So if you know anybody who is interested in building cross-country ski trails, send them our way.
Or just adding their 2 cents and helping out.
Yeah. It's a very congenial group, but it's a lot of work for.
I guess I do like it because you are going to leave it so people can hunt on it and stuff anyway. So
absolutely.
Because when I first heard about it, I was almost told that it wasn't going to be that way, but
I think there's been some concern.
Yeah.
But truly, the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board is a state entity,
right?
And you would have to have some very compelling reason to convince them that that we're not going to allow some hunting.
Right.
It would have to be for a certain species at a certain time. You couldn't just have a blanket prohibition. So no, they take that very seriously. Public access.
Right, but if it were a private enterprise that were buying it and they were willing to post it properly, that's a different story.
Right.
And the 300 acres of phase 1 has been posted. And the landowners have been very gracious about granting permission, but it has been posted and
Right.
it won't be anymore.
Right. Good.
May I entertain a motion that the Newfane Select Board write a letter in support of this?
Okay, I was, is there a second?
I'll second
it. My question would be, do you want to write it right off the bat, or would you like to hear from the Planning Commission and the Conservation Commission first?
Yeah, I think we were talking about that.
Yes, we should listen to them.
Yeah, we can hear from them too. Or can I amend my motion?
You may.
To review their letters and then write a letter after that?
If it's well, it's kind of hard to say, but.
We've got time anyways, because you're not
If
closing
they're in
until next
support of
July,
it.
so.
Yeah.
We'll keep it.
But the letters for the Conservation Board, we're not going to close if we don't get the funding from them.
Right.
But we would ask that it would be best for us to try to get those letters into the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board by the end of the year.
Oh.
That would be ideal. So
We will try to get
it.
Yeah. Should we send them direct to the board?
You can,
Or
and
to
we
you?
can give you that information, and you can also address it to us. Either way we send it on. We've received various letters of support, and each one is addressed to a different person. So, there's the head, there's Gus Seelig, the chair of the board, there's Karen Freeman, who's the head staff up there, and then they address them to us. So
Well, I can check with our Newfane representative. and find out
Right.
what's
I mean, this is the letter that Marie Caduto from Agency of Natural Resources wrote on behalf of, and you can have that copy for that.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
That's helpful.
we've also received letters from the Wyndham Regional Commission.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, those kind of letters we should have.
I would have copies with us. I have some more here to.
Here's the Wyndham Regional.
Wyndham Regional.
Here's Wyndham Regional. Here is the Southeastern Vermont
Yeah.
Watershed Alliance.
Yeah.
This is the letter. Do you have a copier? I can just give you this as from Newfane Conservation
Do
Commission.
you need copies of these too?
You can have them.
We can have these copies, okay.
Yeah.
That's good, I like to read them.
Yeah.
You have to give you one.
She's gonna copy the one, yeah, she's gonna copy the one from, okay. The one from Greg, yeah.
Okay, I gather that the motion before us right now is to write a letter of support as soon as possible, with the assistance of some documents that we will still have coming to us. If that sounds approximately correct, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
I have one more thing, is that please come to the Williamsville Hall on December 4th and learn more about the program. 7 o'clock will be, we have pictures, we have speakers. We'll give you
refreshments.
Maybe even refreshments. Don't come too hungry.
Cheese and crackers.
I think it's cookies and cider, but maybe we should only have so much snow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, sounds good.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice article in the Commons.
Right there, in the middle of the rubber band.
Oh, need that. Thank you.
Okay. Have we any unscheduled members of the public that wish to pipe up? Old business. On our agenda, review traffic ordinance. Basically, what I think would be the most useful is for everyone to take the copy that I think you got this evening. Take a few minutes between now and our next meeting and go through it and see where you see areas that it should be changed, improved, taken out, whatever the case may be. I don't think there's any sense in our going too far with it tonight. I think it should be useful to us in as we go forward with traffic calming and other concerns that we've had come before the board before. Anyone have anything they'd like to bring up on that at this point?
The one thing that I noticed on here is that it would be nice to have a picture, a map of the town in here.
Okay.
So people have a way to look at an area.
Okay, the best roadmap of the town that I know of is one that was done by Wyndham Regional.
I have one here. But, I mean, it's always good to have a reference,
Yeah,
you know, of what you're talking about.
yeah.
That's one suggestion, just by looking at it,
Okay.
to reference.
Yep.
Pete?
Yes.
The signage section of it, don't get caught up in that because that's got to all be gone through.
Right.
Once all the signs are updated, and if they get changed, position gets changed and so forth. We'll go through and redo that part and then give it to you guys. So.
Thank you for that. That's definite.
Like, do you have a map of like what the class of the roads are in the town?
Have a list. Yeah. It just lists each road name and what class it is.
Okay, is that in here? Do you know?
I don't think so.
I think that should be another thing, that it's a list of the different class of roads, what they are identified as.
Well, okay. Any new business that anyone would like to bring before us at this time? We'll move on to correspondence. Vermont Emergency Management, November 1 storm, I'm not sure. Is there any action decision we have to take on this? This is
No, it was just point of information.
indicative of what happened elsewhere. We got through that one pretty luckily. Again, our thanks to the troops who are out there taking care of the roads and the trees and things like that.
We just had trees that went down, right? Yeah.
Just a little bit of walking here, not much.
Power line, just that work, yeah. Okay, this next item, VLCT pending legislation. I think you have some information on this matter. There is legislation before the legislature, and part of it has already been worked through. I believe it's the House that has taken some action on it. The Senate still has to take it up. If I read this right, and we don't have to take any action on it tonight, and so I would like you to get your reactions, your thoughts on it. If I read this right, Vermont League of Cities and Towns has advocated for all the necessary authority, autonomy, resources, and taxing power at the local level. Now, if I read that right, that means we're going to have a marijuana control officer in town. I would like to find out that I'm wrong. I don't really understand it. If we have a state agency that regulates tobacco, alcohol, et cetera, it would seem to me that that might be appropriate. There's something that I'm missing, something I don't understand, and I'm going to need help coming to grips with what this is all about. So I would ask that you take a look at what you have, see what you could dig up beyond what you have, and we'll have to put this on next meeting's agenda just for revisit. Yes. Unless someone has something they'd like to say about it right this moment.
I think I did kind of hurt when I was reading some of the law. That was my feeling about it. That was a local level. And it does say in here the state needs to ensure that local governments are properly prepared with the necessary resources to ensure a smooth rollout.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Of
Maybe
a taxed
it's
and regulated marijuana marketplace.
Yeah, maybe it's. I can see Brattleboro perhaps getting into it, but.
They have a dispensary there too.
May I ask, is that something that each town would vote on and say we would want it or not want it?
I think not yet. I don't believe by town meeting this year, simply because the legislature won't start in on it again until they go back in January, and I doubt that they'll get too far. If they do get something done, they may very well have something that you can bring up from the floor. But as I suggested, I'm a little unsure of what's involved, and that's certainly I have not read the law, what's been acted on yet. Thank you. Okay. Unless there is other business to come before us, we will move to review and approval of pay orders.
might be a new business for me.
Is this off?
Oh, it's on.
I think we have to close the meeting out or something, don't we?
No, I
No,
don't
we
think,
just-
not
it's
till,
inside.
not till we're done.
Oh, okay. No one goes on, doesn't
Will we be making any other decisions tonight, or?
We will be acting on our pay orders, and that's the only other thing before us. So typically, the camera goes away about this time of night.
Yeah.
legislature tonight, so I'm acting as chair. I'm the vice chair.
Appropriate.
I'm at 6:02. So announcements? Sure. Well, you all kind of got the introductions, but we have two introductions tonight. We have Andrew, who is the planning tech and 911 coordinator for the town. So Andrew started October 1st, and he was at some of the downtown design plan meetings, at a lot of them. And so he comes to us with a lot of skills, a degree in urban planning and sustainability, and some great skills that we're looking to put to use. Are you from the area, or did you move here?
So I went to high school in Connecticut. I guess that's where I really grew up. I was born in Seattle. Went to college in Washington State, Bellingham, Washington. My family brought me back over here, and in this job too, I could say. I've been looking for jobs probably for 3 months. It wasn't really going my way in Washington, so that's kind of when I made my way back east. But I'm here now, officially a month in, so it's going well. Yep.
And so you're found an apartment in town.
Yeah.
You're settled in.
Yep.
And you're going to can he be a town meeting member and work for the planning board?
It's a good, it's funny.
Brian has been, and he works for the planning department. So
yeah, and he also lives in the town.
Yeah. Right. So you have to be a rep town meeting member. You have
of course.
To live in town.
Yeah.
But yeah.
There's always that balance when you're a planner for the town you live in. Where's
Well, sometimes you need expert knowledge.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
As a town meeting member.
Well, that's my philosophy. I want to live in the place I plan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's good to be here. Looking forward to working with you all.
Yeah. Welcome. And welcome to Prudence, who is the newest planning commissioner. So that's exciting. I've worked with Prudence over the years. When you were at the hospital and you were at the Department of Health. So.
Yes, yeah. I was at the Department of Health for 5 years. I was district director and retired last spring from that job. And then I was at BMH for most of my career.
As a nurse? You were
No, administrator. I was in VP for most of that time, doing physician recruitment and planning and operations stuff.
And if I could just add, Prudence works with or volunteers with the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation. So she brings a lot, like she said, healthy community design, biking, walking, that kind of thing. Awesome. There's interest. So anyway, did we go around? We can go around and introduce everybody else, or yeah, sure. Okay.
I'm Josh.
Hi, I'm Tom.
And Kathy. Of course you can ask if you want to know something more.
Yeah, next time I need to say more. I'm just going to follow you.
Do you want to say where you work, or if you work outside the home?
Yeah, I'm a project manager for the company.
I own my own little motorcycle shop out of my house.
I've been here 2 years. I'm working on fixing up a house for half a year now. I have a degree in public health, some relation to and sciences. So.
Yeah, and I've lived in town for 14 years or something, and I'm currently river steward, and have been on the planning commission for a long time. I don't know. Yeah, and I have 2 little kids. Great. Anyway. Oh, right, so I gotta, okay, any other announcements? Announcements, so.
I'd like to introduce myself.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Ricky Rosati, and I applied for the sustainability coordinator position, so when I saw that as there's an update on the agenda tonight, I knew I should be present.
Okay.
Great.
And did you want to introduce yourself too?
I'm Mary, I just wanted to observe.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So this is an announcement. I know at one of our last meetings in September or August, we had talked about doing away with the density in certain residential districts, and a couple weeks later I was approached by the state. They are working with the Congress for New Urbanism, which is a national nonprofit, on a project called Zoning for Great Neighborhoods. So they're looking to make to find zoning code changes that they can make to make housing more affordable, communities more walkable and whatnot. So they chose Brattleboro as one of the reviews they were going to do on our land use regulations, and I spent today in Montpelier. So if I am stumbling over my words, it's because I've spent a lot of time in the car today, and I'm a little tired. But yeah, so I had to give a presentation of where I thought some of the challenges, or where we found challenges to be in the code. And they have a couple of professionals who are going to review it and give us some feedback on that, I'm hoping within the next month. So Felicity and I had talked in putting together the agenda that we were going to hold off on kind of finalizing the zoning amendments that we want to make and wait to get feedback on them. Two of the things that we talked about today were maximum building footprints, and also the density, as we I had mentioned, we kind of struggle with that. So it wouldn't surprise me to see them come back with recommendations that we just get rid of maximum building footprints as well, because we have some other different controls. And then one of the professionals also made the comment, so we have building articulation standards where like every 20 or 40 feet you have to have a change in the facade, and she was suggesting that we probably do away with those too, because what they're seeing pop up is these, she called them zebra buildings, where instead of actually changing how the building is articulated, like by bumping it out or something, they're using materials or colors to kind of create that change, and she calls them zebra buildings. So that was an interesting. I haven't come across that before.
That'll be fun to Google later.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought. I'm like, we'll have to check the zebra buildings out.
So it sounds like a good thing then. It's a good opportunity.
It's a great opportunity. I'm pretty excited about it. So.
Even better than Google, I just learned about Ecosia as a search engine, and they plant a tree every time people search. And they don't do any ad tracking.
Can I ask, so the state architect came and he did that presentation on becoming a
CLG.
Thanks. What's the process for that? Or do we decide we're going to do that, or is there still steps in that have to occur?
There's steps that have to occur. I think we did decide we were going to do it. I had Andrew take a look at the materials as well. I think at this point it's just getting it before the select board. The major step is that the design review committee is going to need to transition to a historic preservation committee. But they're willing to do that, and we'll need more members with certain backgrounds and skills that they can bring to that. At least the majority of them have to have it in accordance with the law, the best we can do with that. So that'll be, we've been talking about moving that forward.
Okay.
So.
What is CLG? Certified Local Government, which I don't think is the most appropriate name for the program. It really has a lot to do with like historic preservation. Yeah.
And
Sue, you guys probably can get a better
and I
understanding what it
think
is.
like my takeaway from the presentation was that it will just enable us to have greater access to grants for historic preservation work. But that presentation was videotaped, I think, by BCTV, was it?
I believe it was.
Yeah, so
I'll try to
you
find
you might be able to just watch it on the BCTV like archive.
Cool.
Yeah. Yes. All right. Other announcements? Anyone? Okay, so then public comments. And we have a member of the public.
That's you today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm curious, when you were talking about the urban design, was there any focus on making sure that new buildings provide water filtration for residents?
No.
Is that on the agenda?
It's not, because we view that more as building code, and we don't have building code in Brattleboro.
That sort of thing would be regulated at the state level, right?
It could be, yeah.
required or not, but water systems
Mm-hmm.
at the state level.
Some jurisdictions, they have a building,
Sure,
building
Burlington.
code or development code, like where I came from in Washington, my internship, we had one, so we had those kind of standards, for water and, yeah.
So next on the agenda is to approve the minutes of September 9th. And I think Andrew just handed out comments. Is there any corrections or changes needed?
Need a couple minutes?
Yeah, take a go. So you applied for a climate adaptation workshop. Is there?
I did. I had not gotten an update. I thought they told me the end of October I would hear. Haven't heard anything yet. It was nationally competitive, and it was a pretty simple, quick application. Still waiting to hear. Still have my fingers crossed.
So any changes or, do we have to make a motion to adopt it before we discuss? Is that the proper?
Yep.
Yeah,
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of September 9th.
We need a second for that. Here. I'll second it, I was there. Okay.
Who seconded? I'm sorry.
I did. And any
There's 3 of us, right?
discussions or changes or discrepancies, concerns? No? Okay.
Looks good to me.
So, those in favor of approving the minutes, say
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay.
Have you been, are you actually
So that's
a
for-
member?
I'll abstain just because
She's-
I wasn't.
Yeah, she's actually a member
Only
of
the
that.
3 of us were there.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Yeah,
So,
but you,
You can still vote if you
But
want.
you are a
But
member.
Oh, really?
She was not a
She
member.
is,
Prudence
yes,
was
she
not
is.
a member, so
Oh.
but at the time, yeah.
she should abstain.
All right, so yeah, so there's 4 in favor
yeah, take
and
that.
then 1 abstention. Let's see, and then next on the agenda is downtown design plan. So take it away, Sue.
All right, sorry, I'm just trying to
Are you
look up something for
projecting?
the next part.
Are you projecting somewhere?
So.
Yes, we will.
What we wanted to do was just have kind of a recap. It's not gonna go there, Andrew, I'm just gonna do it on the wall.
Oh, yeah.
But that's for the next part. Yeah, so we wanted to have a recap because several of you were at different events with the downtown plan, so there was the Better Block Challenge in September, which was the 3 pop-ups, which I know several of you got to see. And then there was also the Places for People charrette in October, which some of you were at the kickoff meeting or various events along the way, and then the recap meeting. So I wanted to use this time to kind of talk about it, see what we thought worked, where maybe there needs to be some more work. So, I can kick it off. So, the Better Block Challenge, I thought Friday night had the most activity, I think, going on in downtown. So the library pop-up was pretty successful. The alleyway, they only staffed theirs on Friday night, and they were able to put up art and the lighting and whatnot, but I don't think the impact was as great as here at the library or the bike lane on Flat Street, sorry. I thought the bike lane, worked out well. And Prudence, you weren't there that weekend, were you?
Yeah.
It was a lot of work to set it up, but there seemed to be a lot of interest in the bike lane. They had also run a petition, and they had a lot of people sign it and were interested in seeing a permanent bike lane on Flat Street. So if you want to jump in, we're recapping and providing thoughts and what we think needs to
Of the
the
better
work
block
that went
challenge
on.
and the places for people.
So we started the Better Block Challenge, which I know you came by on Sunday. And
Yeah.
we had a
All through
all
Main
through.
Street and checked out all the projects, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a booth down in the Latches that was not a great place to be, especially Saturday. The consultant liked it because she could observe what was happening with Malfunction Junction, but we did not get kind of the walk-in traffic. It would have been better had we known it was going to be such a gorgeous weekend to kind of move a table around and have been stationed at each site.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. That wasn't worth it to have kind of a drop-in place. Josh spent some time Sunday morning as well. There were a couple more people. We moved outside and we're trying to get people to take the surveys.
It's a lot warmer outside.
Yeah.
I saw it Friday evening. Remember when I came by that Righteous Art Space? And I wondered how it was the next 2 days, like in the middle of the day, maybe when it wasn't in kind of that interim time like it was Friday evening, where maybe people were, some, were still at work, or some were going home to get dinner, or out at dinner, or not out roaming downtown yet for nightlife. Friday seemed a little lackluster as far as participation to me, but I wonder how during the middle of the day, Saturday and Sunday were.
I thought that, I know the bike lane was more successful on Saturday than on Sunday, and they did more programming on Saturday. They had the blender, they had a couple of rides, and they just seemed, it was a bit more programmed. I think there were people that didn't quite know that they were supposed to ride in that area because it was marked off parking spaces. It was a little,
yeah, some of those things can take a while to adopt.
The library, I think they did well all weekend. I mean, because they had the seating out front, so people would come and sit down and read and maybe partake in the art. And in the evenings, like I think on Friday night, it got a little dark and the lighting's not that great out front.
I felt like the way of the three, the way that the library and the downtown organization teamed up and did that one, I thought that would have the most, or it hypothetically could have the most like repeat success. Once people like catch wind, like people with families with kids catch wind, like, oh, maybe the story changes every 2 weeks. This is something to do every Saturday, or like, and go downtown, and it's just one more thing to entertain the kids, and then end at the library, maybe there's snacks, and they can meet up with other families. Of course, the bike lane wouldn't, if it was to repeat, wouldn't have a station with people greeting you at the end of it every time with a poster and interactive board. It would just be a bike lane, which would be great. Like I've said before, I think other streets might be in need of it more, but Flat Street is maybe the most feasible, and that's why they chose that. And I like the idea of that alley becoming like a public destination, but I kind of didn't really see that so much with their effort that weekend. It was nice seeing art on the wall, but that was kind of the extent of it.
Yeah.
Some nice lights they had too.
Did you have some feedback? Because Jessica has run placemaking, creative placemaking workshops, so.
Yeah, I thought it was maybe, it was just such a small selection of projects, and it was such a short time period for them to be up, that I don't think we really made a big impact or were able to gather as much input as we could have. And I think, I was there for Saturday for the tabling, and I stayed there for 45 minutes, helped blow up some balloons. But nobody came in. And
Where was this?
at the
At the
Legis. And yeah, it wasn't a super welcoming or interactive or creative or engaging space to be in.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, the more engaging spaces were for the charrette. It really was supposed to kind of just be a directional thing, but I think it was probably a missed opportunity there. For sure.
Just and the people that I encountered on Saturday, I took my daughter and we walked up and down Main Street to see all the different projects, and people were curious about them, but they didn't know how to figure out what it was all about or why there was a book page in the planter or so the I guess the branding of the project, the sort of message about what all these little pieces were. Even in the alley with Insight, I know they had like more of an event on Friday night. Is that true?
Kind of.
Kind of and no. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, it was hard. I ran into a lot of people at the library that were like, "This is so cool," and they had no idea that it was part of a bigger thing. They thought it was just something fun the library was doing.
Yeah. No, I agree with that, which is why I also think like having tables at the different places to have some interaction would have been better. So that would be definitely. Learned a lot about that. So the charrette.
Which I missed.
The charrette did not have great attendance throughout. I think the most of an audience we had was at the recap meeting that was down at the museum. The Saturday event, which was the drop-in studio, was awesome, but probably one of the least attended. But the people that came actually came to sit down with the landscape architects and address certain things. So it was a great opportunity. But that definitely, again, 118, I love the space of 118 Elliott. It's really flexible and it's easy. But the activity on Saturday to draw people in at 118 Elliott Street isn't happening at that end of Elliott Street. And Andrew and I brought flyers over the high rise because we know that the residents there have some challenges of walking in the downtown, and not one person came over. Whether they got them or not, it's a locked place. We dropped them off. So that was kind of unfortunate, but for the people that did come, I think it was really worthwhile. Friday night, lots of people stopped in. That was kind of the art focused evening of what kind of public art do you want to see? Do you have suggestions for locations? So we got, information out of that. And then, so there were more kind of photo preference services. There was photo preference on Friday night. There was also photo preference stuff going on Saturday. And our consultant Brandy has actually turned that into another survey, an online survey that people can do. And we haven't printed out copies yet, but it's kind of the photo preference to kind of pick up and get more feedback.
I like that survey.
Yeah.
Yeah. We ended up, the first survey that went out, we have probably around 550 responses to that one. The last I spoke to Brandy late last week, we had about 100 on the photo preference survey.
550, that's really good.
Yeah.
Does that include the ones we got from Groundworks and?
I'm including the ones we
Boys and
did.
Girls Club? Okay.
Boys and Girls Club
Yeah.
had it. Groundworks had some.
Yeah.
We still get people that come in our office and fill it
Yeah.
out and put it in the box.
That's what I'm thinking.
Great.
Yeah. Did you guys have observations on the charrette work?
I definitely wish we had more time and money, and more participation, but that's always the case. I think the attendance was good for, you know, a Brattleboro event. You know, I don't think we should be discouraged or bummed about the numbers at all. You know, I think it is what it is. You know.
I really liked, I participated in one of the walks, and that was just really interesting to hear different ideas.
Oh, yeah, the walking.
Yeah, the walk was talks were
Walking
great.
talks,
Yeah.
yeah.
Was that good?
It was really good, yeah, I went to the one that was like in the northern end of town.
Yeah.
It was, yeah,
Mhm.
it just made me think about things that had.
Where'd that go through? Some of those parking lots along the river and the
Yeah,
common maybe?
it started at Municipal Center and went to like High Grove and
Yeah.
down
Oh.
behind the
Rec center.
Rec center.
rec center,
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
How was the attendance on that?
They were not.
Not much, but you know, everyone there was engaged.
Yeah.
There
We had
was
some great
there was somebody
conversations.
on every walk.
Yeah,
Because
at least one or two people.
I tried to find you guys, but I couldn't find you.
Oh, well, we were at, you know, it changed throughout the, we had, you know, we started in the north and kind of midway.
Yeah.
South.
Yeah, no, I had the schedule and I.
Oh, just finding us. I know we were small, so.
Nibble.
So,
how's the survey results, how are they gonna get processed or shared with us?
they will be shared with us, and one of the next steps that we're gonna talk about is the final report, and Brandy and I were actually talking about how she can, ways that she might be able to incorporate those into the final report, because we're gonna talk about a graphic way to possibly do it. One of the things that, despite efforts, there was like 0 youth participation. And that was pretty discouraging. I tried to get the information in, at least the survey, even the youth participation in the surveys has been really low. So I met last week with Jack Clark. She works for the Brattleboro Area Prevention Coalition, and she actually staffs, co-staffs 2 clubs at the high school.
Cool.
One which we'll probably definitely be going to and doing some work with them. You know, kind of maybe something that had gone on at the charrette. And then the other one who they're gonna think about a little bit more, so try to make some inroads with the youth, because it's definitely a missing voice in this. So that will be good. Maybe it'll lead to a couple of other things. Jack is also in her work doing, working, I think, she's working with a group, and they're gonna be doing a survey about where people hang out in the downtown and where they go with their families, where do they go with their friends, where are the places they avoid. And we talked about, she's hoping to get this together in the next month or so, and then maybe having the high school students come present to the planning commission in January or February with their findings. So I thought that would be great.
So, process-wise, what is our role in taking the consultant's report and this presentation by the young people? Like, how is that going to become a downtown plan?
So the consultants basically took all that work. They're going back, they're doing some more design work and kind of thinking about it. The plan that they put together will be a draft that will come to the planning commission so that we have an input, and can ask them to revise areas or whatnot. Brandy and I talked, I thought it was too soon for her to come tonight to a meeting, but she will be here in December, so we can talk about survey results and have all that information as we move forward. They were viewing it as needing a couple months to put the plan together. And she understood that we wanted a little bit more outreach. So.
And that'll look like sort of like the master plan with big goals, and then how to, the strategies of partnerships.
Implementation, yes. And so the next question and the next thing on the agenda is, what do we want it to look like? When they proposed when they put in a proposal for the project, it was left a little open. We could do a poster, we could have a traditional document, and then there's another suggestion, which is a story map. which would be, do you know story maps, Kathy? Andrew, if you want to story maps a little bit more?
Yeah, so I'm not sure, are you guys familiar with ArcGIS Online?
Oh, ArcGIS?
ArcGIS Esri is a platform where you can make story maps. I made one when in my academic career. It's basically, it involves, a lot of it's mostly visual representation, what we're trying to talk about, but obviously text can be included. But it's an online format, so that's one thing we'll also need to really consider, is the accessibility of this. You can make them into PDFs, but you also, that takes a lot of work itself too, because the format has to be changed and played with, and but it could be a really cool way of representing the information that we collected, the consultants collected. It's a creative way of doing things, and it's fun. That's kind of how I think about it. I mean, Kathy, are you familiar with the 2D? Do you have anything you can pipe in?
Yeah, I mean, when I was thinking about how, like, what format to present it in, that's kind of what, you sort of having that ability to, like, an interactive thing where you could kind of look at downtown from different points of view, or maybe see if there are different scenarios, right, or different.
Yeah, like, you kind of what I was thinking is that you can have this whole map of downtown, and then you can zoom into different areas, different parts of town, and talks about, specific place-making activities, or pedestrian, what kind of what do we want the public space to look like? The waterfront, for example, off of Depot Street, what could be there? What's the possibilities? What could it look like, with when the new bridge goes in and that whole area changes, to be able to show those different scenarios in a visual and, again, creative way could be something.
So is it like some GIS maps I've seen where there's there's like a column on the left and all sorts of overlays you can?
Not exactly like traditional GIS.
I'm going to show you.
Yes, here we go. This is,
And this is just, Brandy had sent me a couple of different ones just to get an idea. Let's see.
There's so many ways of doing them, which is.
So the first couple ones she sent.
I guess you don't need to see.
I can see. Yeah.
Approaching the recommendations in a similar format to these. So anyway, they're. Let me go back and show you this one. So this is a waterfront walkway. It's very graphic. Let's see. So you can have kind of the background information about the area.
And there's generally like a pathway through it, right? In
Mhm.
terms of the way that it's structured, so you're controlling the narrative of.
Yeah.
I just want to see if
Where is this?
Okay,
Nice.
so there you go, so.
Vancouver Island.
Thanks.
Yep. Mhm.
So they're talking about a trail here. So you are, in this case, they are using a map.
Mhm.
It's just, it is, again, it's all online. You don't need a special program to run it, but you do need a computer.
Yes.
So I guess my one concern is there some way to do a story map online and then also kind of have a printed
So this is the
version or
plan and
something?
implementation section. We had talked about having like an executive summary or some sort of smaller document that would accompany it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just trying to see. So kind of highlights the different areas and, what was done. This is just, let me see if I can pull up another example.
So who maintains this then?
Who maintains it? Well, it wouldn't be a changing document. I mean, it would live on the town website.
Oh, so people can't go, because you were saying something about like adding things or whatever.
Well, I mean, I guess so obviously Brandy's gonna be creating it. You're talking about like editing it, like.
Yeah, so the general public can't go in and do anything with it.
No.
Okay.
They have their
No,
one.
no.
No.
That's basically
yeah.
I thought you were saying
Yeah,
that
there's-
people could go in and like change.
Brandy
things
did not.
around.
Oh, no, no,
She
no.
had
There was a
some-
Sims game like that, that would be really cool.
Like Lego
Sims
blocks.
is how I
or something.
learned
Yeah, those were
planning.
just ones she sent me to kind of,
Yeah.
you know, to take a look at.
So what's the, okay,
You know, these are some of the issues we're dealing with, sorry.
who is the audience for this, and, how or why are they using it?
Yeah, what's the point?
Yeah.
So, so the audience is, local, you know, it's the public, it's,
If it is
local
one.
government officials, it's, you know, people that work for the town, if we're writing grants and, you know, just kind of it's to move, it could be the downtown Brattleboro Alliance, the DBA, it could help guide infrastructure projects in the downtown or grants
Economic
that we
development.
see. Yeah.
So like to keep people to like monitor project like progress
Not
on
to monitor
and
projects,
stuff.
to put forth the projects that how we
Yeah.
want to see, you know, put forth projects to kind of get the downtown that we envision, that we have come up
Yeah.
with this common.
I could see it being useful in the sense that like when we're building the bridge going across the river, like just to keep people, you know, up to date on dates or whatever, so that, you know, there's.
It's not
like,
meant
it's
for
not
that, I mean, it's, think of your
It's
town
like
plan,
it's more of a
think about it.
visioning, yeah.
It's like a sub-area plan to the town plan. Think of it like, you know, it's downtown.
It's just more visual town plan.
Yeah, because I
It
mean,
is
the
more
town
visual.
plan talked about creating a downtown plan. This is
Yes.
kind of, so, you know, we're in a way implementing that, but then here, we're implementing many things, you know, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's setting forth projects
Yeah.
or changes that we want to see in the downtown, whether it's we want wider sidewalks on Main Street, or we want better sidewalks, or we want more street trees, you know, we'll see what comes out of it.
So it could be something that I'm having a little trouble thinking about how it would be used and how people would engage with it. So the planning department or Public Works, if they're gonna redo the sidewalks, they would refer to this
Yeah.
when, I don't know if they have to pitch projects to the select board, but if they're doing a big change, maybe.
Yeah.
They would bring this along with them and
Yeah.
have a nice, beautiful presentation
To
update
say,
them and
look,
say,
we voted for this.
We voted for this, this
Yeah.
is part of our.
Or there's
plan.
support for this, yeah.
How do they get that on this though?
Well, that's what we've been doing with all the hour. It's not, they're, like, different departments aren't putting projects on
Yeah.
there per se.
Okay.
It's
So I didn't
more,
really have to- I'm
it's
trying to
more of
figure
a
out what's
public,
in there.
a public process
Yeah.
of what does the public want to see in
Yeah.
the downtown.
And then it's gonna result in a recommended master plan, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That
For
we
the
vote
town.
on ultimately in the
Mhm.
select board.
Yes. We'll take it to the select
We'll
board,
take it to the
so
select board,
hopefully
yeah,
they'll
yeah.
vote on it and, you know, it'll become kind of a guiding
An official
document for
document, yeah.
decisions.
Yeah.
So it's just a town plan with.
It is, it's
pictures.
just.
It's an own-
Yeah, it's just,
Yeah.
I mean, it's in its core.
Yeah, no, which
Yeah.
I'm totally fine with that, that's awesome.
That's what
Yeah,
a lot of
we
planning
need more
is, it's
visuals,
like-
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Is the
I'm just-
goal in making it creative and interactive and beautiful and visual and online?
Yeah,
Is the goal engaging more people in the implementation of it? Or is it just to have a tool internally for the town?
Both.
I think it's both.
okay.
It's both. I mean, so,
And then, if the engagement piece is part of it, then is there some kind of call to action or conversion where we can get people engaged through this piece in the process?
That's a good point. So if somebody looks at this and they're like, I'm really inspired and I want to know how I can help, you know, how will they know what to do?
To tag on to that, I wonder if we can know, like, what sort of format would be the most persuasive to the implementers, the builders, the people who cut the checks. or who have control of the public verse book or whatever the phrase is.
Yeah. As the public.
I know, but
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes to implement, to go from plan to the next step, there's like requirements for the format or the content that's in it, right? Or,
Not really
No.
for that kind of thing. I mean,
Oh.
there's, funding. Usually one of the biggest challenges to implementing is funding. This is another one that I have up that incorporates video that was taken through their process, so that's something that, we've worked with BCTV to record some of the events, so something like that can kind of be
Is this a different town?
incorporated. Yeah.
Can you click through it?
So you can embed videos.
As you can see, Canada's really, they like using their story maps.
That's not a real city.
Yeah.
That is a vision.
It's Epcot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they go through their engagement process.
It's very
So this is one that she pointed out as liking the format of, and can see something like that. So. I'm just trying to get to the.
I think it's a nice idea, as long as at least we can have something that can be for people who don't have access to online and can still give them at least the message. And I like the suggestion of having a really clear call to action for people who find it. I think that's something that we can figure out if Randy could suggest how to do that. It'd be nice to have that in there.
I like it because if Brattleboro had something similar to this, it would make us look like more techie and advanced.
Yes. Well, it's one of those
Like a
interesting things,
facade
like,
of, someone knows what
usually
they're
we
doing.
sit here
It's too late to
at
apply
a
for the
planning commission meeting and you're all on your laptops or whatever, because we've kind of moved to the, let's not print so many copies of things, so there's that benefit to it.
Yeah.
This is, so with a story map, Jessica, this would get to your question about the survey, because there were lots of questions targeted at different parks and whatnot. She's thinking that she could actually kind of create some maps with pins on it, and you could click on it to see what respondents said about the various places. So it kind of takes that survey result and puts it right on a map, which I thought sounded attractive.
That would be cool.
See.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do you need an action from us in this kind of agenda item, or is it we're just sort of getting some general feedback to direct Brandy? Or
Yeah, I mean, I
a
think,
sense of,
I think she'd like to know what format we would want it in, so some sort of clear, I don't know if you need to take a vote, but, I'd hate for her to get into one of these story maps and then all of a sudden we're like, no, but I think she is okay with the story map and kind of an executive summary or a couple page handout.
And who's guiding like the artistic direction of it? Is she?
She is in her team.
Yeah.
Do all the different formats conceivably have as much content and actual, ideas proposed and things figured out, but they're just in different formats? Or like if we choose posters, that kind of have a lot less.
I think a poster
meat and
will have a
potatoes
lot
to it.
less. I think that.
yeah.
You have
I
to
think
not,
you
right?
get
That'd
so
be
much
huge.
more information on a story map.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we did
They're
get.
so accessible to people that are using them in
When
Yeah, people
I
may
say-
feel daunted by a
Did you say
100-page
posters?
document.
We have a poster hanging in the office that the state of Vermont did with their Vermont Downtown Action Team that came around. You miss all the background information that you could put on a story map or that you could put on in a document. But it's a good visual of future projects.
I have never seen it.
You haven't seen it?
I've been
yet?
on the planning commission for like, what I mean?
by
Like a poster
come by the office.
occupies one spot in time, and this story map, 100 people could be looking at it simultaneously all over the place. I just feel like in terms of like accessing the information, something like this makes more sense. If, you know, if Brandy's willing, it would be great to have a story map, an executive summary and a poster, but, you know, like, I don't know.
Well, what if we did a story map and just a poster?
Like a one-page
poster
handout.
And then we have a PDF of it.
Here's an example of a
Just
poster,
summary.
of our VDAP poster.
I'm more concerned about, like, do we need to archive that information somehow? If it's only kind of in a story map. I mean, the poster would sort of.
There is a
look
way
better,
you
but-
can archive story maps, I've done it.
Yeah.
Is there a way you can summarize this in maybe fewer words?
In fewer words?
Business card of the poster.
Well, so there's your map, kind of the, okay, so they were suggesting, let's see. Okay, this is Harmony lot here, so a potential open space, a parking and event space here. Potential infill on, oh, okay, it might be where the snow block is. Yeah, potential infill development here. Future conversion of a bridge to pedestrian bike only pathway here, so this is Bridge Street, waterfront park area. So it's a lot of similar things that we're dealing with in our downtown plan to actually, at this point, there is an idea for a cultural campus down off New England Youth Theater where NECA could potentially come here and the music center was gonna go where the CF Church building is, so, you know, some of those organizations made different decisions. But this is, you know, like the idea of a poster, and it's like a 3x4. We have one in the office, so. I think there's more information that can be shared with a story map or with a document, but.
Also, to consolidate it down to like one page, we can have it say, go to the Brattleboro website to find out more information, you know, like on this specific things, instead of cramming that much information in one thing. If we're trying to do a handout too, if that's the goal of all of this. Because I really like the idea, you know, of the, what is it called?
Story map.
Story map.
I do like having one somewhat like this visual of the whole area that people can look at and be like, wow, look at all these new proposals of ways to add vitality. And then they can go to a story map or something to delve deeper, but something to really hook people on. You know, posters that can be put around, or a simple one-page sort of email that will show that. I feel like with a story map, it's attractive, but it seems a little overwhelming. Like you don't know if you're seeing it all. There's all these different paths to take and different tabs.
That's a good way to put it. There are different paths
to
take. I mean, I think you can create it as simple or as, you know, if we do story map, that's a good thing to think about.
Like, what story do you want to take? The bike ped story of Brattleboro's future, or the public art story, or the
Choose your own adventure.
Choose your own adventure.
Yeah, and I was thinking, like, does she have to, if she's gonna make a story map, does she storyboard it in a certain way? And is there, like, how do we iterate it, or can we? Right, like, does she present it to us in a way where we can comment on it, and then she
Can
would
you
make
speak to that? I've
changes,
not created a story map, but Andrew has.
Well, I mean, there has to be. I mean,
You
like
have to
you're
have
gonna
plan
a draft.
for how you're gonna.
Yeah.
Like.
Well,
Yeah,
what
I hear
I'm
what you're
thinking
saying
is that
with
when she came to us in January, February with the potential draft 1. I'm not sure how many. Do you know how many drafts she plans on making, or whatever?
No, but
down
I mean,
the road.
maybe it could be sooner in December if.
Well, maybe instead of putting all the information in there, she could just have placeholders. You know, and then just with a general idea of what it could look like, a vision, and then we can give her input, and then it can evolve into whatever it can be. I mean, you can save as you go. It's not like, you know, it's like you're not publishing until you publish it.
Yeah.
So
I think the 100, 200-page PDF comprehensive document has been done many times.
Yeah.
So I
True.
don't think any of us are throwing in our ticket to the hat for that. Right? Let's do something a little different.
new.
You don't want to endorse that?
Unless it comes with a metal binder, a metal plastic.
I mean, and if it's not required by any implementers to have some sort of standard document, then let's go with one of these other ones.
And
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead, Jess.
I was just wondering, I mean, I was gonna take it back to the conversion idea. Do you want to finish your comments on this?
So I was just, like having the online presence, I feel like might serve other purposes that where a book or a poster wouldn't, like the call to action or, helping people understand like what Brattleboro looks like a little bit or what it's like,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a big fan of the poster idea. I just, like when I visit a community, I love seeing that out in the community, seeing where things are going and why I would ever want to come back. Yeah, back to that call to action thing. With the plan, have implementers been identified, and is there action or ways that
There will be.
people can?
Yeah, there will be. That might, once there's, so it's gonna come in phases, obviously, because it's gonna be expensive to implement it. So maybe that, when there's a specific project that's gonna be getting underway, maybe that would lend itself to a poster then. This is part of a bigger plan, and, because a lot of this will take a long time to accomplish.
That's true.
Or a more specific plan. Instead of a bigger plan, like a more specific thing to like focus
Yeah,
on instead of.
like, let's say something happens with the Preston lot first, so then there's a
Yeah.
poster about the
Poster for the
Preston
Preston lot,
lot.
yeah.
And be in the context of the master plan, but it
Yeah.
really would be focused on that one thing that was
Yeah.
starting to happen first.
Well, I know when I was, my past senior year, my senior planning studio was a downtown plan. And we looked at catalyst sites to really spark implementation.
What sites?
Catalyst.
Oh, Catalyst.
Yeah, and kind of going off what you were saying, Prudence, is that you focus on those certain sites of what could be there.
Mhm.
And that's kind of how we made our final plan, was focusing around 6 sites. And that kind of led the way for what the future could look like for the downtown I was planning for, we were planning for. But I think that it kind of helps put you in the direction that what I realized, at least. I mean, I think it's okay to talk about everything, but I think when you talk one of those specifics, people actually can see what it could potentially look like and wrap their head around it.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if in it, she, based on the information she's gotten, is there like an actionable list, or is there like a, like what are the next steps things in terms of, I mean, you could,
part of
I
what
like
they're-
the frames of thinking like, take the pedestrian view, take the art view, so there's something intriguing about that, but it's also like, there could be a framework for how you implement the plan. And whether
Yeah.
that's like
Well-
starting from catalysts or starting from,
We also, phase it too.
A particular frame.
A phase plan.
Yeah.
So, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years out. I mean, that's very common in the planning practice. Yeah.
okay.
Or like a list of priorities.
Yeah,
or something.
priority list.
Yeah, like what is the thing that she heard the most often?
Mhm.
I'm really curious to know what that is. Like what she heard over and over again.
Are there things we can learn from the two, at least that I know of, past neighborhood plans? Like the West Brattleboro plan and the Putney Road plan. What were those, like 10, 15 years ago or something, right?
So the West Brattleboro plan was 2007, 2008. And that one is kind of had a lot of photo preference type stuff, which then got translated into the zoning districts and the building design guidelines. So we haven't really seen a lot of development out in West Brattleboro. It's really constrained with the floodplain. So I would say, but we used that plan most recently. The state's looking at resurfacing Route 9, and we said, well, they would have had a bike lane and sidewalks, or, bike lane actually, because there's some challenges to sidewalks out there. So that's kind of how that plan
is there weren't really major projects there. There was a, there is a desire for a green in West Brattleboro, but that's not moved forward, and a lot of the right of way is the state of Vermont,
Right.
so it's kind of been a challenge. The Putney Road, the Putney Road Master Plan is an interesting plan, and it really involves massive population growth.
Right, yeah, it kind of was hinged on, a massive flux of people coming here and money and development. Yeah.
Wait, did that not happen?
Still.
But I wonder if there's a way, I mean, any proposal is, or individual specific proposals in the plan is subjective in terms of if it's achievable or conservative or bold, but I wonder if we should set the overall theme, or not theme, but like tone. You know, just like, hey, let's just propose easily achievable things, or just propose the biggest, boldest things that excite everyone. But then it's like, are any of those going to happen?
I think easy goals.
Yeah. So.
I think
Well,
it
I
might
think
be
it's
a
gonna
mix of it. I mean, I think some of the stuff that you might see, so I know at the closing meeting, there was a lot of discussion about sidewalk width or bike lanes on Main Street.
Yeah, that was nice. They
parking and
proposed
you know, that
some
kind
spectrum.
of thing.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, it could be a really bold idea to get rid of some parking on Main Street and widen the sidewalk.
Yeah.
So I think that, but then there's gonna be stuff that will probably be recommended for Bridge Street or the waterfront, which we know that area is changing. I mean, that is kind of our catalyst site,
Yeah.
because we know that the Hinsdale Bridge is gonna move, and that's gonna change that.
So
The way
John,
that is, so are there
you-
things we can do to make that
Yeah, I do like the format of where there's like a big bold proposal made, but then also like more easily achievable one, because then people are like, oh wow, they get inspired, and they're like, well, you know, this is reality. So, and then they're like, oh, and look, in reality, there's this easily achievable minor change, and then it might make that easier to happen
It's like a good cop
by
bad cop
having
kind of
the
thing.
radical thing, yeah. Or Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. I heard that analogy when I'm a scholar of it.
All right.
So am I hearing a kind of a consensus around you're intrigued by the story map, you like that direction rather than just a, 100-page paper document, right? So I'm not sure I'm getting a consensus on whether it's an executive summary or a poster to kind of follow, to accompany it. But maybe I can have more conversation with Brandy about that too.
I would love to see one image that tries to encapsulate everything.
So you're a fan
I mean,
of a
without
poster.
detail, of course, because it can't be detailed, but.
Definitely for the folks that don't have access to the internet as easily as some others, definitely need some sort of printout, but it'd be awesome to keep it small and minimal and.
Another option could be having a map station that's like laminated outside, that's big, like you can use, other towns have them in places like malls have them, like you are here, and it shows like where the rest of the areas like around that spot, or they could be like as big as like 5 by 5.
Could even put it behind glass.
Yeah, or plexiglass.
Exactly. No, the Common Ground has those like window displays that they never use. There used to be like books inside them, and now they're just empty. I don't know if you guys remember those. I just think it's a sweet spot for a map of Brattleboro, like a "You Are Here" map.
Yeah. And I think I would also, just some step or two in the iteration of it to like check in. I mean, it's partly a little hard to get your head around like what it can look like, so I feel like that'll help.
Okay. Maybe we can do that, have one in December.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, if we could definitely see aesthetics before she gets too far into it, before they're turning back.
Okay. Cool. It's exciting. All right. So next on our agenda is sustainability coordinator update.
Actually, there was one more additional outreach.
Oh, sorry, I thought you.
So I talked about our plan to try to engage more youth. We also talked about, we didn't really feel like we had got enough feedback from the business community. So I'm gonna try to figure that out. I mean, we had worked with DBA and did a morning, one of their merchants meetings, but it was poorly attended. It was the Tuesday after Labor Day. So we need to do some more outreach, whether it's just face-to-face and stopping in the stores and having discussions with them, but we do need more.
Because of
Do
how,
you need support on that? Do you have a?
We don't have a
system
plan yet.
for that? Okay. Deb?
For the
Have
business
a couple.
sorry, I don't want to.
Just.
I definitely think we need to go door to door to the business community, especially for how strapped thin they are and how they have no time and, you know, to get any information on them. We need to see them at their places of business.
I agree.
During holiday season.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I don't need to because I have plenty to do, but I would go with whoever wants to do that. Or talk to the businesses. I'll volunteer to do that if need be. If someone else would rather do it, I would definitely pass it off, so.
Okay, cool. We'll let you know when we're planning that way if anybody is available that wants to come. Thanks.
So this is still sustainability coordinator update?
Yeah, so Felicity just asked that this be on the agenda because you've all had an interest and supported the position. So the town is in reviewing the, we're in the process.
Okay.
Still, we had an overwhelming response of applications, and it was pretty amazing. That's good. So, now we're down to an interview phase. So, hopefully, I think in the next month or so.
Do you know how many people applied?
I believe it was 74 applications.
Wow.
That's great.
There may have been more that came in after. Yeah.
Great. All right. And then potential land use regulation amendments.
Yeah, so we still had, so now we're waiting for the Congress for New Urbanism to give us some feedback, but we've had a couple of other things come up, and we wanted to come back to the industrial zoning district discussion. We seemingly had a lot of requests for shipping containers for people to put them in their yards for storage. It's a new thing, and we don't have clear guidance in the land use regulations.
You had, say that again. You had many requests for people to ship.
Can I use your computer for a second?
Yeah.
Are they converting them into homes?
They're not, no, they're just for storage.
And so that's
Somebody is selling them in town
Different
apparently.
than like sheds.
Yes, we view them as different than sheds.
Like storage purposes.
Well, sheds are storage.
I mean sheds, yeah. Or other like cargo containers, you know, those
Yeah,
that will. So this is some, what you'll see is a draft code. What I wanna find is the.
Do you have your flash drive?
Wait, which is the blue or the black?
The blue.
Right.
Blue underline. I just
So,
wanna look up the section again.
We
look at that
haven't,
section.
we haven't addressed shipping containers as a accessory structure. I do know that they get used for housing, and we probably have less of an issue with that as opposed to using it as a storage container in the residential areas. So the interpretation has kind of been that if you were allowed to have mini storage in a district, then we would allow a storage container. So that would open up the service center, the industrial zoning district. That we have less of a problem with than in the mixed use area, which is smaller lots, smaller buildings, kind of more dense development. Same with the neighborhood center. And the residential neighborhood. So we've had some requests in the residential neighborhoods. We do allow them for temporary storage, so if you're
undergoing renovations in your house and you want to put one in to store your stuff, we would say, yes, we'd give you a temporary permit. But right now, we're of the opinion that they should not be allowed for permanent storage in the residential neighborhood districts.
Right now, we're of the opinion as in we're not.
We as in
budgeting.
staff, we have not, it's been our interpretation of the zoning that
Yep.
you couldn't have it in the residential neighborhood in the
Okay,
mixed
so
use.
it hasn't, I don't know why I was assuming it was residential, people asking to have these for storage containers, but it sounds like the requests have come from like businesses or like industrial uses or something?
Well,
or is
no,
it-
I mean, somebody wanted to have one on their residential property.
Yeah.
They're a way more structurally sound and affordable way to store stuff
Than
than
like
like
a
a
shed.
shed.
A shed,
yeah.
They last
It's
like
true.
250 years opposed to 40. Yeah, and you can buy a
thought
sheet
about
metal.
asking when I'm in the residential, so.
Yeah.
You had thought about
I
asking?
hadn't asked yet, but I
Yeah.
probably was going to.
Well, I mean, that's what we're here to discuss. This is kind of our interpretation. If the planning commission feels differently, that's why you're, I mean, maybe, maybe with some buffering and, maybe they could be acceptable, or maybe you don't feel they need to be buffered.
What do,
I mean, I like this point about it must be screened from view. It says just the front property line.
what
But
do?
that's not for residential though.
Right,
Oh, yeah.
right.
Yeah, the way that,
But
that we've drafted it is it would not be allowed. It would, so it'd be service center
In
and
an industrial
industrial.
district.
Not commercial, because I know a couple of commercial spots with them.
Service
Service center
centers.
is
Oh,
commercial.
okay, gotcha.
But there are some that have them, so, what is it, is it Coda and Coda up on Putney Road? They have one. The dealership on Canal Street has one, but those are all pre-existing
Yeah.
under the old land use
Yeah.
regulations.
How often do we see other small town USA of like 12,000 residents dealing with shipping containers as storage units? Like, have we done
I
any
don't know.
research on what other towns do?
I wasn't, with the jurisdictions I did research on, I'm not sure what their population was.
Yep.
So that's something we can look into, if you want to get some numbers and an idea, yeah.
Andrew, what were you seeing in terms of were towns permissive of them? Were they?
They were allowing them, but usually it wasn't on residential property. If it was residential, it was a temporary thing, like during a construction project or, some sort of addition, something like that. But usually it was commercial district or industrial.
And so the main reason for that is the aesthetics?
Well, that's one, and then, public health and just, kind of think back why there's zoning, land use,
Yeah, they're people's view.
Yeah, and I think some communities are, also NIMBYism plays a role. Yeah, but I mean, obviously, if I was a property owner, I'm not sure if I'd want this storage.
But someone can build a shed of the same size that's ugly, right?
Yeah.
That is true.
I've got one.
All right. Well, then I'm all for it.
What's
I vote so.
what's the typical size of a storage, a shipping container? It's
Well, 6 feet in height
tall.
is usually max. And I
Really?
think.
They're taller. A
It's
lot of
10 by
taller.
20 or 10 by 40 are
You're
the two
right.
standard sizes.
Well, from what I saw, they want to allow them to be more than 6 feet.
Yeah, it says no more than
Yeah.
6 feet on here, but they're like 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
Normally.
Yeah, so I think the ones that they were thinking
So you can
about are
walk in.
smaller
Yeah.
storage. So if we were looking at an industrial, maybe we could look at expanding them to be a little more.
Typical
the appropriate
size.
Typical size.
Yeah. How many requests have we had?
We've had 2 or 3 recently. Recently.
In the year, in 2019, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so maybe more before that?
Well, the people who ask
There
are
are
a small
some-
percentage of the people who want to do it. Right? That's what the teachers always said in class, right? They're like, all right, there's no.
I'm just
no
curious to
dumb
see
questions.
like if this is like actually a big deal for people, like if it's because this is exciting, especially when it comes to how we have such minimal space already, like, and what storage can do is free up living space, so if we can free up living space, then we can meet other needs all at the same time. So what some people consider an eyesore isn't an eyesore for everybody.
That's
Like,
true.
I don't think storage containers are ugly, but they're definitely not pretty. So it's
Utilitarian.
Yeah.
But if they're screened,
front.
Would you want them screened just from the front, or do you think they should be screened from abutting properties
Abutting
as well?
property, yeah.
Like, should they be screened all around?
What are,
And are you gonna screen them with arborvitae, because I can't stand up. No, just kidding.
what are our chicken coop rules?
Our chicken coops need to be 50
50.
feet from the nearest structure. And they need to, no roosters if you're in the residential areas.
No roosters in the
Is it
storage
like,
containers.
how much,
Do you have-
how far from the property line?
Yeah, how far-
There's a.
Neighbor's
I
property
don't,
line.
I don't think there's a property line, are you
There
pulling
is
that
one.
up?
I'm trying to
I think it is,
I think it's
50
50 feet from
Yeah, yeah.
any
From a
adjacent.
If our
dwelling.
chicken is not in there, what do we call it? Foul?
Foul.
dwelling on an adjacent property.
Oh, okay, there we go.
I got it
You
up
got
right
it,
here.
you got it.
Yeah.
So you can have it right at the ends of your house.
Yes, you
It's
can.
gotta be far away from the.
Yeah, but that also has noise and smell.
Yeah.
That's what I
This
was.
doesn't.
It's hard to
What
make
about-
money in this.
I can see a lot farther than 50 feet.
Depends on
I
what's
don't
in
know.
Or you definitely can. What about, for instance, you're allowed to have animals like livestock in Brattleboro if you get permission from your neighbors, from the
No,
abutting
that's
neighbors.
not.
Is that not true?
That's
Oh,
not
Is
true.
that an old thing?
It's conditional use approval.
Let's go to
Yeah,
the-
no, we don't do anything where if your neighbors say you can do it, it's okay.
Okay, gotcha. Cool.
That's
Then
bad.
we don't need to do that with this either.
So shipping containers are, I mean, they're pretty, okay, they're not ugly, but they're unattractive, but they're cheap and very available, right? So they
And-
become,
Is there also somebody in town that's selling them? Is
That's
that
what
you
we've
said?
heard.
So
Oh.
it's a local business that's providing them as well. Seems like another good reason.
Interesting.
Like the shipping industry is in such fluctuation right now that all these containers are flooding the market. They're just like super cheap right now.
is
And
that,
so
is that what's going on?
Yeah, and so like
They're
who
cheaper, I
knows?
mean, they're cheaper than a shed at Home Depot. You could be buying a shed
Yeah.
at Home Depot that's like 6 by 8, or you could buy a shipping container that's much bigger for the same money and lasts longer. That's why I was looking at it.
Yeah, I think there is a concern in terms of the appearance of them.
So are you, we've been, like, we've had these kind of iterate up, these various changes.
Mhm.
Do you need a vote from us at this moment, or is this kind of like?
No,
There's
I mean,
other
no,
things,
no,
like-
no. Yeah, there's other things. This was one that we wanted to present to you. We don't need a vote at this time, so if you want to think about it, or, yeah, we don't need a vote tonight.
And the DRB asked us about this.
No, it's just something we're seeing in the office.
You're getting interest.
That right now, we don't have, we've got an interpretation of our land use regulations, but there's no clear language.
Could a veil be defined as a mural?
I'm sorry, could a what?
You said that it may be
Screen.
screened, yeah, with a veil. Could that be defined with a mural?
I think what we, and if I look at our definition, I think it's what, fence
It-
or
yeah, I mean, it
vegetation.
doesn't, you're right, if you're looking at what our regulations
Yeah.
have right now, no, but it could be,
Tweaked.
it could be tweaked if we were,
Yeah.
we don't have to use the word screen, we could say it could be screened or painted or
Yeah,
made artistic.
I'll go like a little personal with it, since I seen an interest in it. If I were to put one on my property, I would follow the shed rules, and then it would follow the shed rules about placement if I were to ask to do this. And I would also cover it in a way to screen it and make it really look like a shed when you're, looking at it, but that it would be a shipping container on the inside. And that would be more economical for me than to actually go to Home Depot and buy a shed. So I don't, this is just me as like a single person. I feel like that would be reasonable if it looked that way for my neighbors. And if my neighbor did the same thing, I would be like, yeah, that's fine. But it seems like the interest you have gotten is not in residential districts. If I'm understanding by your recommendation, you've got service center and industrial interests, and it could be that maybe we approach that, think about that first.
So we had interest originally in the mixed-use zoning district, so in that little area in between the hospital and the Price Chopper
Kind of along,
area,
yeah, Canal
right?
Street,
So along
yep.
there. Originally, we had interest there, then we had it in a residential neighborhood, and then we did have one in the service center. In the service center, we said, we do allow mini storage in the service center, so it was associated with a commercial business. We said,
okay, there. We did say no on the other two because that's not districts where storage, mini storage is allowed. And, you know, we weren't thinking that it was like a shed or, I mean, it is an accessory structure though,
Right.
to a
Yeah.
primary structure, so it is providing storage like a shed would.
And that's the section we thought would be most appropriate to include it into, is the accessory structures. I know me and Brian, discussed other areas potentially to put it, but, Sue thought, and I agreed that it made most sense to put it there. And then we could just, because then we can really talk about what zones it should be in, what are the standards. Then, it could, if we thought about putting in maybe another figure and then including it in, like, how, I'm not sure if you looked at our land use regulations, but, every section has like permitted uses and conditional use chart, and we thought about just putting it in there, but we thought maybe it could be interpreted in different ways, so make it as clear as you can, and so everyone understands.
I really like the shed rules, like abiding by the same
Mhm.
rules. One concern I would be is especially folks without the resources to building a fence or planting greenery or anything. Like if you're buying a shipping container, you're on a budget, and you have a lot of stuff to store. I love the idea of pushing this through and approving it, but I feel like we should all do some research. I'm really curious to know what other towns are doing for the same exact situation.
I would love to see some more information on the size. I would love to see the possibilities of doing it in residential and mixed use and what that might look like.
There might be, for the size, it might be worth considering something about how it's constrained by the, we have other things that constrain how much of the site footprint can be filled up. So, I mentioned earlier there's sizes up to like 10 by 40. My lot, you couldn't even get a 10 by 40 on it. So that would naturally be very constrained, and for a lot of the lots in the residential urban core, they're quite small. So I can't remember, but I know we've got quite a bit of stuff in the document that restricts, how much of the space can be taken up, and that might be worth figuring out, how that naturally just limits what the sizes of these things could be if someone did it. And I do like the idea of, if we were considering it for residential, figuring out some sort of screening thing that would be economical. The other thing I thought about is, if you think of, we have a lot of people who are renting here, I'm a homeowner, but this could be a benefit for people who are renting. If a landlord has something like this, it's economical storage, it's out of the rain, it's a place where somebody who's renting can store things as a benefit of being a resident in rental, rather than having to pay for a completely separate storage place, which is pricey, and can be prohibitive to some, especially if they don't have transportation.
I'm wondering, the consideration of like it in the rural. I just had all the zoning districts over here in the rural, and then also in the mixed use. And then, do we need to consider the flood hazard overlay district and not having it there?
Those shipping containers can float and get taken away.
Well, that's what I'm thinking, like, are we creating a hazard?
Is that what you're
saying? Yeah.
So if we have a flood,
After I
we'll
read
go into our shipping
Right.
containers,
Yeah,
in our backyards, and people.
I mean, we do have, the floodplain overlay.
So we,
Code.
right now, we have a definition for small accessory structures that with a floor area of 200 square feet or less. They are permitted in the special flood hazard area. They're not permitted in the floodway, which is like the more restrictive part.
But would a shipping container be 200 square feet or less?
Well, it could be if it's a 10 by 20.
Yeah.
And they do come smaller, they have even.
I was just, the first result that came up when I searched said there's two standard sizes, 8 by 20 and 8 by 40.
Okay.
So that's 160 or 320.
Okay.
The only other thing I would say, just because it's permitted doesn't mean it wouldn't need to be elevated. So.
You're talking about only floodplain.
In the floodplain.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that is exempt from.
because all the shipping
Yeah.
ships, if they capsize, then all the goods sink to the bottom of the ocean. That would suck.
Okay, so you want
Okay.
more information on what other towns are doing, about the size? Are there options for screening that is economical? And want to consider allowing it in the mixed use and the residential neighborhood areas?
And then rural as well.
And rural, sorry, for sure.
But all, like rural residential, rural, and
The rural district.
just the rural districts, okay, gotcha.
And then the last piece, is there any special considerations for the flood
Yeah.
Okay.
areas?
Okay. Well, we can do that research.
Intriguing.
Sexy shipping containers.
Intriguing. Okay, and
Wait,
then you
so-
also.
Sorry, just real quickly, so what is it about the zoning regs currently that don't allow in your interpretation?
It's our interpretation that it's different than a shed.
It's just not a shed.
Because it's got a different
Sure.
foundation, you know, it's constructed differently, a different roof pitch, all that.
Okay.
So that's kind of been the interpretation.
Industrial zoning district lot coverage.
Yep.
Do that, or?
We can have a quick conversation about it.
Well, for some reason my thing wasn't saved to this.
I don't know.
Don't know. You have, no, you don't.
Was that the driver?
Yeah.
Are you gonna be?
Alright, well. Alright,
So we had
You can
talked
bring it
about
back
the
if
lot
we need to.
coverage. These are all our town plan photos.
That's right. I have this and we can pass it around and I'll just describe it. So Sue, do you want to just kind of give the intro?
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
we were looking at the lot coverage in the service center. If you might recall, we thought it was a little low. And then we got to talking about the lot coverage in the industrial zoning district. So you had asked us to kind of figure out what was the impervious coverage in the industrial zoning district? What was the average kind of impervious zoning district? Right now, we have it at, I think it's 60% you're allowed to have impervious coverage. So we were trying to figure that out. Unfortunately.
Well, what I found is that for like the totals, about roughly 30% of the land in the industrial parcels is impervious right now.
Roughly 30%.
Yep. Total.
In the total zoning.
Industrial
Oh.
zone, yep.
We could, we couldn't do a parcel by
We couldn't do,
parcel
yeah, because of,
basis yet.
potentially tomorrow I could fix that, but, so we'll stay in touch in terms of parcel by parcel data. The reason I couldn't do it is because in order to combine, I'm not sure if you guys know GIS, but basically if you want to combine a similar field, you need similar, like there's basically an attribute table that goes with that GIS data, it's metadata to data. And then you need to have similar field for each, like impervious surface to the industrial parcel. So it needs to be something that would bring them together, and there isn't for the data I have.
So you have to build.
Yeah, so I have to build that. So we'll get back to you on that. But so what we found is that each got the totals. As you can see, the northern industrial parcels have a lot more impervious surface compared to the southern end for different reasons. On the southern end, it seems like you could build more, but again, another conversation I had with Brian Bannon is that there's some wetlands and topography issues, unfortunately, though, in those areas that are constraining some economic, industrial development.
So essentially, we're gonna have to come back to
Yeah.
you with it.
Yeah. But that middle one off of Putney Road has some availability. I haven't been out there to that site, but
What site is that?
It's off of Putney Road. Do you know what?
The full flex field?
Okay.
No,
Is that what you're thinking of?
that's
Thank you.
It's across from.
This one right here. You know, here's Putney, and then
Oh.
Vacant
Yeah,
industrial
the big vacant
parcels?
lot across from McDonald's, isn't it?
Is it?
That's not industrial zone.
well, this isn't. I was in our database. Unless you think that's incorrect, I can remove it.
Wait.
Oh, it's when the page expands.
So you're saying that our
Wow.
allotment is 60%, but we're down.
How big is it?
For impervious, yeah, that's impervious. And that includes like the building itself, the concrete.
Because that's,
um,
that's the marina.
some type of soil and, yeah. And
So
Brian says the only thing we
But
could do is
that's
we
not
could get on
industrial zone.
pervious surfaces and we could see how much is pervious, if that's helpful in any way, but it's just another analysis.
There we go.
Yeah.
I think that's incorrect. We
Okay.
don't have any industrial.
Gotcha. Well, I'll update that GIS data then.
So I just, I need a reminder why this came up.
So,
That would be soon.
it came up because we were looking at the lot, we have lot coverage. It's, you're allowed to have 60% of the lot impervious in the service center zoning district. And we were finding that was too low.
That was too restrictive.
That was too restrictive and kind of didn't meet the general guidelines for what a service center zoning district would be, which should probably be, allow a higher impervious coverage. So we came up with this, we'll allow you up to 70%, but that 10%, so you know, you get the 60, but the extra 10, you're gonna have to do that on your property so that your stormwater is being managed on site instead of running off into the town system or the state system. So that then brought up the discussion of, well, what about the industrial zoning districts?
Right.
What are they like? So Andrew started working on that, but we've got a data issue right now that will get
Yeah,
resolved.
because definitely parts of our parcel is going to get you a better idea of what's actually going on.
So what we're learning then is that the industrial zones are usually as impervious as what they should be. But it's hard to say because
Could
we're
be,
not
sure.
sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, 'cause this
impervious
is, again,
surfaces is a, you know,
Yeah.
you've got to manage that stormwater if it's all running off,
Yep.
and that's a cost that the town bears or
Mhm.
the state bears, or, you know, the environmental degradation to the rivers and whatnot, so.
I think it's not.
Yeah.
But if we have too high a percentage of impervious, then that would limit development potentially of If it's, that if lot. it's too low of an impervious. Too low of an. Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
So we used to allow up to 90% in the service center, so this is the Putney Road area. Well, the Crosby Brook is impaired in part because there's all this sediment running off. So then we were like, well, we've just allowed too much pavement and roof and that kind of thing. So we scaled it back to the 60%, but that does seem to be a challenge to meet when you're trying to, especially on a small lot. Like some of the fast food restaurants are smaller lots. So the Friendlies, you know, which would ideally be redeveloped at some point, so. So that's how the whole thing kind of started.
Because of the Friendlies lot? Or?
Well, because we had originally been at 90%, then we went to
Yeah,
60%,
okay, yeah.
and then people would look at that lot to redevelop, and it would kind of be a little bit of a barrier.
I wonder, there's something about pervious pavement in there as being kind of an exemption from the coverage limit, but
Yeah.
only if it's for overflow parking and has a bunch of grass in between these spaced pavers, but like,
Yeah.
how well does, I don't know if anyone knows, I haven't researched, but like a full regular looking parking lot, but made of pervious pavement, not with grass growing up in between the wheel wells and everything, but how well does that work too? If that, if
Prevent sediment runoff.
yeah, I mean, it's supposed to take in all the water, right? That's how they advertise it.
Yeah, there's all different BMPs and there's different levels for each, like installation, so it kind of depends on, based on the porosity of the soil, and it depends on the exact
Maintenance.
So that's
thing,
a-
and right, whether it's
Okay.
maintained or not, and.
So that's something where a solution could exist, but it's hard to write it into rules because there's so many variables.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's kind of a menu of options that, you know, there's places like the UNH Stormwater Center that have done a lot of research on what's effective in our climates. And
Yeah, and
There's
I think.
there's no state person who judges that or permits that or.
There's
Well,
permitting
there's
if
the-
there's 3 acres or more of impervious.
Right, and it's like 1.5, I'm about to
Get
read
into
the whole
1.5.
stormwater draft, yeah. But it doesn't come into effect in our side of the state until 2033 or
Yeah.
something, so it's like,
Evaluating pervious pavement.
well, where there's a smaller parcel, like say
Oh.
acre and a half or something, where you're gonna have to start to mitigate for your impervious surface. It doesn't hit us for like more than a decade, which is crazy.
Does Act 2?
We can talk stormwater sometime.
Yeah, let's talk stormwater.
Is Act 250
I
play
really
into
enjoyed
this at all?
that time we had.
What's that?
Act 250
I
play
don't-
into this at all?
Does Act 250 what?
Play into this percentages at all?
I don't think so.
Not at the
Yeah.
moment, no.
No. Not unless
Yeah,
they.
sorry, I put it off right
It's being reviewed by the legislature right now, like there's some, we're working in the second year of possible changes. All right. So, Saba, anything else? Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
And then
In terms of the appropriateness of us paying the dues to the VSA, it's hard to see how it's hard to see the value of that to the school district. It's a professional organization, it's a private membership organization, it serves the superintendents, which I think is probably valuable, but I'm not sure it serves the taxpayers. So and I think the same with the VPA dues, which we'll find in the principals' lines and the VPA conferences and things like that. I think if the principals or superintendent want to join a professional organization, that they are compensated well enough that they can do that on their own rather than the taxpayers be sending that up. I would submit that we get very little in return for that, and when we do need their services, we wind up paying the fees anyway. When they help train a superintendent, or if they help when they help the superintendent evaluation, same with the VSBA, we pay a healthy fee. And there was a $200 fee in one of the SU budgets to rent or to lease the VSBA database for negotiations. We pay fees for their services, and I think that paying dues I think we need to just stop doing that. So I don't know if we can get a more specific accounting of what those things are, because subscriptions, if it's valuable subscriptions or something, we want to keep that. But as far as the dues and conference fees and things like that, I'd like us to consider not including those.
I will say that for VSBA dues, one thing that we will be using, and it's cyclical, is for negotiations, they maintain a survey of all of the state contracts, and that's a very, very useful data point.
I think that's what we just bought a subscription to, isn't it? The database of all the contracts.
Yeah. But if we're not members, I don't think we would be.
Oh yeah. So they list the fees right in their book. They're happy to take our money.
Even if you're not a member?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've come out with now, in the last couple of months, they've approved a range of services, and so the price is different if you're buying a la carte versus buying the full fixed price menu of services. So he's correct. And the superintendent evaluation comes through the superintendent evaluation process that we use was a VSBA dues thing, not a Vermont superintendent system. I just want to clarify.
Right, but Leila, you did a training there, didn't you? I mean, isn't that how you learned to be a superintendent?
Yes, I did, but I paid for that.
Oh, that was you, yeah. Okay, I thought that was a service staff as well. But anyway, the point is that both of those organizations, particularly VSBA, but both those organizations are becoming more and more fee-for-service because of the structures of the school districts have changed, and I think we just speed that process along by not paying those dues. We're not getting anything for it.
Perhaps we should have a couple people take a look at kind of what we're spending money on and what the fee for service is, and figure out what is the best savings for us with what we expect to be using in the next year of their services.
So let me ask this. The Three Vernon went to start our meeting just so they can get things going here, and I don't want to rush us, but I guess long-term, how are we seeing this happen over the next couple weeks? What are you expecting to need from us?
Have you seen our budget timeline?
Yeah, so maybe
Okay.
that's something we should go over and just make sure everybody's aware of.
Does everybody have it?
When you're hoping to see us.
It's also on the website as well. So what we are looking for is another budget review next Monday, really to focus on those allocation methods. And then if we don't get to something tonight that we had on our topics, like food service, if we just don't get to it, we could pick it up on the 25th. But the idea is that after reviewing special ed on the 12th, the board would have the entire budget at that point. The objective would be to take a vote and approve, the SU board approve the budget on the 11th. The reason for that timeline primarily is so that when the what it used to be, all the other districts start their budget planning, they've got a good baseline for some of those core services already. And now it is Vernon and the SD that will benefit from those assumptions. And the first draft for the SD is the next week. You see that as December 18 on line 12. Okay, that's the first draft for the SD. And for Vernon, we had a first draft, looks like also on the 2nd of December.
So you're looking for us to regroup next Monday and
Yeah.
then the following Tuesday?
Is the December 2nd Tuesday?
December 3rd is a Tuesday.
We had December 2nd.
Oh.
Yeah, we have
Yes.
December 2nd, it's a Monday? Or
This says the 3rd.
is that an older calendar? 'Cause we
Oh, I
did-
don't know.
Yeah, here's the ones that we have on the website that do say, I can't pass that there, do say December 2nd.
So it is the 2nd?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think that's,
All right.
that might have been a very,
This is the one I think you handed out at the SD meeting?
probably,
Okay.
first version. yeah.
Okay. So can everybody meet the following 2 Mondays?
Come with little phones. December, the 25th and the 2nd.
So Monday, the
the second-
25th of November, and then December 2nd, Monday.
I can.
They're all scheduled for central office.
Okay.
5:30,
Time?
yes.
5? Everybody do 5, central office?
Yeah.
I think 5 might be a little tough for me. Is there any possibility 5:30?
Does that work? 5:30? Not a problem. Okay, so central office. And then I guess my next question is, as we look all of these over, so this document is not going to change until you have salary and health benefits.
Well, I think we want to talk about how we want to present that, given that it's public information. The two formats are, we make an assumption and we load it in as we would under any normal budget, in that we do a projected salary schedule, and that filters through all of the positions, and we make an assumption about the increase in health, and we load that in.
Okay.
And then we go in and we negotiate, knowing that to be fair labor practice, it needs to have some reasonable context. So we make that case, in our discussion. That's a traditional way of doing it when we're in the middle of negotiations and don't have a contract for that period. The other way is the board comes to an agreement on a reserve for increases in salary and benefits, and you just put that as a single line item in the budget. 400,000 reserve for salary and benefits. It goes into one line, and it's a reserve for whatever is negotiated. Both approaches get you to the same place, in that you set a tax rate that funds whatever you ultimately end up negotiating. The big advantage of putting a number into a schedule and integrating it throughout the many documents, the many pages of documents, is that when you use that as a historical document and as a reference point, you don't have to make this constant adjustment. Oh yeah, we went up 6%, 7% when you look at one period to a future period, because the money wasn't in that box, it was somewhere else. That's an endless sort of source of confusion for both public boards and folks in the building. But we can talk about that at the next meeting.
So then, health benefits and salary aside, how does everybody feel about getting questions answered? And what's the most efficient and effective way if we all have a question about this line item?
Typically, our questions go to the chair, and then they're organized, and then as long as they're not redundant,
Okay.
you filter out what seems to be whatever the question is, and then you send it along to me in advance, and then I or Lyle can respond.
Okay, so is everyone good with just emailing me anything you got? As detailed as possible, and then I will gather everything up and hopefully send it off in a way that...
Yeah, and then of course we respond in the meeting, yeah.
Okay.
Just a quick clarification, is the grants part of this different than the one that we got? I know the page numbers are different, but have things changed since when we got an email?
No.
Okay, I'll just have to figure out why I don't understand what I'm doing. Thanks.
I do have your questions, that from the email, so I can easily go through
No,
it.
now I'll do what you said.
Okay.
Gives me time to reconsider.
Okay. So, shall we go to the grant proposal? Okay. Paul, if we could, we're gonna turn to page 8. If you're just going with the document I handed out, it keeps on going from 1 to 24. Page 8, if you're using your email document, it's the one that the title says Regular Ed Grant Program at the top. So Paul?
Right, so in order to sort out the grants, it's really helpful to look at the budget numbers, and the very last set of numbers that are actually cut off. You'll see at the top of page 8, the first budget, the first set of numbers is 1920, right? The way to interpret that is look down at the bottom of that block of numbers, you'll see that's adult tech ed, okay? So you always have to look down to the bottom to understand what's this block of numbers about, right? So I am most able to talk about some of the larger grants, specifically the 3 federal programs grants, Title I, Title IIA, Title IV, and then a separate tobacco settlement grant. And those are encountered first on page 9, 4250 is the Title I grant. And you'll see some changes there. One of the more obvious ones is moving from subgranting to individual schools in the first 5 or 6 lines or 7 lines to granting all at the supervisory district level. So the totals are the same, they're just moved in a different account number. And then the rest follow a pattern, that same pattern of first talking about salaries, stipends, then talking about benefits, and then travel, supplies, etc., professional educational services right toward the end. The lion's share of the shift is, let's see, up in the overall, in general, Title I, the vast amount, percentage of Title I is money that we send to individual schools to pay for academic support teachers. So part of our multi-tiered systems of support, we are funding at each of the schools that are Title I schools, and that is all 3 of the Bratt Town schools, Putney, and Guilford, not Dummerston and Vernon. That's based on poverty percentages. To those schools, we subgrant money to pay for salaries for the academic support teachers, salary and benefit for academic support teachers, and some stipend money for district-wide programs like the summer academic support camp. Hardly any other money in Title I is spent on anything other than salary, benefit, and stipends. The next, so you can look over down through page 9. It ends in the middle of page 11. You see what the bottom line is. A relatively small percentage difference from 20 to 21, but that's not accounting for any of the potential changes in salary. And because there's so much salary loaded into the salary and benefits loaded into Title I, you'll see a shift there subsequently when that's all sorted out. The next block, 4570, is Title IV. That's a new grant program. By the way, I should say, Title I is specifically intended to be federal money provided to states, provided to individual schools for the purposes of improving education for low-income students. For all of the schools in our district, we are able to access what's called a school-wide plan, where we aren't individually identifying and providing specific services to particular individual students. Rather, the poverty percentage is high enough that it's vastly more effective to simply serve all of the students in the school. Right? So we're not making a distinction between students in poverty, students not in poverty. When we're providing those services, we're providing the services to any student that requires them. Okay. The next grant, the 4570, is a relatively new federal grant. It's for well-rounded education, safe and healthy schools, and integration of technology. Those are the 3 target areas that are identified. And so there's a mix of strategies involved. Some salary, that salary is part of my salary for science coaching. Identifying science as one of the areas that we want to provide additional support in, science and social studies. There is a part of my time is spent being a science coach to get more science happening in schools. And some of the supplies budget is about providing for additional science equipment for schools. There's also funds in place for professional educational services for technology integration support. And there is, let's see, garden coordinators is a new piece that we've added in. So, and I will also say there's a number of professional development opportunities, materials opportunities for independent schools that are also built into this budget, the Title IV, and also 2A. Part of the deal with federal programs grants is we have to share some of that wealth with the independent schools in our catchment area. Most often we spend it for professional development for those schools, or for materials and equipment that will support this well-rounded education or teacher professional development. Okay, so that Title IV ends on the sort of top part of page 13. The 21st Century Schools grant is a grant to BAMS that provides for, at this point, it's funding a portion of their Beams after school program that's quite popular, provides a lot of services to kids. 4651 starts on page 13. That's Title IIA. That's specifically designed to be professional development for teachers. That's where we fund some of our literacy coach, all of our math coach, all of the administrator coach, plus some professional development activities for both our district schools and also, as I say, part of the independent schools. So again, the first piece is the subgrants, and then it's salary and stipends, and then benefits, and then some general supplies, employment, contracted services, etc. And that ends on down toward the bottom of page 15. Then going into territory I'm less familiar with, 8920 is Medicaid. I'll let Frank talk about that. And EPSDT. And then Asian Studies. I missed that. The tobacco grant, I do oversee that grant. That's the 5555 ending on the middle of page 17. Much of that is, we arrange a contract with the Brattleboro Area Prevention Coalition, work in coordination with them to provide some of the services that are required by the state for attaining the grant. Part of that is work with youth groups at the high school, Our Voices Exposed, and at the middle school, the Vermont Kids Against Tobacco. And we work in conjunction with the student assistance providers at the high school and middle school to work with students who are maybe have a tobacco infraction or have contacted the SAP because there are substance issues. Their BAPC and the SAPs work really closely together to provide those services and to work with kids in those schools. Asian Studies is the middle of page 17 and down. And then...
is that the Director of Instruction 1127, that Asian Studies?
Asian Studies is 5700, starts on, yes, but it is that program. I think Lyle can talk more about that. The long-standing program that we've had for Asian Studies language instruction. And then some smaller grants, Vermont Education Health Initiative, VHI, Workforce Investment is WIB, is it, Frank?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is.
And then Regional Standards Board.
There's also that section there for social competencies and diversity training, which is the school leadership teams from each of the schools. Each school has a leadership team. We go to Landmark College a couple times a year. Each school leadership team looks at the school's climate surveys, and then they work towards improving school climate.
As Frank mentioned, all of these, the grants are, we have this amount of money, we have a plan for spending it. If the amount varies, we have to vary what we spend. We can't overspend on any of those. So it's what comes in should be what goes out.
So the Asian Studies is grants from private sources. What is?
Yeah, it's in this group because it historically was nearly 100% from private, the Freeman Foundation.
Okay.
But that is changing, and there is a local share through the districts, and I don't know if you have an update on that, Lyle.
I don't. We have applied again for a Freeman Foundation grant. What I'm hearing is that the Freeman Foundation is more interested in funding things like PBS, news, some colleges. We are one of the last like school districts that they've been funding, so I don't know how long that will be available to us.
So the high school has had a fairly significant line item to fund the program, and that is a revenue source to the. So it's one of the few where there is now local money coming in, and because of that, it probably should come out of this group because it's no longer the group of activity in here is intended to be basically self-funded. So if it's no longer the case, then we need to restructure.
Would that happen this year, or?
We're still waiting to hear.
Yeah,
Okay.
we need to know.
So that might happen.
Yeah, it could happen for fiscal year 21. I would expect we'll hear from the Freeman Foundation fairly soon.
Frank, where do the WIB funds come from?
It's a state agency, and that's been used to get the nursing program integrated with the collegiate high school program. So we've been working with Paul Cohen to develop co-op opportunities for kids at different medical facilities.
Could we get more money from them?
It's been about the same for many years, but what little bit is there, that 16,000, I think has really been very well used.
I was looking at the total amount at the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, it's in the, you had a question on the social competency and
Oh,
the
the diversity training, yeah.
Yeah, that's work that Diana Wally's been doing. Did you already describe that?
Yeah, a little bit,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
leadership.
Yeah, I know
each-
some of her, I just didn't know who that was.
Yeah.
Are they expanding that program? Is that why that's?
We're
line
gonna look
item's
at that.
gone?
We're thinking that there may be some redundancies there, and that, in terms of that line item, up 15,000. Yeah, what's conspicuous is if you look at FY '20, 15,879, it's the same amount that's up.
Okay.
So that tells me that we gotta double check the revenue source and make sure that it's,
Something didn't get.
yeah, that maybe
Okay.
something got duplicated there.
Okay.
I don't know if you know. Dana.
That seems up too much, but I do know that we are up some because we're trying to work a little bit more with the community justice and restorative justice, so that they come in and do some training with each of the school leadership teams around restorative justice practices. So we have put some money in the budget for that as well.
That's it, Paul?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and David, I think we covered all the questions on your email, unless there's something.
No, I think
you remember.
Yeah, okay. I didn't have 16 and 17 in the packet. That page didn't get stapled on, so I couldn't find it. I was going crazy, so I finally pulled it up on my screen now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
But go through again, David, and if there's anything
Oh, no,
you
I'm fine with
feel
these.
like we've got
Yeah.
to send me questions.
Mhm.
And then we'll do this again next Monday and see
Yeah.
where we're at.
Shall we spend a little bit on food service, and then you can
Oh,
decide?
yeah.
If you wanna,
No, I forgot that there was,
yeah.
because that one I do not understand.
Okay, well, here we go. Understandable why you don't understand, because of the way, again, the state has kind of facilitated the transitions. Okay, so food service. Let's see, where does that start? On your document, it should start on page 20.
20, yep. So I think I know the answer, that Academy is so large because they do all the food prep for Oak Grove and Green Street?
Yes.
Is that the case?
They do that, but the volume also reflects that they're, 3 times larger than Oak Grove and
Okay.
nearly, a third larger than Green Street. But yeah, so, but the cost there, the 1,001, in being in a district-wide, you see the 51 on that, where it's
Oh, yeah.
$452,000?
Yeah.
It's important to recognize that when you go from the 11, see, this is a good illustration of our chart here. The third sequence of numbers is 11, and it
Yeah.
starts out that way, and then it changes to a 51.
Okay.
That's where you're no longer just serving Academy School. Now you're serving Academy, Oak Grove, and Green Street. So
okay.
you're right about the 450
the-
being all 3 schools.
Okay.
So the community eligibility program has been doing very well. We've remained eligible. It's good for 4 years. We've got another year to go. And the reason why it's so successful, not only does the specification that went out to bid require a very specific set of nutritional guidelines, it's the fact that the Brattleboro community qualifies for the high poverty subsidy. Fortunately or unfortunately, the way you look at it, none of the other communities qualify. However, there's something called Provision 2. Community eligibility provision is what Brattleboro Town uses, but Provision 2 is where you have feeder town like Brattleboro going to the high school, where you know that's the majority of the population, so the community, over half of the community in Brattleboro Union High School are not accustomed to filing the application for the federal food program support. And high schools across the state and across the country, families are reluctant to participate in that application process. So it would seem logical that you'd be very close to qualifying at the high school, but because families don't take advantage of the program, we don't. So as an alternative to just saying, well, okay, we're going to have those kids that parents don't participate pay for those meals, and then the few that do get the free lunch. VOHS board approved provision 2 a couple of years ago, which does the same thing as the community eligibility program in that it everybody eats free, but it's a much higher cost to the district. For Brattleboro Town School District, the local budget was subsidizing about $50,000 on, you can see, on a $535,000 budget of spending. That's, you know, about 10%. The high school will have to subsidize their similar volume of $500,000. We can flip to the high school, which is a couple more pages down. We go to this nice sheet here, just if you want to find what the high school code is, and it's 1040. So when you get to the 1040, it happens to be the second batch of numbers. You see it's 510,000. It's actually a little less. But the high school subsidy was more like 25%, not 10%. And that's because the loss of the revenue from the kids that would pay, it goes away. Nobody pays. And that is replaced by the school budget. So there's a much higher subsidy. And you're not looking at revenues, you're just looking at operating costs, right? We have to develop the revenue, and we typically go over that at the last meeting for all of the programs. First we have to look at costs, because that develops a lot of the revenues. Then we have to talk about how we assess costs, and then I can go through the final, and here's how the revenues come back to make this a break-even budget. So not a significant change in cost, though. We do anticipate the bid for cafe services to continue to go up about 3%. So those costs are in there in some of the programs. But in each site, you know, Dummerston, Guilford, each site on page 2, and then page 3 of that food service group, Putney, Vernon. You know, these are pretty stable programs with a pretty predictable cost, because most of it is a contracted service. In general, I have not, you know, I don't hear about, you know, lots of concerns. There's always room for improvement. We know that, and you're never going to make everybody happy. So there's always work being done on menu and on quality. But programs seem to be doing pretty well, pretty stable. The big change in the food service group is in the Putney presentation of data here on page 3 of the food service group, and it's Putney is district number 1, 2, 3, 4, which is on page 22 in your package. And the big difference is that Putney was not fully integrated in the supervisory union in the prior year. The only part that was in the supervisory union was the pass-through money that the state would send to the supervisory union, which is their share of the free and reduced lunch reimbursements. And then the supervisory union just got a check back to the Putney School District, and they would incur the rest of those expenses. But now we have the full operating cost of $239,000 instead of just $87,000 pass-through revenue. So that's why that is up so much. And what we will look at relatively soon is, well, what are the revenue sources to fund that? And Putney has also been contributing a higher percentage of total operations than the other schools generally. It started out 45,000, but I think it came down a little bit. Putney's also tried to expand their services to some catering groups, because from their point of view, a higher volume covers their fixed costs and allows the program to be more financially viable.
So Frank, is there seeing the difference between 11 and 51, the 3.9% and 3.6% increases in Academy and Bravo make sense, because those are for the whole, for a much larger, it's not just those two places. But why the increase in the food service management fees? Why are we paying, well, $17,000 in the BUHS section? It's not just BUHS, I understand. And then $17,000 in the Academy section. Why did the management fees go up so much?
So that's part of the bid process. Do you have a specific line?
Yeah, 3100 5710 4454.
Yeah, that is, I mean, you see the 3% on page 20 there, the 439,000 is going to 452,000, and that's for Academy, that's 13,200, that's a 3%.
That's a 3% increase in the...
Yeah, that's what we're projecting, but, it will be, it is a one-year bid every year, and they request the renewal, and the state reviews their request, but I don't know if you recall the bid that was just awarded. This is the second year of their bid, and they did compete with the Abbey Food Services and Fitzvoigt, and they actually were not the low bidder. But when principals, there was a evaluation team, when they compared notes about the quality of the food. And the response of the staff to address concerns about any part of the program, the consensus was to retain capital services.
They're responsive. Thanks.
Yep. Anything else?
Other questions? Sean, how we doing?
Good.
You're our expert in the room. We get to go.
I'm sorry?
Well, the one last thing, I hate to make it our wrap up, but I gotta believe it's no surprise to you that the biggest service group in the central office is special ed, and we are seeing very large increases in special ed services. Unfortunately, it relates to the, I'm sure you've heard it, it's your local districts in your local schools. It's the attention to addressing the behavior issues that are throughout all of our communities. They're throughout Vermont. We're hearing this across the state. The need for behavior intervention, the increase in outside placements to Brattleboro Retreat and Kendall Farm and these specialized programs. We've gone from $1 million outside placement budget to $2.5 million is where we're at now. That was not budgeted. A lot of this is, when I say not budgeted, for this year. So we're heading for a deficit this year. And a lot of it is families moving in as well. So
isn't there a revenue stream for that?
So for some there are, but a lot no. They're new residents of the Brattleboro area. So for those, there's no new revenue other than the standard state aid. A little bit of good news on that is that the commissioner or the Secretary of Education rescinded his earlier sort of edict that they weren't gonna pay for the first like $50,000 of these outside placements. They were gonna call that regular ed. Is ignoring the argument that, well, if we could educate these students in the regular ed environment, we would do that. And they're in these placements because, and the VSA, the VSBA, engaged folks in Washington to say, I think you better review what Vermont's trying to do to special ed funding, and I think that made a difference. And he rescinded his attempt to essentially shift a lot of costs to the local tax rate. So maybe back to that point, David, you know, there's a very significant impact, you know, of getting the benefit of the VSBA, VSA initiative. You know, you put it in a context of a $10,000 dues, you know, we were talking about losing potentially, you know, 500,000, 600,000 in state funding. And it looks like the groups have prevailed so far. So that's to come, but we'll have a little bit more, maybe a document for you, but we've scheduled Shelley and Marisa to come in and talk to you on December 2nd, answer your questions.
Okay, so that will be focused on special ed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll send you a draft as soon as we can put it together. They're required to send something called a service plan to the Agency of Ed in October 15, and they've done that, and that's why we have these preliminary estimates, but they're not codified yet into the system.
They're coming December 2nd?
Yes.
Yeah.
Anybody special next week?
It's just us.
I guess it's just the same old thing.
Deb can come and report out.
Yeah.
Same thing again.
Okay.
Any other questions for anyone on budget?
I'll just reiterate that hopefully we'll have a little more discussion on what is a reasonable assumption. We probably want to go into executive session for that.
Okay.
But if you could think about that, I will bring together data that I can find available that would suggest that it would be a reasonable assumption, and then it will be helpful, obviously, to us if we had consensus on that, because then I can integrate it into and it changes everything.
So would that be negotiations or contracts, executive session?
Yeah, yeah. And keep in mind, the supervisory union is the legal responsible party for negotiations.
Okay.
It gets ratified by the district, but it's supposed to be coordinated by the SU.
Okay. All right, so I think the last thing on our agenda is the executive session.
Yeah, I'd like to move into executive session to discuss negotiations issues. We invite the superintendent to join us.
One DSA 313?
Thank you.
Nerd talk.
Premature public knowledge would be put the district emphasis down.
Are we inviting Frank as well? Or just Mark?
Yeah, you're welcome to come.
Okay.
Yeah, you should stay.
I'm not a voting member at all. I'm not a voting member.
Can you invite Sean?
Oh, we can?
And include board member Murphy?
Oh, negotiations, that's right. All right, so we're inviting Sean as well. All right. So we will move into the executive session as well.
And there's not going to be a decision afterwards, I don't think.
Yes, we would not be making a decision.
You can have
I'm Attorney General T.J. Donovan. With me today is Justin Jiren from the Chittenden County State's Attorney's Office, Dominica Padula, who is the Chief of the Attorney General's Criminal Division, and Major Ingrid Jonas from the Vermont State Police. I want to acknowledge that Doug Kilburn's widow, Sherry Kilburn, is with us today, as well as Doug's and Sherry's son, Tyler, is here as well. Tyler and Sherry will have a statement to make to the media after we are done. I want to thank Sherry and Tyler for being here today. Earlier this week, I met with Sherry and Tyler to inform them of my decision. I want to thank them for their time that they spent with us. I want to thank them for their presence here today. We are here to announce our conclusion of the review of the use of force incident involving Burlington Police Officer Corey Campbell with Douglas Kilburn. We have reviewed the officer use of force incident that occurred on March 11th, 2019 in Burlington. The Attorney General's Office is declining to prosecute Burlington Police Officer Corey Campbell for charges related to the use of force against Douglas Kilburn. Based on the totality of circumstances, I've concluded that it was reasonable and justified for Officer Campbell to use force to defend himself. It should be noted that Officer Campbell's actions in his second interaction with Mr. Kilburn, while justified under the law, did contribute to the situation in which the need for self-defense arose. Training and accountability on de-escalation techniques are essential to ensuring that officers are not putting themselves and citizens in danger. It's our hope that the Burlington Police Department will take necessary steps to ensure that their department is equipped with the tools that they need to effectively and safely respond to members of our community in crisis. In reaching this decision, our office considered the opinion of a police use of force expert, Steve Iams, whose report will be made public after the conclusion of this press conference, and reviewed all the materials provided by the Vermont State Police, who conducted a very thorough investigation into this matter. The facts are as follows. On March 11th, 2019, Burlington Police Officer Corey Campbell was dispatched by the BPD to the University of Vermont Medical Center for an individual yelling in the waiting room to the point of spitting and arguing with security and refusing to leave. When Officer Campbell arrived at UVM Medical, he encountered the individual Douglas Kilburn. Prior to Officer Kilburn's arrival, Mr. Kilburn had been at the hospital with his wife, Sherry, who was receiving treatment. When Officer Campbell arrived at UVM Medical, he met Mr. Kilburn in the parking lot. After speaking with Mr. Kilburn, Officer Campbell then spoke with UVM Medical Security, and they agreed that Officer Campbell would escort Mr. Kilburn through the emergency department to his wife's room. Officer Campbell returned to Mr. Kilburn and escorted him through the emergency department to Sherry's room. Officer Campbell asked Mr. Kilburn to remain civil before leaving him in his room. After a brief discussion with the medical staff, Officer Campbell left the area. Campbell was then dispatched to provide a ride from the emergency department to a shelter for another unrelated individual. Soon after Campbell left Mr. Kilburn in his wife's room at the hospital, staff again requested UVM Medical Security to remove Mr. Kilburn from his wife's room, making the decision that his behavior was not conducive to his wife's health, who was critically ill. UVM Medical Security officers asked Mr. Kilburn to leave and escorted him out of the hospital. Mr. Kilburn swore and screamed at them the entire way. A short time later, UVM Medical Security Officer Heather Gray observed Mr. Kilburn pull his vehicle into the ambulance bay of the emergency department. This is a restricted area with signs to that effect. Officer Gray approached Mr. Kilburn in the ambulance bay. At the same time, Officer Campbell was also exiting the emergency department with the individual he was transporting to the shelter. UVM Medical Security Officer Gray confronted Mr. Kilburn, telling him he had to move his vehicle from the area. Kilburn continued to argue with her and did not move his vehicle. Officer Campbell asked UVM Medical Security Officer Gray if they were going to trespass Mr. Kilburn, and she stated she did not know. Mr. Kilburn then said they did not need to trespass him as he was leaving. Mr. Kilburn started to drive away. He stopped and pointed to the vehicle saying, quote, "Christ, I've known that guy for 30 years. The following exchange ensued. Officer Campbell, shut the F up and leave. Go, they don't want you here. Mr. Kilburn, did you just swear at me? Officer Campbell, yes I did. Mr. Kilburn, you're an effing punk. Officer Campbell, yeah, whatever. Officer Campbell then began to walk away. Mr. Kilburn, get the F before I come over here. After this exchange, Officer Campbell turned around and approached Mr. Kilburn's vehicle. At the same time, Mr. Kilburn placed his vehicle in park and began to exit his vehicle. UVM Medical Security Officer Gray yelled no at Mr. Kilburn. As Officer Campbell approached the vehicle, the driver's side of Mr. Kilburn's vehicle opened and Mr. Kilburn began to get out saying, "He ain't got the right to swear at me." Officer Campbell then put his right hand on the door and then on Mr. Kilburn's left shoulder as Mr. Kilburn continued to exit the vehicle with the seatbelt still on his left shoulder. Mr. Kilburn repeated, "You ain't got the right to swear at me." Officer Campbell grabbed Mr. Kilburn's left arm with his right hand and attempted to put it behind Mr. Kilburn's back. Mr. Kilburn continued to move forward, getting out of the vehicle. Once out of the vehicle, Mr. Kilburn punched Officer Campbell with his right fist, hitting Officer Campbell's lower left jaw. Officer Campbell then punched Mr. Kilburn in the right area 3 times with a closed fist as Mr. Kilburn was brought to the ground. UVM Security Officer Richard Howard then aided Officer Campbell in securing Mr. Kilburn and placing him in handcuffs. Mr. Kilburn sustained injuries to his face as a result of being punched and was immediately treated at UVM Medical. He was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct and assault on a police officer March 11, 2019 and released on conditions of release. Mr. Kilburn was released from UVM Medical on March 12th. On March 14th, members of the Burlington Police Department conducted a welfare check at the request of Sherry Kilburn. At Mr. Kilburn's residence, officers found Mr. Kilburn deceased in his bed. The Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of Vermont conducted a final autopsy report, and Vermont Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Stephen Shapiro made the following findings, quote, "Cause of death, undetermined terminal mechanism due to multiple underlying conditions. Contributory cause, hypertension, cardiac and cerebral vascular disease, obesity, skull fractures due to blunt impact. Manner of death, homicide, struck by other. The medical examiner, by law, has only 5 options to choose from in the manner of death category: natural, homicide, accidental, suicide, or undetermined. Dr. Shapiro included in further clarifying statement that homicide is a medical, not a legal designation. The Attorney General's office, in thoroughly investigating this matter, consulted with Steve Iames to review this incident specific to police practices and policy. Steve Iames is a highly recommended expert on police practices, including use of force, and has trained law enforcement on these issues both here in the United States and abroad. Mr. Iames evaluated both interactions between Officer Campbell and Mr. Kilburn. In the first interaction, Mr. Iames noted that Officer Campbell demonstrated empathy, patience, and professionalism in regard to Mr. Kilburn. However, that was not the analysis of his second interaction. In his second interaction, Mr. Iames noted 2 factors that precipitated the onset of Mr. Kilburn's assaultive course of action / behavior directed at Officer Campbell. According to Mr. Iames, the first factor was Officer Campbell's language, quote, telling Mr. Kilburn to, quote, shut the F up and leave, go, they don't want you here. And the second precipitating factor was Officer Campbell's, quote, return to Mr. Kilburn's vehicle after walking away. Mr. Iames noted that, quote, officers should not use profanity when verbally interacting with citizens, and that contemporary police training policy and practice generally prohibits officers from using rude or profane language. However, Mr. Iames concluded that the above precipitating factors did not create, quote, a basis or justification for the assaultive behavior directed by Mr. Kilbourn towards Officer Campbell. In Mr. Iames' opinion, quote, the closed fist strikes delivered by Officer Campbell in response to Mr. Kilburn's initial closed fist strike were, quote, in self-defense based on adequate cause and provocation, and were generally consistent with contemporary police training, policy, and practice. Under Vermont law, a person who kills or wounds another in just and necessary defense of his own life, quote, shall be guiltless. In Vermont, self-defense is justified when 1, the defendant was not the initial aggressor, 2, the defendant was justified using a reasonable amount of force against another, and 3, he reasonably believed that he was in immediate danger of unlawful bodily harm and that the use of such force was necessary to avoid the danger. In our analysis, based on the totality of the circumstances, we concluded that it was reasonable for Officer Campbell to use force to defend himself. Officer Campbell was not the initial aggressor, as Mr. Kilburn delivered the first punch, a closed fist strike to Officer Campbell. Second, Officer Campbell was justified in using a reasonable amount of force against Mr. Kilburn. Officer Campbell used a closed fist to strike against Mr. Kilburn. Officer Campbell did not employ any other weapon in his response to being hit, and Officer Campbell was reasonable to believe that he was A, in immediate danger of unlawful bodily harm, and his use of such force was necessary to avoid this danger. Mr. Kilburn had already been assaulted, and Officer Campbell's force was necessary to avoid this danger from continuing. It should be noted that while Officer Campbell's initial interaction with Mr. Kilburn showed exemplary tactics and compassion, his second interaction did not. Officer Campbell's use of foul language and antagonistic behavior did not de-escalate the situation, which ultimately put him in a position when it was necessary to physically defend himself. It's our hope, and I know it's the Kilburns' hope, that the Burlington Police Department will commit to de-escalation training, to continue to commit to de-escalation training for their officers to ensure that their department is equipped with the tools they need to effectively and safely respond to members of our community in crisis. I want to note that Doug Kilburn was in crisis that day at the hospital. His wife Sherry was in critical condition up at the hospital. He was trying to see her. This was a tragic situation that frankly could have been avoided. I spoke to the mayor last night and I spoke to the chief this morning. They've committed to continuing to working on de-escalation tactics. When we were talking about what those tactics look like internally, my chief, the criminal division, Dominica Padula, said tools like empathy, compassion, and kindness are just as effective as a taser or any other weapon. This is a challenge not just in the city of Burlington, this is a challenge in our entire state. We have far too many of these cases happening. We seem to be dealing with these monthly, if not weekly. The legal system looks at a finite period of time to determine whether or not these are justified in the legal sense. And I want to stress that. It is a matter of seconds that we look at to determine whether or not legally these are justified. We need to do a better job. We need to look towards other jurisdictions to see how they're handling these questions of use of force. We have to continue to build public trust in our law enforcement, not just in the police, but in the prosecutors as we continue to make these decisions. And we have to be open to challenging the conventional wisdom of how we keep our public safe. I didn't know Doug Kilburn, but I know this, that he was a lot more than these few minutes that are shown on this body camera footage. He was a husband and he was a father, and we need to be mindful when we engage in these public debates that we're talking about somebody who has left us, who has died, and we need to be respectful of his memory and respectful of their family. while still doing our job. As I said, our copy of our use of force experts report is available. It is a public record. I will now turn it over to the office of the Chittenden County State's Attorney. Chief Deputy Justin Gyron is here to discuss their finding. As in all use of force cases, this is a concurrent review by the Attorney General's office and State's Attorney's offices in the county in which these happen, but they're independent. So with that, let me turn it over to Justin Gyron. Thanks, DJ.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Attorney General Donovan and his office for their review of this incident, as well as the Vermont State Police for their very thorough investigation. I would not change anything in terms of what our opinion is from our office. We did review the facts, the investigation, came to the same conclusion as the Attorney General's office, and likewise echo the sentiments that this is a very tragic event. Our condolences to Ms. Kilburn and her family for what happened to Douglas Kilburn. But we do agree that in this case, no criminal charges are justified against Officer Corey Campbell. Thank you.
Before we open up to questions, I want to acknowledge and thank Major Ingrid Jonas from the Vermont State Police for being here today, and thank the Vermont State Police for conducting a thorough investigation into this matter. I want to note that on all these cases throughout our state, we look to the state police to do these types of investigations. I know they remain committed under the leadership of Major Jonas and Colonel Birmingham to continuing to develop not only the best practices, but the emerging best practices in this nation to best police our communities in a safe, transparent way where communities have trust and communities feel safe. And we have work to do, and we acknowledge that. So with that, let me open it up to questions.
Douglas Kilburn died while facing, as I understand it, a criminal charge for disorderly conduct as well, and I think an assault on a police officer. Was that charge against him justified in light of the body cam video, which showed that he seemed to swing at the officer in response to the officer putting his hand on his breast?
So I believe that was brought by the State's Attorney's Office, so I'll let Mr. Gyron address that.
So, yes, the review of the body cam and the investigation, the subsequent investigation by state police, wouldn't change the decision to charge Mr. Kilburn as we did. Obviously, the charges were dismissed after his death, but there's no reason to think that anything we learned afterwards would have changed our decision to charge.
It was dismissed by a judge or by your office?
By our office.
So it wasn't really dismissal, it was more you opted not to charge. There's no judge who found probable cause, is what you're saying?
Well, I think I think the court had found probable cause because we filed the charges. So we had to dismiss the charge. So it wasn't, if we didn't just bring it.
There's an affidavit on file?
There should be.
What can you say about the length of time that this review took? In the instance of the officer involved shooting Montpelier, that took a matter of, I believe, maybe a month. This has been several months later. What about the timing of the review of this?
Sure. I can certainly speak for myself and Ms. Padula and others in my office. I was troubled by this. I think we're all troubled by what happened here, and I think when you look at that expert opinion, the decision by Campbell to engage Mr. Kilburn and use that language escalated the situation at that point in time. And I thought that it was incredibly important to bring in an independent third-party expert in the use of force to look at this and provide that expertise and opine whether or not that his actions were reasonable under the circumstances, because we were troubled by what we saw on that video. And the length of time was because we were waiting for the expert's report.
How did you find this independent expert?
He's actually used and worked with VSP, and I think is very well regarded by the Vermont State Police.
What was most troubling to you about the interaction?
Because it could have been avoided. That's the bottom line. It could have been avoided.
Did anyone in the investigation end up talking to Campbell?
No.
Interviewing him?
Nope.
Would that potentially have made a difference in any part of this investigation?
Look, everybody has a right not to be interviewed. You know, we're having this debate right now about whether or not police officers should be entitled to review body camera footage before they're interviewed by the police. I agree with the Vermont State Police that they should not. Here's why. Any other suspect in any part of this state today that is interviewed by any member of law enforcement is not going to be presented evidence before they're interviewed.
No, but they may have seen it in, you know, somebody else's video or photos.
But they're not giving it to them by law enforcement. That's entirely different. And this comes down to public trust, and I think I'll let Major Jonas speak about this. We want their perceptions of what they remember. But let me turn it over to Major Jonas to talk about that.
Yeah, I think TJ said it well, but in an investigation like this, we're looking for the independent recollection from the officer. We're looking for their authentic perspective on it. We have the video, so that is one piece of evidence, but we're really looking for their perception, because the determining factor in cases like this really is the perception of the officer in terms of the threat.
Do you think Officer Campbell should face discipline in the Burlington Police Department?
That's up to the Burlington Police Department.
Did you invite anybody from Burlington to be here today?
No, I did not. I talked to the
I mean, they had a lot to say about it. Why wouldn't you invite the mayor, or the chief in particular, since he seems to have some thoughts on this?
Because I think we wanted to be as respectful as we possibly could to the Kilburn family today. As I said earlier, Doug Kilburn died. And this isn't about a debate. We have a job to do, and we're going to do our job. But I think we can do our job incredibly respectfully to Mrs. Kilburn and to Tyler Kilburn. And yep. And I think sometimes we all lose sight that there's a community member here and families who are grieving. And I talked to him, I informed him of our decision, had a very productive call with both the mayor and the chief. They are committed to policing the best possible way in the city of Burlington. And as we said, we all can do better. I include myself in that definition. We all can do better. There's too much of this going on in our state.
When you say there's too much of this going on in our state, what's happening here and what needs to be done?
I don't know what's happening here. I would say, and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but we're doing a lot of these. And I think that we want to make sure that everybody feels safe. Not specific to this case. I think mental illness is a major issue in this state. The Vermont State Police do a tremendous job in policing the state, and we have to continue to, I think, learn how to best de-escalate and to talk to people. I know the city of San Antonio has a great program in their policing and interacting with folks who are in crisis, and the police have a tough job. Let's be honest about it. When there's a crisis, the police are called. And we have to have a conversation in our state about, do we want the police responding to everything? Because they do respond to everything, and a lot of those calls are mental health calls. Or do we have community outreach? Are we willing to fund those programs? Are we willing to train on them? So it's a complicated issue. I don't think there's any easy answers, but I think we all remain committed to doing this better, to making sure that Vermonters feel safe, to making sure that Vermonters feel safe to call the police. And that comes down to public trust.
You mentioned trust in your opening comments and everything. I'm just wondering, you and your predecessor are like one for 45 now for filing charges against police and use of force cases. In one case you did file, called a grand jury. no grand jury in this to let the citizens in Benton County determine whether this conduct was proper or improper, rather than you, who has a record of not prosecuting.
Well, we look at the facts, and that's our job. And you talk about transparency and the need for transparency, you know as well as I do, the downside to a grand jury is that
they could indict,
or they could not, and then nothing would be released.
No, you can release.
Nothing would be released. A grand jury proceeding is secret, Mike. You and I both know that.
You are free to talk about it. Your predecessors have talked about grand juries.
I would respectfully disagree with you on that.
I'll show you.
And I think our job is to make decisions based on the facts, to do it in a transparent way that the public, while they may not agree, can acknowledge and understand the reasons why we made a decision, and to do it in a way that is, as I said, transparent. So whether people agree or disagree, at least they understand the factors and the facts for which we made our decision on.
In mid-September, when refiling the charge against Aida Gurung, you said the community hears the evidence, all the evidence, and they get to decide. If you were very interested in the community weighing in on that case, what's different about this one?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Each case is different, and you go by the facts and the evidence. We reviewed the facts and the evidence, and we ruled that the use of force used was reasonable. Therefore, there is no criminal charge.
So question, this is the second case that I've heard where you've said at a press conference similar to this one that our scope of the law is too limited in situations like this. But yet I have yet to see anything legally change as a result of that. And as you mentioned in your comments, we keep coming back to these kinds of cases.
Yeah.
At what point do we actually take a look at what our law says is allowed and change it if we're going to keep coming back to the same statement at press conferences about use of force incidents?
Sure. I think you've had some conversations this session. I think this is incredibly complicated. I think there is no easy answer. And I think what we struggle with is the facts, which I articulated, really come down to those matter of seconds. And I think there's a whole other story that we try to tell about why was Doug Kilburn at the hospital? Why was he struggling that day? What was going on with Sherry? And I think understanding the full context of the situation is incredibly important. But when you get into the use of force and whether or not something's justified, you're going to look at those seconds where force is presented, and then the question is, was that reasonable how this person responded to that force directed at him or her? And I think, I know California has changed their law, and I'm not endorsing the change in California. What I am endorsing is a conversation about it.
Would you support any of that conversation comes up expanding that window like California has done?
What I would support is a conversation and to challenge the conventional wisdom of our current practice. And what that means, Liam, whether or not that's going to be a change, I don't know. What I do know is this, that we have to take a critical look at our system and to get all the facts and the evidence and see what works.
I mean, you seem to have an issue though, or at least are troubled by some of this. So supporting a conversation is easy, but supporting change is more difficult. So, I mean, where would you come down?
Well, it would also be unreasonable to support change when you're not fully cognizant of all the nuances of the law, and I'm not there yet. And I think we got to do more work, but I think any prosecutor, any police officer, any member of our community is going to be troubled by this. Somebody lost their life. I'm troubled by that.
How is the law too limited?
Because you look at seconds and you look at use of force, and it's the force directed at you, and whether or not the force that you respond with is reasonable. And in this incident and many others, that is a matter of seconds. And I think that when we look at the totality of circumstances, somehow expanding that and looking at perhaps at some of the other factors is something that we should do. The other part is to acknowledge that just changing law is not going to solve this. We have to do a better way of building trust in our community and responding to mental illness in our community.
Would your decision in this case have been different if you had been able to look at the wider?
I don't know, it depends on the standard of law, depends on the standard of review. And I made a decision based on our current law. I'm confident in my decision. My point simply is that I am troubled by this. Anytime somebody loses their lives is troubling. We have to legally justify it or not. I don't make any of these decisions lightly, and it troubles me.
Was any, oh, sorry, no. Keep going.
On a different subject, what did you say to the city of Burlington when you called them up during Del Pozo's press conference?
Say that again?
After Douglas Kilburn died, Brandon Del Pozo hosted a press conference in which I understand you made a call to city officials during the press conference to say something. During the investigation, you wouldn't comment on it, saying the investigation was ongoing, wondering stuff.
Well, generally my private conversations are my private conversations, but I think what I most likely said was, let the process play out.
Did they?
Yeah, they did.
I mean, Aiden and Derek looked at the reporting. You know, they looked at the mayor and the chief had been trying to maybe like slow the release of the medical examiner's report. I mean, was that part of your review at all? The actions taken by it?
We did not review the actions of city officials.
Do you have any comment on?
Will you?
No, I won't.
Why not?
I think that we have to be mindful and respectful that somebody lost their life. Doug Kilburn died here. And he died with involvement with a member of the police. That triggers a review by the state's attorney and my office. And if we're talking about public trust, then you have to let the process play out. And you have to let this process play out as it would in any other case. And I don't think in any other case would you have had that type of press conference, frankly. And treat people with respect, treat people fairly, and do your job. And I think that's what we should be doing.
Why not go and check to see why the mayor and the chief were trying to redirect how this thing was being done?
I'm not.
You're going to have full transparency.
Our review has concluded. Whether our review is concluded.
The governor's office had said that the interventions by the city officials were borderline unethical. Do you feel the same way?
As I said, I don't think you would have seen that press conference in any other case. And you want to treat people fairly, you want to treat people respectfully, you want to treat it like there's anything else. At the end of the day, you let the process play out. And you let independent prosecutors, investigators do their job. That's how you build the public.
I'm not sure I understand, because you said you felt like they let the process play out, but it also sounds like you didn't see the press conference is appropriate.
Well, I think I'm being incredibly clear. I called because I was concerned. I called during the press conference. That's been reported. I told you why I called, and since that day, the process has played out.
Did you look at all at the medical examiner's report? I mean, the chief and the mayor were raising questions or concerns about that. Was that part of your review at all?
No, other than that it was a piece of evidence. The medical examiner, as he said, it made a medical diagnosis. You have cause of death, which he articulated many different factors, and then you have manner of death, and he has 5 choices to make, and he made his decision. The fact of the matter, there was a use of force. That then triggers a review by us. We then determine whether or not a crime occurred.
So we've talked about this press conference, but I don't think you've addressed the fact that the mayor and police chief reached out to the Department of Health chief, which is what the kind of administration officials were questioning is, ethical or not. Do you think the decision to reach out and question the results of that?
I'm gonna let the city of Burlington answer those questions, and I'm sure those questions will be brought up in different venues.
One question: did anyone, as part of this investigation, check why the hospital released Mr. Kilburn, and then he later died at his home from injuries in part that he sustained. Was there any investigation or question on why he was released when he was clearly not well?
That's not part of our review. We looked at whether or not Officer Campbell's conduct arose to the level of a crime. I'm not sure your review was consistent with that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it wasn't part of our review to go and talk to the hospital about the care that Mr. Kilburn received.
I'm curious, does anyone actually look at that?
I think in different venues, those questions may be asked.
What venue would that be?
I think in different venues, those questions may be asked.
Which one?
Other questions?
The Burlington police have been pretty vocal about their use of force training. Do you see anything lacking in that training?
I go back to what Dominica Padula said earlier about how we de-escalate and what we use as tools. And I think meeting people where they are, oftentimes in crisis, understanding why they're in crisis, asking those questions, demonstrating compassion and empathy are effective tools, and sometimes just listening. And I know when you look at the city of San Antonio, their outreach is really based on that. Meeting people where they are and simply listening and understanding as a way to de-escalate. Frankly, in this case, Officer Campbell demonstrated that with his first interaction, but it was a completely different interaction the second time he encountered Doug Kilburn. And I think that's troubling to me that, and I think the expert talks about this, that he really was an exemplary police officer. That first interaction, he was compassionate, he was demonstrating empathy, he was trying to solve a problem. But that did not happen the second time they met.
What's the status of Officer Campbell right now?
I don't know. I know you'd have to ask Burlington Police.
My understanding is that Officer Campbell is on, he's not doing his regular duties. I think he's doing administrative type tasks inside the department until this review is complete. So I'm sure that they'll reassess after today's decision.
Thank you. So let me now turn it over.
Will he return to the street before he gets a little more training?
That is a question for the Burlington Police Department and the mayor.
And if they ask you your opinion?
I will give them my opinion in a confidential manner. With that, let me turn it over to Tyler and Sherry Kilburn. Thank you.
To begin, I want to thank TJ Donovan for giving me the opportunity to speak and address you all today. I'll be reading a statement, and I personally will not be answering any questions at the conclusion. While we do not agree with the decision that was made, I would like to thank the detectives and TJ Donovan's office for the hard work, dedication, and compassion they showed my family. What happened that day between my father and Officer Campbell was a tragedy that was further corrupted by the insider politics of Burlington Police Chief Del Pozo and Mayor Merle Weinberger. When emails were sent demanding that the Chief Medical Examiner change or alter his ruling, you willingly interfered in an ongoing investigation, and this behavior can no longer be tolerated. I find it appalling that you, as a Chief of Police, would interfere with an ongoing investigation with cooperation from the Mayor's office. You take this career path knowing you must always hold yourself to a higher standard. You failed, Mr. Del Pozo. Mr. Mayor, you failed. You failed by allowing the Burlington Police Department to use and abuse your office to further their agenda. I beg of you to do better. I'm not asking for perfection. Just be better. Improve so that no other family has to endure a tragedy such as this. Be better so that we can keep our family members alive. This cannot happen again. It's your job to fix it. Now you need to fix it. My dad was an incredibly loving man. He was an avid sports fan and was incredibly talented musician, among many other wonderful traits that he had. Please keep in mind that in recent times, after suffering multiple strokes, that my dad struggled with his mental health. It was a daily battle for him, as it is for most of us. He was winning this fight. He was getting better each and every day with hard work and dedication. Every day was an improvement. I implore each and every one of us to remember that my dad was so much more than the few seconds that changed our lives forever. He was so much more than the few seconds you all judge. He loved my mother with every inch of his being. He loved his mom, his dad, sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, friends alike. He loved life, and he did not deserve the treatment that he endured. I cannot begin to fathom the fear that was racing through his head that day. I wish I could have taken all the pain away. I would do anything to just have 5 minutes back so that I can tell him how much I'm sorry and how much I loved him. I'll never get that chance. My dad needed help, not handcuffs. For everybody that's going to be watching this, if someone needs help, help them. This is not a problem with one solution. It involves each and every one of us. Be understanding that everyone has their own battles, their own demons. It's time we start lifting one another up, not degrading someone's life and legacy. Give a helping hand when it is needed, and don't cast judgment upon somebody that you know little to nothing about. Show compassion to a stranger on the street because they look like they're having a bad day. Because we all have no idea what each individual life is going through. We are all human. In closing, go home, hug your loved ones, tell them that you love them, tell them that they matter. One day, the people that we love dear will be nothing more than the memories that we share. Cherish the time that we have. Thank you.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the sound bites. Tonight I am turning the studio over again to Deb Bilodeau and the chair of the GOP. And just so you're wondering, on September 23rd, we will have Terry Anderson come on the show. Terry is the chair of the Democratic Party here in Vermont. Just to sort of balance things out, I've extended an invitation to the Progressive Party. Haven't heard from them yet, but we'll keep working on it. So I hope you enjoy this show. Deb will introduce her guests, and I'll turn the show over to Deb. Just take it away.
Thank you, Pat, for allowing us to use your studio again for this panel discussion that we are having today. Today, we have a panel discussion with 3 panelists. Those people are Dave Kelly, Rick Keene, and Job Tate. And the topic of discussion tonight will be education in Vermont. And with that being said, I will ask a question. Each one of you will have 2 minutes or close to that to respond, and then any questions from each other after that. So, okay. Are you ready?
Yeah,
First of all, I'd like to take a moment and have each of you introduce yourselves to the audience and just tell us a little bit about who you are.
We'll
start with Dave.
Okay, my name's Dave Kelly. I'm an attorney. For 25 years, I was the general counsel for the Vermont ski areas. So I represented most of our ski areas here in Montpelier. I've been the chair of our local school board, and I've spent years organizing high school exchange programs for Vermont students throughout Europe and Eastern Europe. I think that's probably enough.
Wonderful. Rick?
My name is Rick Keene, and I'm a 30-year resident of Vermont. I've spent 6 years as vice chair of the Calais School Board, and then another 1.5 years until merger replaced us on the school board as well. And my background has been in engineering and robotics in the past, and then I've worked also in transportation engineering and planning for many years, working with municipalities. And then I have a business, a prototype design business, as well in Portland, Maine.
My name's Job Tate, and I'm a former state representative. I worked down the street for a little bit more than one term, twice elected. Represented Bridgewater, Chittenden, Killington, and Mendon in the legislature. Currently, I'm a chief petty officer in the United States Navy Seabees, and I serve on the board of directors for the Ethan Allen Institute. And I am the very fortunate husband to Lisa and the loving father to Mendon and Everett.
Wonderful, wonderful. Tremendous amount of experience in the room here. So we'll get started with our questions. The first question we have is, what would you say is the most important consideration for legislators regarding education issues in Vermont? A couple of ideas would be funding, cost, scores, children. Job, we'll start with you.
For me, I think it starts with the kids. I think that when we're trying to think of what is the priority when it comes to education funding, I think it's an excellent question to ask, is where is our focus? And I think we need to stop thinking of our education funding as funding schools. What it is it's funding kids. And so I think as long as we keep the kids in the forefront, and there's some orbital stuff there too, we've got to keep the parents at the forefront. I think that's where I land on that. It's kids first, obviously, making sure they're educated, making sure they're equipped for what's ahead.
Great bumper sticker. Yeah. Kids first. Rick?
Kids are really important in this, and they are the primary focus. However, I think fundamentally, something that's been lost, I think, is that our communities are very important, and they're fundamental to the success of our kids. And the schools in Vermont are unique in their the deep connections that they have with the communities. And I think this is under challenge these days, and I think it could have a severely negative impact on the long-term success of our kids, and certainly the quality of our schools.
If we're talking about priorities for our legislators, I think there are two. First, there's an enormous financial mess that's going to catch up with us because we have a $1.5 billion deficit. Our public teachers' pension fund is underfunded by $1.5 million, and the medical health benefit for public teachers is underfunded by $1 billion. And even if we are really disciplined for the next 20 or 30 years, that's going to be an enormous challenge to bring that under control again. The people that manage those funds have been talking about a 7.5% return. If we get 5%, we'll be lucky. So we're not even managing those funds the way we should. I also think there's a deficit in leadership, because we are at a point where we need to redesign education, where we need to be thinking, what is a 21st century education? What does it look like? And while we have some good leaders in the legislature, I don't think we have the imaginative, creative, visionary people we need to be creating that kind of a school system. We have great leaders in our school system in Vermont, but we don't have enough really imaginative, visionary leaders. So I think there's a deficit with money and leadership.
Okay. Any questions amongst yourselves? I have one perhaps for you, Rick. So were you suggesting that communities and the school systems are disengaging from each other?
They are, and it's got a lot of ramifications. With the consolidation of schools and the ultimate closure of many of the small schools, it has a couple of really bad impacts that you actually transcend education. There are a few major pathways where we grow our leadership for this state. Select boards and school boards are big ones in this state. And it is a direct path that engages people in the community in their governance. So this is kind of a high level. It's one of the reasons that Vermont has been so successful, I think, as a state, and that we actually turn out honest politicians generally. I'm originally from Maryland, and I can tell you the politicians are not honest there. That link does not exist. There's a break between the constituent base and the politicians. And I think that, this reduces that pool of talent that we'll see filtering up into our legislature. And what is really disturbing is that the reason people get involved in community and participate in these boards is because their voice matters. They're heard. They've got kind of a regulatory presence. And that is getting shoved aside. The voice is just becoming a checkbox on public participation. Decision-making is being now isolated, often by people who are not elected officials, and certainly are not protecting the interests of the community itself.
I would agree with Rick 100%, because what Act 46 did was it disposed of enormous amounts of volunteer talent and leadership at the grassroots level where it's most important. And I think importantly, our school boards have become especially important training grounds for women leadership. And if there are going to be more women in leadership positions, our school boards are important to bringing those leaders forward. And to just throw them out the window the way we did was a really tragic loss.
One thing I'd say off of that, Dave, or back to your original statement there about the deficit in leadership, I think you're absolutely correct. One thing, though, is on the other side of the coin. I think there's some excellent leadership for the teachers union and some of those other forces that we've been able to see them make incredible inroads, especially over the past 15 years or so. And to challenge that, this is one of the problems I have with Act 46, is you're forcing school boards to go up against this this massive force in the NEA. They don't lack for leadership, but more and more we see with Act 46, we're seeing ourselves get gutted, and
Right.
we're bringing a knife to a gunfight more and more.
Yeah, absolutely. And back to your point with regards to lack of, I think, did you use the word creativity, in terms of redeveloping our educational system? Do you think that is the case because there is so much pressure from the current the lobbyists, the NEA in Montpelier, on the legislators to keep the status quo and not think outside the box?
I think we have sort of a narrow-minded conventional wisdom about education across the board in our legislature. The notion that somehow more bricks and mortar, more centralization is going to be more efficient and provide greater equity. And I think that's just plain nonsense. We live in a time when technology has given us enormous advantages we didn't have before, and we're not taking advantage of those opportunities. Our small rural schools are vital to the future. We are not going to attract young couples. We want more young people with children coming to Vermont. We are not going to attract those people to Vermont if we take our small rural schools out of our small rural communities. They won't want to go there. We'll ghettoize those communities. And so I think the leadership in the legislature and their priorities and their vision is just misdirected. We need to be thinking in terms of more personalized education, more community engagement. We don't need to be thinking about longer bus rides and more bricks and mortars and bigger, more centralized schools.
Good. Thank you very much. Okay, well, let's move on. We might have touched on this a little bit already, so we might not need to spend a lot of time on this. Act 46 merged many communities in Vermont. Mine was one of them. I'm in Essex Junction. And we merged with the town of Essex and
Westford, right,
yes. Westford lost school choice in that process, and they were willing to give that up to merge. What is your opinion of the successes or not successes of these mergers? I think we just went through.
I'm glad to start if you want. I think that's yet to be seen, but I think what you will see, and speaking, having a business in Maine, and Maine did this in 2008, went through this consolidation. And last time I looked, roughly 42% of the schools that were forced to consolidate were either in the process of or had pulled out of consolidation. Because, what the suburban schools tend to do fine, or the Middleburys, or your larger school centers. But the small municipalities end up giving up schools, and then they give up the heart of a community. That schools play a unique role, especially in rural communities, which is most of Vermont. They are a gathering place for adults with and without kids. And in our town of Calais, we're the fourth poorest town in our group of 5, and yet we consistently have, if not the highest performing kids, probably the second highest, and very neck and neck for first position. And we had, on all my years in the school board back from 2000 to 2006 originally, and even recently, we had close to 100% engagement in that school by community members, by parents, and then other community members also who didn't have kids in the school. And it's that connection to that local entity and that kind of ownership that is the reason our population, our student population, has been stable since 2000, whereas the rest of the state has been dropping 1% a year. It's a destination. The kids are there to learn. They see the importance of this by the engagement of the community and the people. And that is key to the success of learning. And I think, within one thing that has been lost, and it actually touches back on the last question a little bit, one thing that has been lost in our education bureaucracy is it's become this isolated bureaucracy that just does not look at a community as a living, breathing block that education is part of. They think that is the thing in itself, and within their own dogma even, they come up with these processes that are kind of cookbook, and they are rather inflexible, and Act 46 is an example of this, where it's a one-size-fits-all model that's forced down on communities, whether they fit or not. And you look across the state at the dozens and dozens and dozens of alternative the plans that were put forward, and very few of them were even looked at or accepted. And these, countless hours were put on by working on by community members to make systems, merge systems that might work better. And they were basically ignored and forced, basically the preferred model was forced down upon those communities. And I think that the net result of that is that you will kill engagement if community members won't put effort in, if it's wasted effort, if their efforts are just for naught.
I think if you talk to an average Vermonter about Act 46, the general consensus is it's not doing enough. If it was doing anything at all, it was a miss. Property taxes are going up. We're still hemorrhaging kids out of the system. The consolidations, it's been a bumpy road. And I think that Vermonters were expecting more from Montpelier on this issue. Back in 2014, that was the clarion call, fix this. And instead, we came up with this uber complicated thing that you need a Sherpa to hike you through the bill. It's too complicated. The average Vermonter doesn't understand it. I sure didn't understand it when I voted no on it in the legislature, but I understood enough about it that it was bad. And you ask a general Vermonter, how is Act 46? What do you think? They'll say, that's bad. I mean, what's the point? And I think, I agree. But we had a consolidation down in Bridgewater, a town I represented. They ended up sending their kids over to Pomfret. And I think that what I saw, the biggest obstacle was it was an emotional one. Mm-hmm. That was hard. And I think it's important, though, I think some schools need to close. There's going to need to be some mergers. We have lost so many kids in the system. There's just not. We can't keep all these doors open. So I think we need to sometimes separate ourselves from the emotion of it, focus on what's important, and go from there. But just to answer your question, Deb, I think you ask the general Vermonter, they'll say, oof, no.
Well, I think, just to clarify on that, there's nothing wrong with consolidation. In fact, it is a good idea, and you're right, it needs to happen in certain places. The problem is, the mistake made is that it was driven from the top with no thought to the community. This needs, and we said this from the very beginning, we testified in House hearings and multiple people, not just myself. This needs to come from the communities. I said, provide the expertise and provide the resources they need to do this, but let the communities figure out what works for them. Provide the professional assistance to help guide them. And that was completely ignored. And this, I think probably the only way to begin to look at solutions toward this is to restructure. AOE is a very tops-down organization, and it needs to be restructured in a way. I would almost suggest, in fact, Scott Thompson and I proposed this in an alternative plan to Act 46 back when Act 46 was first being proposed. We wrote an alternative and submitted to Peter Shumlin, but it was, essentially using, regional planning commission model that exists now. The infrastructure is right there. You create a commission, one town, one vote. And each region of the 11 or 13 RPCs around the state would have a commission, and they would elect an executive committee. And basically, they would have oversight over they would show oversight over even secretarial decisions.
Dave, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, to some extent, I disagree with Joe and Rick. And it's why I think leadership is so important. If you look at the other states that have gone through a consolidation process, West Virginia, North Dakota, Arkansas, Nebraska, Maine, what's happened is the bigger communities with the most votes have closed the schools in the little communities, and they've put students on longer bus rides, bringing them to more centralized schools with more bricks and more mortar and more expense, quite frankly. The buses are expensive, the new schools are expensive. I think we don't have, if we were imaginative and creative and if we had vision, we don't need to be closing these small schools. Technology gives us possibilities that we're not taking advantage of. We should be thinking in ways of keeping our schools close to our families, close to our students, and we shouldn't be thinking about long bus rides. We should be thinking about how can parents be best engaged in our schools. And that's by keeping the parents involved. That's by keeping our community leaders involved. That's by keeping local businesses involved. But when we follow the pattern of other states, what will happen is attracting businesses to communities, or even entrepreneurs or people that are going to run businesses to communities without schools is going to be incredibly difficult. We are going to hollow out rural Vermont. We're going to do just what they did in West Virginia. And that's just plain, it makes no sense. We need more leadership, more vision, more imagination, and more creativity.
Okay, thank you, Dave. We're ready to move on?
Mm-hmm.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, all right, thank you, Dave. The next question, I think we've already answered it. What's the impact of mergers on small communities? Basically, it destroys the fabric of the community.
It does. It reduces property values. It reduces tax base. What you're seeing around the state of Vermont is buyer's remorse today. If you go over to Addison Central, where they're talking about closing Addison, Ferrisburg, and Ripton, those communities are beside themselves. They voted yes. Now they're saying, what did we do? You go to the Harwood region, where they're talking about closing Moortown and Fayston. And again, those communities are saying, what did we do? I know those little elementary schools. They're great schools. And it makes no sense. And we do have some really great leadership in the education community. I don't mean to suggest we don't, but we don't have enough. It's few and far between.
Okay, great, thank you. Next question. Do you believe Vermont should have a statewide school choice? If so, why? And what are some of the barriers that you see to preventing choice in Vermont? That's a big question.
Where do you want to start?
And we'll start with you.
I think the answer is yes. Yes, period. I think we have a statewide property tax. And repeatedly in my law practice, I've had families and students come to me with really legitimate reasons for wanting to go to a school beyond their residency. I will say this, I think that Vermont's come a long way since I started practicing law. I think the technical centers were a big step forward. I think that we finally adopted a form of public school choice. It's inadequate as far as I'm concerned. I think Act 77 was the biggest step forward we've taken in the state of Vermont. I don't think it's good enough. I think we can do a lot better. I think fear is probably the biggest barrier of more school choice. I think a lot of people are afraid of it. But if you look at the 90 tuitioning towns in Vermont, almost every one of those towns is fierce in the defense of tuitioning. It's why property values in those towns have grown while property values in other towns have not. It attracts people to those towns, and I think it's proven successful, and I think it's a good example of how things can work.
Is the fear that you speak of, is the fear in the current academic arena that we have, or is the fear in the taxpayer?
I think it's both. I was the chair of the Hazen Union School Board, and we were surrounded by tuitioning towns where they had choice. Walden, Wolcott, those were tuitioning towns. Stannard was a tuitioning town. We worked hard to attract those students. But I think the notion of actually working to attract students scares. Public education in Vermont functions as a monopoly, as many monopolies. And people who depend on monopolies like monopolies. But in point of fact, if you look at instances in those towns where they do have choice, it encourages schools, even like Hazen, to be better, to go out and to become more attractive, to think about our music program and our art program and our science program. And I think choice is good for everybody. I was an attorney. I actually worked in Eastern Europe as an attorney for quite a few years. And I learned a lot of lessons there, especially about public monopolies. I watched all of Eastern Europe collapse because they like public monopolies so much.
Joe?
I think school choice is a priority. I think statewide school choice is the silver bullet to a lot of the problems we're facing. You ask about a hurdle or a barrier. I'll be frank with you, it's the teachers union. They have a stranglehold on that building down the street. And you look at the campaign donations, the way they operate, it's going to be incredibly difficult to convince a legislature to pass that kind of bill. But I think again, this gets back to the first question, what's our priority here? Our priority is to educate these kids, to give parents agency over the education of their kids. We see that it raises property values, improves outcomes, saves a ton of money. School choice, and especially in a state of our scale and our size, this is a place we could do it and do it right. And Dave's absolutely right. I represented, 2 of my towns had school choice for high school. From their cold, dead hands, would you take school choice? And we saw down in the Rutland area, the high schools, it is very competitive to try to get the kids from Mendon and Chittenden to go to those high schools. And they bend over backwards. And the towns, they send a bus. You know, they'll do anything they can to get those kids. And it's a wonderful product. And we talk about economic development. We talk about wanting to attract people to Vermont. Statewide school choice, beautiful.
To me, this is a no-brainer, because if you stop and think about it, if you're going to close small schools, would you close them because the bigger town has more votes and wants the money, or would you close them based on quality?
Right.
And who's the most attractive? Where do people want to go? Who's doing the best job? To me, it's like here we are designing a monopoly system of consolidation that has proven that it's disastrous in states like West Virginia. And if we have to close schools, let's close them on the basis of efficiency and quality, not on the basis of money and votes.
Right. Right. Survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
Go straight to nature.
Well, you know what's interesting is there's fears on both sides here. The VEA, NEA has a stranglehold on your legislators, is what I'm hearing. So they're afraid of school choice because they're afraid that the schools will become competitive they'll compete with each other for clients, our children, and so they're afraid that schools are going to become vacant and empty through that competitive process. But if you look at Act 46, they are selectively closing schools. So they are closing schools, but on their terms through Act 46. Right. Does that make sense?
You know something? And I would have liked to have seen the NEA have a voice and play a role in that issue. They stayed neutral. I was surprised. I don't think there is anybody in the state of Vermont who has been a more zealous opponent of Act 46 than I have. And I was surprised that the NEA sat on the sidelines. I would have thought they would have been on my side. I want to say something in defense of the NEA, because I have seen what they've done for professional development. And I think if we're going to really maintain costs within our school system, we have to understand how teaching is changing and how the burdens put on the classroom are growing. And I think we need to look at the bureaucracy and the administration, and that's where we need to really cut some costs. But I think the NEA, in terms of professional development, is doing more than almost any organization.
And those teachers and educators and staff need to be paid what they deserve to be paid. But one of the things that I do hear is they're very top-heavy. The organization has far too many, and that's what's keeping our educational costs skyrocketing.
Well,
we have less students, more staff, and
it's very important in all of this. You know, I actually love school choice as well, because it adds there are a couple of real benefits. Actually, there are many benefits, but the quality control piece is important, because it really does. I mean, Calais is a very small school, but we've had very high-performing students, and the boards that for years and years took great effort to really hire the right staff and work with the staff to do that, and that makes it a destination for, for parents with kids. But also choice, from my experience, most schools are small, and you have a different flavor at each school. And in a way, in small communities, it serves you well because kids have different needs, and they might meld much better into a nearby school than they do into this school. And we can't serve those kids as well in that community. We should have that ability, and the parents should have that ability to match that. And this is an avenue that it gives that flexibility to, or some semblance of that, to the smaller community schools. I think there's one thing we have to be careful of with school choice, and that is to be careful to make sure that we do it in a way that's truly accessible to everybody in the school, and not just wealthier parents or only one working income households or things like that. Because that can deal certain parts of the population out of it. But I'm sure that can be done pretty effectively.
Yeah, that leads to another question. Since you just touched on it, do you believe that school choice, as it is established today, or even if we went to school choice, is designed for the wealthy? Because it's
just the opposite.
Because
just the opposite.
The wealthy have choices today.
Right.
If your family is affluent and you want to be an exchange student, they write a check. The students that are left behind and the students that don't have choices are students whose families can't afford. The wealthy, they can buy a house in any community they want. Their school, they pick it. It's the students, quite frankly, it's the students that are stuck in, East Hardwick, whose folks have lost a job. They don't have choices. They don't have opportunities. And quite frankly, that's one of the great things about Act 77. For a student with talent and passion, committed to education, those students that don't come from affluent families at least have a chance to begin college now, to take courses outside of school, to be exposed to other possibilities. But we need to do more. It's not good enough.
Some would say that in terms of school choices for the wealthy, I'll give you an example. Let's just use Hardwick. If you had full school choice in Hardwick, you as a lower income family might not be able to afford to transport your child. And the wealthier people can afford to do that. That's the argument, that it's more designed for wealthier people.
That really, I think, is cynical about the abilities and the imagination of people from less affluent backgrounds. If you look at Walden, if you look at Wolcott, these towns are not full of wealthy people. These towns are full of people, sometimes in some of the lowest economic situations in Vermont. But they find a way to get students to the schools they think are best for them, and they would be fierce to defend their tuitioning and their choice.
I agree with Dave on that as well. I mean, I think, and just watching from our experience of people moving into Calais because they had elementary school age kids and without a lot of wealth, but they valued education, they'll find a way. And I think it's our job as a state and as communities to help make that as feasible as we can. We can't solve all these problems, and we can't, there's this great myth of equity everywhere and everything. It doesn't exist. We can't, but we could do our best to make it as equitable as possible. And I mean, that inequity also drives the creativity. And this is a thing that, I think we get lost. We lose huge opportunities sometimes because we try to, this doesn't work in 100% of the cases.
What you just told us, Deb, reminds me of a joke I heard in Russia. There's 3 farmers. One is an American, one is a Frenchman, and the third is a Russian. And each of them has a neighbor with a cow, and each of them wants a cow. So the American works really, really hard, and he saves his money and he buys a cow. The Frenchman petitions the government, and more he wants more taxes, so the government will give him money so he can buy a cow. And that's what happens. And the Russian still wants everybody to be equal, so he insists that the government kill his neighbor's cow. What you're talking about is the same situation. If we say, oh my gosh, wealthy people already have choices, and we're going to give them more choices, and maybe less affluent people will be left behind, what we've said is, we're going to deny less affluent people the possibility to have these choices because we're somehow afraid that wealthy people might have more choices. That doesn't make any sense.
Joe?
I agree completely. I don't think you're going to, even if they are not able to get their kids to that school, some of them will. You're providing more choice, and just like Dave said, the wealthy have choice already. This is not for a wealthy only scenario.
Very good. I think we all agree on that question. Let me just go on here a little bit. If you could suggest a legislative bill for the 2020 session on helping kids in education, what would that bill look like?
Do you want me to start?
We'll start with Joe.
Okay.
I'll take an unusual stab at this, and my bill would be to get rid of the corporate income tax, because we're having a discussion about education funding. We're talking about bailing out the boat. We aren't talking about the leak, and our big leak is the economy. We have a demographic. The term gets overused, but we have a demographic crisis in the state, and it's not going away unless we address the economy. And the legislature, Vermont as a whole, it's the fourth quarter, and we're down by a couple of touchdowns. I don't know why we're running the ball. We need to drop back and throw for the end zone. We need something bold. For me, I would put in a bill, get rid of the corporate income tax. We'd be the only state in the Northeast that doesn't have one. And it's, on average, it's only about $100 million a year. It's not chump change, but I think we could probably find the savings somewhere and say Vermont's open for business. But that's the problem. There's a reason these kids didn't vaporize. The families moved away. And until we do some triage and stop the bleeding, we're going to have this is going to be a rolling boil conversation to solve this. So my bill for the kids in education would be an economic one, which we don't do nearly enough of in the legislature.
No.
Good. Well, you just said that the families moved away. Yeah. Also, many of my friends and neighbors are homes with no children. Their children have grown up, but new people are not moving in.
Right.
Yeah. That's one of the biggest problems. New people are not moving in. People are moving out that have money. Retired people are moving out that have money, but we don't have an influx of youth coming into the state, providing us with youth. So that's
a big problem.
It's a big problem.
It's the problem.
Yeah.
Rick, what would you
I
do?
completely agree. Well, I think there are two things. I think that the economy is the basis of need, and what supports and drives the schools. And we absolutely need that in this state. As a business owner myself in Maine, Maine's making a lot of effort to do this, for that reason, because they've had some of the same issues. We're falling behind in this, and we will never fix this education problem if we don't make it affordable and possible for families to come and be raised, live and be raised here. And then secondly, I go back to that argument, I think in the legislation, I would restructure the control within our education to the point where we start, instead of pushing communities out of decision making, we bring them right to the table.
Yeah.
And I mean in a meaningful way where their voice carries decisions. There is a lot of good judgment out there. And they're far better than many of the PhDs I've seen who have just been indoctrinated into a system of education, but they have no idea about anything outside of those borders, like, the social conditions of communities. And that's what communities bring to this. They understand the need better than anybody that I've seen at the top. And so they need to have a really powerful and significant seat at that table.
But before I tell you the bill I would want to introduce, I want to tell you a little story. When I was the chair of our school board, a young woman came to the school board and said, I've taken every art course we have, and I'm really good, and I have a passion, and I want to beg you to let me take half of a year's tuition and go to the Oxbow School of Art in Napa, California. And we had a hard, blistering debate, and we finally agreed to let that young woman take some of her tuition, a semester's tuition, because her family couldn't afford it. Her mom was working 2 jobs, a cash register at one restaurant, a waitress at another restaurant. That was the most important experience of that young woman's life. She's on the president's list at the Pratt Art Institute right now as a student. I want to see opportunity scholarships for juniors and seniors that show passion and talent in a particular subject so they can dream of anything, go anywhere, and really have something exciting to look for as they're shaping their education here in Vermont. And I think if we do that, we would set Vermont aside. We would tell the United States of America, in Vermont, any kid can have a dream. And those kids that are passionate about their education, who are dedicated to their education, can go anywhere, study anything, and we're going to help them even before they go to college.
I agree completely with Dave on this too, and that is a piece. Our education leadership they're trying to produce this white vanilla system that wouldn't motivate anybody. And I think the key, education is about inspiring learning, because knowledge takes a lifetime. To become a Renaissance person takes a lifetime of learning. You learn very little. I studied engineering and architecture and had enough credits to minor in anthropology and English in college. And, and it was, but this much of what I've amassed in my life came from that experience. I developed some tools there to learn, but it's that passion and aggressive edge to keep learning more and growing. That's what we need to feed. And Dave is talking about that. That's what
if we could send that message across America, I think we could reverse the drain of young people with children leaving Vermont. I think there would be reason to say, in Vermont, our children can have a dream.
They got to have a job, though, to move here.
They have to have a job.
Yeah, I agree completely, but without the economic piece, the whole thing falls apart.
Well, you know something, one of the things we have to do is be a lot more imaginative about technology, because, quite frankly, I was in Boston this week, and I went down there and I said, why in the name of God would anybody live in this place? This makes no sense. I live in Greensboro. I have bears, foxes, raccoons at my back door. I can go cross-country skiing. I can go fishing in the Clyde River or the Lamoille River. I live in one of the most magnificent places on earth, and I think of the people who are dying in New York and living the most suffocated lives in Boston. If we use technology, if we bring the kind of technology we need for people to work with their imaginations and their intelligence, I would have to think many, many, many more people would rather live in Greensboro than Boston. And the one thing we can't do is let our schools go. We need to make our schools more attractive, more vital, more inspiring.
Do you think that is the mission of the remote workers program that the state of Vermont has introduced?
That's the most silly thing in the world. That's like,
ridiculous.
It's just ludicrous. It's a joke. But I think what we need to do is get some really exciting ideas. If it means getting rid of the corporate tax, maybe we do it. Maybe we create opportunity zones where we say, you know what, we're not going to have any state income tax for the first 10 years you're here, as long as you're here. Plenty of states survive without an income tax. There's lots of things we can do, but one thing we need to do is make our schools exciting and inspiring. And that takes imagination and leadership.
I have a partner right now. We're developing a tech logistics company, and it will be multinational in scale when it's done. And I was talking to some member, the chair of House Commerce one day, and about even looking at bringing that to Vermont. And this is tech logistics, so you can really put it wherever you want to put it, as long as you've got the digital highways to manage the data, which we don't have here. critical point. But I said that's one important absolute need. The second and more important is that, you know, I need to have these small connected school systems. I can bring the young tech logistics people out of Silicon Valley and places like that. They will respond to this after being in, I have many family in, you know, coming out of the top schools in the country. Their kids are in these competitive mills, and it's not healthy. And you see what it does to these kids, and it's what creates a lot of our Wall Street greed. And you know, and there's a huge golden value in what this state offers in ethic. And I could bring people and sell them that small connected community school. And I said directly, I said, I cannot sell a Walmart version of a suburban school out of Boston. I said that I won't be able to bring people here to with the skill sets that I need to do it.
I agree with you, Job, that the future of education in Vermont is closely linked to the economy. The top 6 jobs, available jobs in Vermont, I recently was reading, they are groundskeepers, housekeepers in hotels, sales, retail sales, food industry. Those are not necessarily jobs that people with good educations who want to raise a family in Vermont are flying to Vermont for.
That's why.
But we have a new emerging agricultural economy in Vermont, and it's just embryonic today. If you look at Jasper Hill Cheese, if you look at Hill Farmstead Brewery, if you look down the road at Bar Hill Distillers or Pete's Greens, there is a food industry that's value added, that's a new agricultural economy. The Center for an Agricultural Economy in Hardwick is a big piece of that. But there is opportunity here if people want to use their imaginations and seize it. But it takes leadership, and it takes enough to start bringing entrepreneurial people to Vermont.
Right. Those are the entrepreneurs that you're referring to. When I think what this article was referring to was food industry, being McDonald's, fast foods, restaurants, working in the kitchen, serving. Those are not high-paying jobs, as we know. So people from outside of Vermont are now saying, I'm going to go to Vermont and work at McDonald's.
In 10 years, Jasper Hill Cheese has created over 100 jobs in the Northeast Kingdom.
But it takes that leadership.
It takes leadership, it takes entrepreneurial talent, but if we have the right schools, they become a magnet. There's nothing that's going to turn the Vermont dynamic around in a week or a month or a year. It's going to take a real vision.
There's a component here in my business. We were brought into a very famous tech incubator in Atlanta, which is the guy who developed Alexa is out of that and so on. And they have a 95% success rate in their businesses they incubate. And these are tech businesses. Much of the Georgia economy, and certainly Atlanta, is built around this incubator. And in my experience, I've been to have businesses most of my life. Vermont is loaded with entrepreneurial talent. To survive here, you've got to be pretty industrious, flexible, and hardy. And this is something that the government could work with businesses to create incubators. If our business is successful, we will bring it here ourselves. My partner and I will bring it to Maine and Vermont. But that is a whole education unto itself. Those incubators are not just providing office space. These are all taught. The people teaching in them and operating them are very successful entrepreneurs, and they come back and give business time back to that to train the next generations, and that's why they have such high success rates. We start incubating. That's the way you start incubating business. We've got the schools and the people to draw on here. You don't have to have huge numbers. They typically have a few hundred at one time that are being incubated. But what they generate and their affiliation with Georgia Tech, I mean, it's mind-boggling. And everybody from Google to Amazon, they all sponsor this. They partner with the state, but the state's actually a minor partner. It's actually supported by all the big businesses and people that came out of this program and ended up coming back like alumni to really teach the next generations.
You know, when you talk about leadership and all this, though, I think of it through the prism of Rutland County, and down there, something like the worker relocation, the quote unquote $10,000 bribe, just boggles their mind. It's so frustrating for them. They want action. They want the ability for imagination and an entrepreneurial spirit to have free reign, and there's just so much frustration, at least down in that neck of the woods.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I'd like to get to one more question before our time is up. There's several good questions here, but because we're talking about education, what do you believe the role of the State Board of Education is, and would you make any changes?
Yes.
Joe, we'll start with you.
Well, I would say I think it's too political right now. I wish that the state boards, the school boards, could set it up. They'd be the ones to come up with some sort of election process, as it is now the governor appoints.
Bottom up.
Yeah, and so I think with how political it is, I think that helps see some of the mission creep that concerns a culture voter like myself, someone who's concerned with my young kids going into the school. I have a lot of concerns about some of the mission creep we see in schools, and so I'm concerned with just the political nature of the school board.
It's completely political, and I agree completely with Joe. I think I would go back to the model I talked about earlier and say, you know, if you had, that needs to be created and elected by the people of the town. They're not appointed.
Yeah.
They need to, I would use a regional planning commission type model, and those one-to-one, those one town, one representative commissions could decide and elect members or to a board like that. They need to be accountable to the people, definitely.
Dave?
Well, first of all, the notion that those folks coming to Montpelier know more about managing Hazen Union High School than our school board does is silly. Our school board, we have an entrepreneur who started a business with 40 employees. We have a lawyer. We have an architect. We have a woman who's been a professor at a major university. That's our school board. Very talented, intelligent people engaged with the community. The notion that, and they're all good people. I know the people on the state board. Some of them are really bright. I think John Carroll's a particularly bright guy, but he doesn't know as much about Hazen as we do. So I think they need to step back. The notion that they have the power to transfer $8 million of debt from East Montpelier to Calais, and they know what they're doing, is almost crazy.
Yeah.
To transfer $500,000 of debt from Hardwick to Stannard, I mean, what do these guys know about what they're doing? It's crazy that they have the power to dissolve municipal governments and to create municipal governments. What does any one of those people know about creating a municipal government? They need to step back. The power they were given was way too much. What the decisions that they've been making should have been made by the legislature or by local school boards.
Yes, what Dave said.
I agree completely.
I agree completely
Yeah,
with Dave.
would.
Keep it local.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no question.
What kind of government works better, top down or grassroots?
I think we
Bottom
know.
up or top down?
I think we know.
When we
There's-
make,
the
when we make
answer
a
is
mistake at the,
it's a no-brainer.
well, when we make a mistake at the grassroots, we learn from it. We don't seem to do that from the top down. They walk away from it and leave the price tag on us.
What I find interesting is that with all the brain power that we have in the state of Vermont, and three of you are sitting right here, how do we as such a small state allow this to happen?
Inertia.
How did we allow Vermont to get to where it is?
Well, I think there's a lot of explanations. Not enough people run for public office. You know, we all pat ourselves on the back, but we really don't. It means we're not doing enough. And quite frankly, I think as a country, our notion of sacrifice for community has dwindled. And you know what? To some extent, I always think back to John Kennedy saying, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." And I feel like we have leadership that's really turned that around upside down on its head. Because basically, more and more we have people that are asking what their country and their community can do for them. I think, you know, we talk about giving everything away and everything free. You know, we've got a lot of leadership that panders instead of leads.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Our time has come to an end here. I want to thank all three of you for being part of the panel here.
Thank
This
you.
was
Thank you,
really
Deb.
good.
Thank you.
Really
Enjoy
good
it.
conversations, and thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing you again.
All right.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank
Deb.
you.
Deb, thank you and your guests so much for an incredible show. This was one of the best discussions we have had on this program. I thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed the show. I certainly did. We'll see you next week. And in the meantime, keep listening beyond the sound bites.
4. Welcome, everybody. First order of business is to review minutes of September 5th and October 3rd. Are any objection to combine those two together?
I'll move approval of September 5th and October 3rd.
Any comments, corrections? If not, those in favor of approving the minutes of October 3rd and September 5th, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Approve the minutes of previous meetings. First rule on the agenda is 19P55, Human Services and Home Lactation Consultation Services. Please take a seat while you're doing that, and we will introduce ourselves.
Senator Ginny Lyons, representing Chittenden County.
Senator Mark McDonald, representing Orange County. Representative Robin Chestnut Tantrum from Middletown Springs.
That's the Council.
Representative Belinda Myers, Essex Town.
State Senator Joel Benning from Caledonia County.
Senator Chris Bray, representing the Addison Senate District.
Thank you. And would you like to give us a brief overview of the rule?
So, my name is Linda Narrow-McLemore. I'm a staff attorney with Medicaid Policy. I work.
Can I ask that everyone speak loudly, because whatever's going on up there is...
Okay.
Thank you.
I will try to project and if you don't do one of these, okay? If my voice goes down. My name is Linda Narrow-McLemore. I work with Ashley Berliner, who would normally be here today on HCAR rules, but she is not able to be here today. I am a staff attorney in Medicaid Policy that actually oversees the Medicaid Policy unit at AHS. We have 7 rules before you today. One of them is a new rule, and that's the first one, the in-home lactation consultant services. I just thought that for efficiency that I would mention the public engagement process for all the rules, because it was the same. Okay. We worked with subject matter experts within the agency. Prior to filing the rules, we solicited comments from departments, the Mead, and Vermont Legal Aid Society, and considered those in initially drafting the proposed rule. Of course, went through the rulemaking process. We had a public hearing on September 3rd. There were no witnesses. And then we received comments on just 2 of the rules. The first one that we're discussing today, in-home lactation consultation services, and also the medically complex nursing services rules. So let me move then to in-home lactation consultation services. This is a new rule. It's an existing service. The rule is catching up with our practice. It outlines existing policy for in-home lactation consultation. I want to emphasize that this is in-home consultation. Services that are provided in a hospital or office setting are not under this rule and are billed through the facility and not subject to the requirements of this rule. The in-home lactation providers, the rule specifies, have to be licensed in Vermont. Generally, it's an RN or a midwife, and have to hold an international board certified lactation consultant certificate. So these are medically necessary services provided in the home by someone with the IBCLC. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Can you clarify the difference between a CLC and an IAB CLC? I asked the difference between the 2 providers, a CLC and an IAB CLC.
I'm going to use my excuse up front that I'm pinch hitting. So let's just get that on the table so I don't have to keep saying it. So when I'm stumbling, but I know an IBCLC has to be a licensed healthcare provider, and the other certification does not, and that's why we chose to have Medicaid law requires that we have a licensed provider, and that's why we chose to have this certificate. Because of that. And it's also, the way it was described to me, and this is
is that it's just the qualifications, it's just a much more robust qualification process. So the other certification can be used in an inpatient or office setting, but in the home, it's the RN or midwife who has gotten the certificate.
So the one required for a in-home service is an otherwise licensed medical provider.
Yes.
But the CLC can be an otherwise licensed provider or can be a layperson, for lack of a better term.
That's my understanding. And it was also a consideration of sort of the merits of each certificate, and that this was, I guess, had a much more robust requirements. So that's the explanation from our subject matter expert on it.
Thank you.
Is that helpful?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are there other questions?
I don't have a question. I did recognize this rule as meeting statutory requirements, and I have the sheet to give to Charlene. And I'll do that for each one of the rules we look at.
Are there any other questions, comments? If not, entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of 19P55.
If there are no further discussion, then all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, say nay. And the approved rule 19P55. Next one is 19P56, the audiology services.
Yes. Audiology services, this is an amendment to an existing rule. And it's basically, it was required because we had a limit on the number of batteries people could get per month. The rule limited a person to 6 batteries per month, and we did rulemaking to remove that limitation. While we were in the rule, we also moved prior authorization requirements, or we changed the rule to move prior authorization requirements to the Medicaid fee schedule, which we're doing with a lot of rules. You'll see that and it gives the state flexibility to be able to amend prior authorization requirements. So that's essentially that rule change.
I believe this meets statutory requirements.
I'm curious about what prompted the change in the number of batteries. Was that required, or was that a problem that was discovered in-house?
I think the latter is my understanding. It's surprising because we recently touched this rule. I really can't give you the history of it, but it is better for beneficiaries, right?
Expanding services. Are there any further comments, questions? If not, entertain a motion to approve 19P56.
So moved.
Thank you, Jill.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. At this rate, coffee won't be cold by the time.
That's right. Early.
Next rule, 19P57, dental services for beneficiaries age 21 and older.
Yes. So this is also a rule amendment, and it was required by statute, Act 72, that increased the maximum dollar amount for dental services for this population from $510 to $1,000 per calendar year. And this rule makes that revision. Let me see if there's anything else. I think that's the scope of changes to this rule. I think there's something at 4202.5A, periodic prophylaxis. There was some loosening to allow whenever medically necessary and not to require prior authorization. That was also a change.
This also meets statutory requirements.
I had a question. This has a financial impact.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, is that will that require additional, or is that it's Medicaid money? Is it federal money, or will that require an
There's-
additional state
It does
allocation?
require additional state dollars. So
Well-
it's, oh, please.
It was we did this in the appropriations bill for 2020, this
Okay.
year.
So
for
it's
coming back.
covered for this year?
It's covered.
Thank you.
Would you, I can share a little more, but if that's sufficient, that's, okay. It's assuming a January 1 start date on this. The program cost to DVA in state dollars is estimated between $400,000 and $600,000 in year 1 of implementation. Annualized cost should be between $800,000 to $1,320,000. Let's see, excuse me for scanning this. The impact is estimated in the Joint Fiscal Office fiscal note from March 2019 that was presented to the legislature. And that is, it says that DEVA received an additional appropriation of $1,083,893 effective January 1.
And is there any estimate of the savings from increased preventive care?
I think the economic
I'm seeing a lot
impact
of
statement.
things shaking out.
Yeah, I think the answer is nothing solid, like that right, preventive care should mean, yeah, it should mean saving acute dollars later, but we don't have an estimate.
So this was a bill that originated in the Senate Health and Welfare and then did go to appropriations, and Linda's right, Representative
Myers.
One of the things that we discussed was the advantage to folks who have their teeth fixed and getting jobs, and so then helping them to move off public assistance. So we saw this as an opportunity.
Well, in addition to which, in appropriations, we discussed the fact that there didn't seem to be that many people overall taking advantage of the plan when it was the $500, because when you look about going to a dentist, you understand that. So part of the reason that we felt that we could increase it was that perhaps they would get more people involved in the program. Because again, as Senator Lyons has said, people who have their teeth fixed have a better opportunity for employment.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any further discussion or questions on this rule? If not, entertain a motion.
I'll approve 19P57.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, say nay. We have approved 19P57. 19P58, dental services beneficiaries under age 21 and pregnant and postpartum women.
This is also an amendment to an existing rule. It's a tweak, but an important one. I think since we were touching the other rule, we came in and touched this one. So dental services works differently for under 21s because there's a requirement under federal law that we provide all medically necessary services to under 21s, the EPSDT benefit. And so we revised this rule to make more clear at 4.203.5 that particular services that are named there are provided if medically necessary. It's just meant to make it more clear. And the prior, let's see, is that right? And there's not, and prior authorization isn't required. So it's meant to I think, increase access and align with federal law.
Based on committee review, this meets statutory requirements.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this rule? Senator Bennett.
Actually, this might be for Senator Lyons. Can you tell me why there would be criteria necessary for pregnant and postpartum women?
Part of the program.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. It's so this may be quite. This isn't going to be in the weeds, but I can tell you that the law requires that the services provided to under 21s, dental services, be that that pregnant and postpartum women get the same services. So there's a carve out, and they travel along with the under 21 who have broader dental coverage than over 21s. I'm sure the Fed's meant to expand access to pregnant and postpartum women, recognizing that dental care is important to babies, I guess, yeah.
Thank you.
It's not until yeah.
I'm ignorant in this subject, so I'm asking blind ignorance. I just wanted to understand.
It's a great question, yeah.
Any further questions on this rule? If not,
I'll move approval P, 19P58.
all those in favor of approving 19P58, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. And you approve 19P58. Next one, 19P59, eyewear and vision care services.
Yes. This is also an amendment to an existing rule. It's very small change, and this would be an example of where we've moved. You see at 4.21, 4.4, prior authorization requirements from rule into Medicaid fee schedule, and again, that allows us greater flexibility when we have to change prior authorization requirements. We don't have to do rulemaking. There's also another change which is intended to ensure that this rule aligns with federal law for EPSDT coverage for children under 21, to make clear at C above that, at point 3, that if we specify how many pair of glasses under 21s can get per year, but the reality is that federal law requires us to provide whatever is medically necessary. So this language is intended to make that clear. Generally, it's this amount, but if there are other circumstances, then we do cover more.
Means statutory requirement.
Any questions, comments on this rule? If not, entertain a motion to approve P59.
Why not 19? I approve. Move that we approve 19P59.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, say nay. And you approved 19P59. 19P60, medically complex nursing services.
Yes. So, yes. This rule was previously called high-tech nursing, I think, and that's what the program is called. This is an amendment to an existing rule. The intent is to make the rule align with actual practice, not to change services we're already providing. We changed the title from high-tech nursing, I may not have that full title right, to medically complex nursing. It's not a change in services, it's just meant to be a more meaningful title, because the reality was that to get these services, you didn't have to be technology dependent. You had to have a medically complex need. So we thought that would be more transparent. The rule as written now allows these nursing services, these nursing services to be delivered through a home health agency. This rule would revise that requirement and permit these services be provided outside of a home agency. So now an RN or LPN can directly enroll with Medicaid rather than working through a home health agency. And this is, and that's current practice. And why that evolved is because of the shortage of nurses and trying to expand access for these families. Okay. Also, on this one, I have a little fly in the ointment. So, which is, we would like to, after re-reviewing public comments, particularly from Vermont Legal Aid, we looked back at the rule and would like to add text to add clarity to make sure because as it's written now, there's concern that it looks like we're taking away services. And specifically, there's text that says we provide case management services. We have, which we removed in the proposed rule, but we'd like to put back, and we just met with VLA before, and I don't know if I think Barb's going to testify. So, in any case, we'd like to replace that language with language that we think more accurately reflects what we actually cover, which is it's nursing care plan management and oversight as appropriate and permitted within the scope of practice. This is not intended as any change in services.
What section would that?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 4 point, and I have a 4.232.2. We propose, may I have permission to pass these out?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
You can pass them to Senator Bratt.
Oh, okay. Would you pass those around, please? Yes.
Are there questions or comments about this or any other?
What, are we going to hear from legal aid?
Yes.
I'm curious. This seems to solve one problem, but not the other.
So we have legal aid on the, you would still like to testify?
Yes.
Before this witness steps down, though, can we ask this witness why the second issue with legal aid is not addressed? This is in 4.232.5B. They were asking for a specific phrase to be put back in past the benefit year, which appears to have been struck from the document you just handed out. Do you know why your office chose not to include that change?
Okay, 4.2325B.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a carry forward.
Yep. So I'm reading from the annotated. The current rule as written does not permit, says unused service units may not be carried forward. And so we're not changing the meaning of that text. The text we propose is payments for services will not exceed the units authorized. The only difference between that and the current text is we change shall to will. The second sentence now reads, I'm sorry, it's hard to read. Unused service units will not be carried forward or used for other services. And it had said, it's so hard to read annotated and follow. It had said, unused units may not be carried forward. So same meaning, it's not meant to be a change in meaning.
Is there a sorry.
I understand that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But legal aid was asking for a phrase to be inserted.
Okay, yes.
The benefit not be, any service units will not be carried forward past the benefit year. Did you look at that and make
Yes.
a conscious decision not to include that?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell me why?
Yes, because these services are under our Medicaid state plan,
and the state plan does not give us authority to carry forward services. It requires that we do prior authorization, which in this program we do through an assessment tool, which basically functions as prior authorization. The assessment tool determines nursing services required within a weekly period, and so it's what somebody needs within a week. If someone has a change in need, they can ask for more services based on change in medical necessity, but there isn't a concept and there's no authority, and we would not receive federal matching money for actually allowing a family to carry forward services. We understand that there, and I can't speak in much specifics about this, that there are families who are on the developmental disability waiver who get these services and do some sort of carry forward, but that flexibility is within a waiver, which is outside of our state plan. It's the waiver, by definition, are services that aren't under our state plan. We have permission from the feds, so to speak, to allow certain things in the waiver that we can't allow under our state plan. So there may be anecdotes of families where, I mention that to the extent that anyone ever says, but this family gets it. So our staff has told me that they're only getting that under a waiver authority that they get because they're under a waiver.
Senator Lyons.
So as you read this, it does say, when you look at the one that you handed out, not exceed the units authorized. So when you say units, are you talking specifically about dollars?
I don't know if it's hours or minutes, Susan? Hours?
Yes.
Okay, hours.
Hours. So is the payment on a fee-for-service basis, or are some of these folks moving to a per member per month system?
Fee-for-service, is that right? I want to confirm.
So when it moves to a per member per month, right? Ultimately, all of this will. So the concern I would have is if it does that, then carry forward has little or no meaning.
Susan Coburn, Medicaid Policy. I work for the department. Just really quickly, this program is a fee-for-service program. Any changes in payment models or methodologies, I don't believe would apply to the allocation of hours to these individuals who are receiving direct nursing care in the community. We can follow up with Mary, but per member per month, this is a separate nursing services provided to individuals in their home.
Okay, so that'll be interesting when we get there.
It's fee-for-service.
I'm just trying to understand this. So if there's an allocation of 4 hours a week, picking a number randomly, and 2 hours are utilized, then the remaining 2 hours just kind of disappear. They can't be used.
Right, the medical necessity determination, as Anna said, is based on a medical need of that individual in their home per a weekly allotment.
So, I'll wait and listen. I'd like to listen to legal aid.
Okay. Yeah, I can formulate my question.
Yes.
Well, better.
Please tell me where I should. Do you want me to stay here? Or
No,
go
if you
sit?
would take a seat and we'll let legal aid come up to the table.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Rachel Seelig. I'm a staff attorney in the Disability Law Project at Vermont Legal Aid, and previously spent about 2 years in the state's first medical legal partnership. We are here to comment on the medically complex nursing services rule, which you've heard about a little bit already. And I want to start by kind of backing up to the big picture about what this program is. This serves a very small number of Vermonters, but Vermonters with incredibly high need. Some